to order. This Monday, August 18th, 2025 at 9:17 PM. Special meeting, we'll skip the usual formalities. But I do need to ask if there's anyone here that wishes to comment before council from the public. See all the staff members here, no one from the public, no one has signed up to speak, okay. And we will move on to our special meeting agenda. Which agenda item number 1, consider a proposed tax rate 2025-2026 fiscal year and take a record vote. Brittany?
Mayor and council, in accordance with the state of Texas property tax code, the comptroller of Texas Truth and Taxation rules, the city must calculate a no new revenue and voter approval rate. The CCAD tax assessor collector is required to calculate these rates and publish a notice in the newspaper and on the city's website. We have prepared the proposed budget based upon a tax rate of 0.80000 per $100 value of the property on the tax roll. However, the city council could propose a tax rate up to 0.8276 without risking a mandatory vote for the approval by the citizens. Debt service requirements for the city of Port Lavaca are currently 0.10013 of the current proposed property tax rate of 0.8000. The city has 4 outstanding debt issues. Fiscal year 2026, the total required debt service payment is $1.8 million, of which $798,851 is secured by property taxes. Currently, the proposed tax rate will generate $329,825 or 6.02% more revenue for the proposed FY 2026 budget. Once the city council votes on the proposed rate, it must publish notices and cannot exceed that rate. However, it can lower the rate at any time prior to adoption. Staff recommends we pose the tax rate of 0.800.
Which is what we already have.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's that group, make things and make them.
Chairman. Do the motion. Yeah, Mr. Gale.
I don't mind, but so I guess I have a question. Maybe it's the right time. So we're dipping $2 million into our reserves to fund projects this year. And we've been doing that, last few years. So at some point, we're going to not be able to do that. So when do we hit that point based on our operating expenses? And is that going to necessitate a tax increase in the future?
I don't think that it would necessitate a tax increase in the future as long as we're continuing to grow within the city. Because as property values increase, that revenue is going to increase even if we have the same rate. So I don't think it'll necessitate us increasing it. I think it would just.
So we're dipping into savings now, though.
Yes.
Sure.
But we're not dipping into any required savings.
No.
Right, but this is the lowest it's been since I've been on council. And so.
But again, that's, and that's because we're getting things done.
Yeah.
So the required is 6,028,000, right? And we have, by the end of next year, we're proposed to have 8.8 million. Is that right? Is that what I read on page 31?
Where are you at? On the budget.
So the ending fund balance for this budget is anticipated to be the 6.9 million for reserves for 208 operations. That's with all the capital that we're doing. So we are within our required reserves of the 180 days. And we still have additional as well. 208, so 28 days a month additional from our required.
We have 1 month.
So the required reserves that we have to have is 180.
Right.
We have, after this fiscal year, we're anticipating it would be 208 days, which is 28 days more than our required.
Well, I'm not proposing a tax increase now, but I think, we need to be aware that our revenue is increasing, but our expenses are also increasing. And so we've been dipping into savings for several years now. At some point.
But I don't, but to qualify, we're not dipping it into for operating expenses.
No, yes, it's for capital.
I just want, that's a big distinction to make.
It's true, I mean, I get. We won't be able to fund. I mean,
But
it's-
if we get another storm like Harvey, because we were able to do without getting monies first, because we had such a large reserve. So
Yes.
we can, so
And that's why. we
when
have
a storm is,
That's why we have 100.
that's all that's required, though. We used to have before we had 11 months in our reserve.
And Harvey showed us
And then
that was
Harvey-
way too much.
No, it didn't. It showed us that we were able to do without waiting for FEMA funds because we were so conservative.
This
We
is the
did.
philosophy.
I
We still
mean,
didn't need to spend that much.
Well, again, I mean, there wasn't a lot we did. I mean, most of what, the big stuff we did was with FEMA funds. We just, we had to.
but we did that before we got FEMA funds because. My thing is, I don't want to be left with
Right.
no monies like we had.
But I want to clarify, I mean, there,
And I get having the required, but I would like, my opinion, I would like more. And I don't necessarily think that we may need to raise the taxes. I think I need to be a little bit
Well, Joe, you
conservative,
bring,
and we have done a lot. I'm not saying we haven't.
Right.
you do bring up a good point though about the FEMA funds, so. We waited until FEMA approved our stuff before we spent. Their money, as opposed to the
Well-
county just went out, and did it, so are we gonna have a discussion about how we approach the next storm? Because. Like for instance, on the tree and brush pickup. We waited weeks, right, before we could get whatever that was.
I mean, basically-
Whereas the county just did it, and they said, we pay for it or we don't.
right, and that's a difference between whether we want to get reimbursed or not. Yeah.
They still got it.
Well, I mean, again,
So that's, I'm just,
That-
that's a philosophical.
it's a philosophical, whether you want to play by the rules or you don't want to play by the rules. I'm a rule player. And so I'm very, I mean, council can overrule me, of course, but as far as,
But that's, I mean, I don't want to.
Right.
Down this discussion, but I think I would like to have that discussion before we have a hurricane. The next council
Okay.
meeting or something, so.
yeah. And then, of course, we all know everything's changed since
Of course.
2017 anyway. Yeah, I mean, we don't know, right? It is a new world.
So,
It's a new normal.
Maybe.
so maybe.
Yeah,
easier.
okay.
Okay, anyway, all right.
Motion?
Discussion or?
But again, I think Brittany pointed out, I mean, whatever you vote on today, that's the max.
Yeah.
Because when you come back and vote, in September, it can be lower than what you vote today, but it can't be higher.
Listen, did you make a motion?
Tim's gonna read it. Andy gave him a document.
You want to explain that this has to be a record vote and then we
Yeah.
go
You
to
have to individually vote.
individual, no, just individually voice.
So you have to say your name and then
how you vote.
Okay.
after the,
You okay with that? So motion. Okay. Okay, so now therefore be it resolved, my motion is be it resolved that by the city council, of the city of Port Lavaca, that in accordance with the recommendation of staff, council hereby proposes a tax rate of $0.8000 value for the 2025-2026 fiscal year budget and publishing notice.
You can't say that there's no increase. With no increase from last year. Just kind of throw it in there,
So,
make it just.
Yeah.
I mean, in the motion, so this is not an increase in the tax rate. However, it is an increase in revenue.
And, full disclosure, how it will be publicized to the public is as a tax rate increase or a tax rate. Because that's the way the legislature has it worded to where you have to say it, yes. If you're generating any more revenue, it's a tax increase.
If you're growing, they make you.
values went up, so we are
Say that your
getting more revenue.
revenue is increasing.
So is there somebody who would like to second this?
Yeah, I'll say that.
Then we need to do a record vote.
So we have a motion and a second approving the tax rate of 0.800 per hundred evaluation for the 2025-2026 fiscal year. For a vote, we'll have to individually vote. So we'll begin with Justin Burt.
Okay.
Justin Burke, aye.
Rosie Padron, I.
Tim Dent, aye.
Rose Stewart, aye.
Tippit, aye.
Daniel Gary, aye. Unanimous approval for the proposed tax rate as presented. Motion passes. They don't need to sign anything. We'll move to agenda item number 2. Consider setting a public hearing on the proposed 2025-2026 fiscal year budget, Monday, September 8th, 2025.
Mayor and council, in accordance with the state of Texas property tax road code, the comptroller of Texas Truth and Taxation rules, the local government code, and the city's charter, the city is required to hold a public hearing on the FY 2025-2026 budget. The city council must set the date and time for the public hearing on the proposed FY 2025-2026 budget. According to our budget calendar, we have scheduled a public hearing on the budget to be held at a regular council meeting on September 8th, 2025, at which time we may also have the first reading of the ordinance to adopt the budget. Only one public hearing is required and satisfies the requirements for a later vote on the ordinance adopting the annual budget. Staff recommends the public hearing be set for September 8th, 2025 at 6:30 PM according to our budget calendar.
So moved. We're at the meeting.
You gotta have a motion.
Second.
It's definitely work this way. That's it.
Set those up. There you go. Okay. Making a motion, setting a public hearing on proposed 25-26 fiscal year budget for Monday, September 8th, 2025. I gotta read all the rest, Andy?
No, sir. No, that's it.
A second.
Motion and a second, approving the setting of the public hearing on the 2025-2026 fiscal year budget for September 8th, 2025 as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. And opposed, motion passes. I think we can move to agenda item number 3, consider setting a public hearing on the proposed 2025 tax rate for Monday, September 8th, 2025.
Mayor and council, in accordance with the state of Texas property tax code, the comptroller of Texas Truth and Taxation rules, should the city council choose to propose a tax rate that exceeds the no new revenue rate, it is considered a tax increase and a public hearing on the tax rate is required. According to our budget calendar, we have scheduled a public hearing on the tax rate to be held at a regular council meeting on September 8th, 2025, at which time we may also have first reading of the tax rate ordinance where a record vote must be taken. Staff recommends the public hearing be set for September 8th, 2025 at 6:30 PM and authorize the publication of the notice of public hearing on tax increase to describe the date, time, and place for the hearing along with the required language as set forth by the property tax code.
You guys good with that? So I'll make a motion setting,
You have to read it.
make a motion setting a public hearing on the proposed 25-26 fiscal year budget for Monday, September 8th, 2025.
Tax
So that's for the tax rate.
That's
I
it.
just did the budget.
Same thing except tax rate.
This one.
That's great.
Okay, again, making a motion, setting a public hearing on the proposed 25 tax rate for Monday, September 8th, 2025.
Motion is amended.
Motion in a second. Already.
All right, we have a motion and a second, approving the setting of public hearing for the proposed 2025 tax rate for Monday, September 8th, 2025 as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Opposed, motion passes. All right, we'll move to agenda item number 4. Consider the recommendation of the Port Commission to award a construction contract for the Downtown Waterfront Access Improvements Project 1. Jody?
This is a time-sensitive item, which is why we went ahead and put it on today's agenda. Bids were publicly opened and read on August 7th for the Downtown Waterfront Public Access Improvement Project 1. I had included a copy of the bid tabulation and the recommendation from the board from Urban Engineering in the packet. This phase 1 project is the bulkheading and dock work in and along Smith Harbor. Bid package for the parking lot and green infrastructure drainage should be ready very soon. As indicated in the recommendation for award letter, Shirley and Sons Construction is the low bidder. Shirley and Sons has an opening in their schedule and they are ready to start as soon as a notice to proceed can be issued. The commission did meet at a special meeting on Friday afternoon to review the bids and consider recommendation to council for contract award, which they did make that recommendation. The alternate bid number 1 is to use what's called through flow decking, with the fact that this deck will be submerged in high tide and storm surge situations. The use of through flow panels will better withstand the wave action in these situations than wood decking would. Panels are heat resistant with a non-slip surface that comes with a lifetime warranty. The ecological impact taking place underneath the dock is rarely considered, but sunlight is an integral part of any ecosystem, and the through flow panels allow light to pass through and protect the life below. Recall that we have a total, that this project is $700,000. $400,000 we are getting as a grant from the Matagorda Bay Mitigation Trust. We budgeted $150,000 from general fund and $150,000 from ports and harbors.
Jody, can I ask why 150 from general? Why isn't all the ports?
Because it really isn't a port function. This is for the public use. It will not generate any revenue per se. It's for public use. It was not, when we budgeted this last year, this is for the part of the downtown waterfront master plan, and it's for public access. It's not really a port function.
They're offering 150,000 for
Because it is, it is in the port, so we kind of split that. And of course, the parking lot is port, but also there's some public aspect to that as well. This award of $277,800 will leave $347,200 left of the budgeted funds for the phase 2 portion. 75 has been allocated for engineering and permitting. Staff and the Port Commission recommend to council to award a construction contract to Shirley and Sons Construction Company in the amount of $277,800, in the base bid plus alternate bid number 1. And like I said, the Port Commission did make the same recommendation. And I can answer any more questions.
There's only 15,000 more to go with the through.
Yes.
Very good.
So just a comment on that. So I mean, this is a better idea. I'm not opposing it, but
Yes.
Harvey came through. I need 2 people. It took us 2. So, the anchoring is pretty important.
Yeah,
It's not the
right, and the thing that I mean, actually, Coastal Dam Tool brought this product to us that it's being used in other places, and we looked into it, and it looked like it was a very good idea. I know down at the courtesy dock at Lighthouse Beach, anytime we get a any kind of high tide, we'll lose several boards, and Eddie's got to go down and nail them back down. And anyway, this product looks to be it's going to withstand all that, and the added features, it allows sunlight through, so you don't get a lot of stagnant water and stuff underneath of it. And it's not that much more expensive. So.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's not necessarily perfect. It's better, but still.
Well, it's just like, I mean, you got to anchor it down.
We want to be clear on this. The sole difference is it's not going to withstand heavy wave action. It's just not. Nothing is.
Okay.
But
I see.
the other side of that coin is wood when it gets wet. swells,
But I think this,
stretches the screws and they eventually break when you get to heavyweight.
yeah, the wood deck, I mean, Wayne's right, nothing's gonna withstand everything, but this will withstand longer than wood decking will.
What's the material called?
It's called through flow decking.
Is it like fiberglass?
Huh?
Fiberglass?
It's kind of like a fiber, it's not fiberglass, but it's, and it's got a coating on it. It's on that link. I don't remember all the details of it, but,
These panels, they move with the wave of it.
no, but they have, yeah, water can go through them.
Where do they have them right now?
I don't have a list right now. I mean, I can get that. I know, like I said, Coastal Tool and Nails, the one that suggested this product to us, that they're selling it all over up and down the coast, as an alternate to wood decking.
Jody, I thought we were doing this part as well.
And we made application for that. Oh, that's what we applied to a CMP grant. And so again, if that comes through, we would be looking at this as well. And again, this is kind of a test area. If for some reason we come in and we don't like this stuff, we'll know not to use it for some of the other stuff we've got going on. But
It's very abrasive. It's really, so like you can't walk barefoot on it and you can't, I mean, there's some downsides to it, but
I mean, from the,
it's too rough. So, but it's better.
Yeah.
And I agree with
and
that.
like I said, if this is a relatively small project, if for some reason we don't really like it, we can find something else or go back to wood for anything moving forward.
Whose district is this? Did you know?
Motion to award the bid or to?
I make a motion that we award the bid for. Who is that?
Shirley.
Charlie and Sons,
Shirley and Sons.
Plus the base bid.
yeah, total 277,800.
Or 277,800.
That includes the option one.
Yes.
Is an option one.
And they seem fast too. Yeah, I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Approving the award of the production contract for the downtown waterfront public access improvements project one to Shirley and Sons in the amount of $277,800, including option one. It's presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign? No, none opposed, motion passes.
Thank you.
All right, I think that concludes our regular agenda items. One more item, I think we have, just came in. This is Ryan, correct? This is Barber. Why don't you step forward? He's the Navy recruiter. He wanted to come and meet council and come up with some ideas for his group to work with Fort Lavaca on things.
Yeah, my name's Ryan. I'm the Navy recruiter out there in Victoria. Fort Lavaca is one of our, this is my area that I have to take care of. And I just wanted to come meet the mayor and all you guys. I just show you who I am. My main objective is to let people into the Navy. But only if you want to join the Navy. So a little bit about me. I am from the Houston area, Friendswood, Texas. Graduated high school, joined the Navy, been on 2 deployments in the 6th Fleet, which is the Mediterranean Sea. And I decided to come back to Texas to recruit people because for me, the Navy gave me a good opportunity on life and the benefits and all that. So I'm just trying to spread that.
All right. Yeah. Ryan Barber.
Henry Barber,
Yeah.
is it RYAN?
Yes, ma'am.
Wonder if there's an age cutoff.
I don't think they want to be.
41.
Just joined.
41.
It requires a high school diploma.
You can have a high school diploma or a GED.
Yeah.
Navy?
Yes, ma'am.
Navy, okay, thank you.
Right.
Do you have any recruiting any events or anything scheduled, or what kind of stuff do you do actually?
So, of course, I hit high schools.
Okay,
Then other than that, I just walk around town and find events.
okay.
Pretty much anything I can get my hands on just to spread the word.
It's one reason I wanted you here. I want to introduce you to Tanya French, our city behind you. Our city events coordinator. You can get a lot of information from her on great places to be. We have some good events. The police department sponsors a national night out that a lot of the groups go to and advertise groups, community. Should be a good thing to attend. So you can get a lot of information, but I recommend Tanya French to, if you can get her number and keep in touch with her. She'll give you the websites that show all of our events.
Sir.
All right. Thank you, Ryan. We appreciate you being. And I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, same sign. Opposed, motion passes.
Can you help me out on this, the through decking? So today, it's August, what, 18th? When can we expect it to be totally done? 2 years from now?
No, I mean, they said 60 days. I think I just texted Matt and he's gonna get everything from the issue and proceed. They told us they were gonna mobilize this week.
Oh, really? Wow.
Now, like I said, Shirley and Sons, that's one reason why I think the bid was so low. They are hungry. They wanted something to do. And so they're anxious to do it before, they do have another job coming up, but they've got this lull before it starts. So they want to get in here and get this done before they move on to their next job.
How'd we get the permit so quick?
Huh?
How'd we get the permit so quickly?
This one, we've had the permit. We applied for the permit last year. We received the permit. Where are we? I think we received it like March-ish, something like that. Yeah. I mean, and it took not quite a year, I think, to get the permit. We had to apply for it.
But you applied for the whole project, not just this.
We applied for this project plus bulkheading on the north side of Smith Harbor and that bulkhead the decking that we applied for in the CMP. That was the scope of permitted, yeah.
Too much money to come under the national.
I mean, I don't know, it had to. The portion actually that they're doing was able to come under the national, but it's still, you have to go through and get certain approvals. It wasn't, but it took
They're
like
gonna move it right
10
away.
months.
They stand, they're gonna be moving it right away.
This project goes up to the Bates Dam
Okay.
because the Matagorda Bay Communication Trust is not going to pay for anything in a leased property. But that's the Port Commission now will be looking at possibility of using Port Commission funds to continue that bulkheading, and then yes, look at taking Port Boy and move it to the corner.
Hey, we're moving to our regular business workshop. Yeah, we don't want to reload on breakfast and coffee before we begin. Some trash. Hurry, you want to get some trash? Throw some trash in. Pick up.
Have to realize that no regular neighborhood meeting. I can come, we need more than a week to do that.
Yesterday, Susan, she started sneezing and sneezing and sneezing. And she thought it was an allergy. And then this morning she woke up with the 101 fever.
When I'm a fever, it's just, man, I couldn't stop sneezing.
That lady I live with.
Jody, what's gonna be your costume for the cemetery tour?
I'm not sure I'm gonna be in it yet. I don't think I don't know that there's gonna be anybody that because Tanya's gonna do it.
Okay.
Tanya's gonna be in it. And then there's a young, I mean, we need a younger girl than the other one. I can't think of who that is right now, but I know, I don't know that. Anyway, I don't know. I don't know that I'm gonna be in it. And especially if I end up having to go to TML, I won't for sure be in it.
Areas for the Georges,
Huh?
the Georges, like Birch Street's in that, those were the in-laws of the founder of the city.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, we haven't gone that far.
They took over the development of the city more than the founder did.
You remember
The
that guy
Georges.
in Canfield?
Oh, yeah.
I found him.
You found him?
I found him. He died in 1877. He had become a preacher. I did find documentation. He did take over teaching the Freeman School once the teacher left and went to Galveston. He was a well-known, well-respected preacher, and he died in 1877 in Cuero, I think it was Cuero.
Wow.
It didn't say what happened to him, but it said he was a very well-respected black preacher from, that had been Victoria and Lawaka for many years.
Like a ghost tour.
Wow. Yeah, I just kind of stumbled across that over the weekend. I said, oh, I found him. He's around it finally. And then I think I know because, again, he was slavery and named Canfield. And I'm pretty sure that's who is owner.
Right.
Mr. Canfield, actually,
I did a video.
I found where he was the one that was renting them space for the Freeman School.
After we finish, we're gonna
Built their own school.
close it in.
Well, again, he must have been in favor of
That school.
of that.
I mean, we never actually ever finish, right? We just get to a point where we all fade out and we just.
It's
We never finish, so we always just fade out. So I mean, the cyber training, if we're gonna do it, should do that first.
No, I mean,
We'll be fading out, like we'll be late.
we want to focus on the budget.
Okay.
And then once at the end, some of y'all have already done it. You can leave and then, I mean, we still have till the end of the month.
Yeah.
This.
Which was cheap.
August 28th.
Yeah.
Okay, it's 9:55. Call this workshop meeting of the Biloxi City Council to order on this Monday, August 18th, 9:05 p.m. We will skip visual formalities and ask if there's anyone here that wishes, from the public that wishes to comment before council. I see no one here but staff. Mandy, if anyone signed up? Signed up. So we will move on to our regular agenda. Items for discussion, number one, discuss proposed city budget 2026 fiscal year. Jody?
I'm gonna turn it over to Brittany, who's got PowerPoint.
So Mayor and Council, we've made it another year, so we have another proposed budget to present to you guys. I'm gonna say this every year, but I just want to thank the department heads, and Jody, because I wouldn't have been able to put any of this together. So, thank you, both you guys.
I'd like to, let's like to make a comment on, I mean, so this is a very nice document, it's, I mean, we haven't had anything this good since like 2015, 2016, before all the chaos. So I appreciate that, but however, I mean, getting it on Thursday before the Monday meeting
I know.
was not, I don't appreciate that.
No, and I'm working on that. I mean, I know last year actually it was Friday, so I'm working at getting it better.
It's a lot to read.
It is a lot to read.
So at the charter, we should be getting it like July 1st, which has never actually happened.
So you can't, so,
But
actually, it's August, according to the budget calendar, it's August 4th,
Yeah.
which
90 days before October 4th.
then you can't do that though because of the tax rate though.
Legally, we can't.
Legally, you can't because of the tax rate.
This can be proposed.
I could give you this, it just, it wouldn't be accurate.
Yeah, this is all the stuff. So,
Yeah.
it's just for me, 3 days and then it's a weekend and school starting. I mean, it's just impossible.
Yeah, and I'm taking note of that and I'm gonna try next year really to get it, because I know this is a lot to take in. So,
But I mean, the same thing happened with the short-term rental agreement. You know, planning board didn't review it, came to council, we didn't have a chance to review it. So I just don't want this to be a trend that, you know, we get stuck changing that piece.
at the last minute. Yes, I agree.
You gotta stay confused, man. No.
That's what they want.
You wonder if that's.
Yeah.
No. Okay, so then going forward, then we'll start off budget. So I'm gonna just tell you guys some property tax information from this year. So our property values actually increased by 6% from last year. And as you can tell by the graph, they're steadily increasing over the years, so that's good. Property tax levy, that increased by 6% as well. And as you can see over the years, it's steadily increasing, so that's good as well. I didn't mention either, I do have this on y'all's computer if you wanted in person, just, you know.
That increases from development, not tax increases, correct?
Yes.
I think since I've been on council, we've only reduced the tax rate one time. We did that in like 2016.
I do have a slide actually that shows the tax rate from 10 years.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can just see, average market value of homes that increased by 4%. That's hitting somewhere, but I anticipate with the new homes coming in, that should raise. So. Property tax comparison, this is just a comparison of what we're proposing, what was last year's. As you can see, nothing's changing on the adopted or the proposed tax rate from last year. No new revenue did decrease a little bit. The voter approval also decreased as well, and our debt tax rate decreased as well. So that's good. And there is the tax rate over the past 10 years. So looking at this, you can tell that over these past couple of years, our debt tax rate has increased a lot more in comparison to the previous years, but that is also due to us issuing debt. And that should, as we lower our debt payments, that will decrease as well.
And I think that FY 2024, we reduced that because we had to.
Actually, we did reduce our tax rate for FY 24.
Yeah, and that was because of the no new, to keep us from, because we had paid off some debt and we didn't have the new debt yet. And so in order to avoid having to take it to the voters, we had to lower our rate.
Yeah. So.
Because remember, we came just skinning in under the voter approval rate.
Okay, so just a little background information before we get into the next slides. So we adopted a strategic plan in 2025, I believe. So that was the last time that we had done that, which essentially that's where council provides goals for the city. And Jody helped me out on this because the
original strategic plan.
Yes.
2012.
2012, that's what I said, right?
Yeah.
2012. So we have not done that in quite some time.
And we did talk about doing, budgeting for that again this coming year. And we could still do that.
So we had talked about doing that this coming year. We have new council members, obviously since 2020 or 2012. And I had it in the budget, but I took it out. If that is something that you guys would like to do, I can put it back in.
Yeah,
The cost was, I believe, $25,000 around.
But our conversation, what we were looking at is with the new comprehensive plan we're doing this year and the parks. I mean, we're having a lot of planning with council and the citizens. We thought that might be overdoing it, but that's kind of up to you guys. The original idea was to do it and try to do it sometime like in February.
Can we wrap the comprehensive plan and kind of make it sort of a strategic plan?
I mean, in a way, it's the strategic plan is more just focused with council and staff, not the public. But yeah, with in my thinking, this year we're Because we won't have the comprehensive plan wrapped up by that. The comprehensive plan in this process, it is council, it is staff, it is the public. And then with that information as a base, then next year we can use that as our founding document, so to speak, and then have a strategic plan next year was kind of my thinking.
I'm good with that.
So it's really up to y'all whether or not you want me to put it back in as the budget.
It's not in there right now.
Right now, it is not in the budget to update the strategic plan. Okay, so for strategic plan focus areas this year, these are just some accomplishments from last year. I'm not gonna read all of them out, there's a lot, but just some notate that we provided homeowners with information regarding the lawn library. We did launch drop counter to help utility billing customers with their water usage. We've repaired some storm shutters at City Hall and Police Department. We did complete City Hall improvements, especially in the utility billing area. We completed the rehab Schooley, Henry, and Conorden streets. Replaced some broken valves in the distribution system that were identified by the valve audit. And completed water system and wastewater improvement projects. We completed the breakwater project at Nautical Landings Marina, and we did start marketing port properties. We partnered with Calhoun County and the CCISD to complete improvements to the Half Moon Reef Lighthouse. Hosted a successful bird watching event that brought in numerous tourists. We did centralize the dispatch and installed some speed radar sign on Smith Road and installed additional speed table at Lighthouse Beach. So those are just some of the accomplishments. I know that we've accomplished a lot more than that, but those are just some noteworthy ones. Speed radar signs. Speed radar signs.
It's about.
Okay, so then this is the.
No, I did move it to Bauer, but I got too many complaints. People were feeling targeted. So, yeah, so we pulled it, and as soon as I get a chance and get guys freed up, we're putting it back on Smith Road.
Okay.
Yeah, we had.
Yeah, that was a first for me. I got an earful, like, how dare you put this sign here? Like, well, man, this is a first, this is the city's attempt to try to slow it hard down the area. I want to come on tomorrow.
It's crazy.
Was it from a resident?
Not
From me.
Good.
Okay, I know.
Right?
Yeah, right there where you go by, that's fine.
That's your district.
Embarrassing, you're speeding by there and your speed shows
No
up.
one's consulted Ms. Padron.
Yeah.
They do need us to,
I agree,
I'm lost for words, but I'm lost for words.
so. So was I.
So this is some emphasis on the coming.
How did we take it down? Cause they complain? Cause they complain?
No, I think it's, I know, I know it's one resident. With that.
Yeah, but we're not for one resident.
No, I know, but that's what I'm saying, we will deal with that, but I agree.
Cause it really is a busy road.
It is. I've been there, almost got hit a couple times trying to do some work.
So some emphasis for the coming budget year for the strategic plan is we are going to complete redesign the city website for better functionality and accessibility for citizens as well as for employees as well. We're going to perform an update to the comprehensive plan and adopt a zoning plan with the GLO Resilient Communities Program. We're going to install an information monitor in City Hall to scroll any events and information from around the city. We are still continuing our City Hall security upgrades with planned improvements on this side of buildings for municipal court. We have multiple active and planned street reconstructions and multiple improvements to parks. To the 12-inch link between the water towers that are connecting Village and George. And then we have the wastewater expansion. We are establishing TERS that would encompass the Highway 35 area and some other areas too, I believe. We're going to continue to market the port properties for future tenants. Continue to market Port Lavaca as a birding destination and complete the design and construction for the gateway signs. We are going to plan to host neighborhood cleanups by utilizing the lawn library and install some surveillance cameras where needed at various city parks.
Is that you, Tanya, organizing those lawn library things or?
I'll be working
Oh,
with
go
them.
ahead.
Any way I can there.
So we've already had our workshop on the capital improvement program, but I just wanted to notate, I just created a little graph of past 5-year history. So as you can see, lots of building and improvements are happening in this coming year, along with streets and drainage. Over the years, it seems like that has been the main focus. And actually, something new that doesn't seem to happen, hasn't happened in the past years, is some beach improvements. So we have not had any sort of planned beach improvements the past 5 years. So that's something, I think.
Is that sand or is that other?
No, that's the,
That would be the cabanas, the shared, the crosswalk, the shoreline protection.
yeah, the match, part of that's the match for the
They've been shoreline.
Pepper project.
Where's the funding from that coming from?
For the beach,
Yeah.
it's a partial grant.
Yeah, part of that is grant dollars.
What's the schedule?
I think
the gate.
That should be completed.
Gateways,
Oh,
the gates.
Station on the 25th.
Yeah.
This month?
Yes.
Nice.
Where do you go to get your pass, Jody?
We'll have,
Bagger kiosk.
Oh, okay.
or you can, or we can get them. You can get your annual pass and stuff here.
Pretty, you just come up and pay your fee and they can do it right here.
Yeah,
A
we had to sit down and work those details out, but yes,
lot of people have been talking about it. They want to get the pass.
yeah.
4% on a credit card.
Well, I mean, we're not gonna turn it on and
It would apply to that too.
some time to do all that.
There's everything. Okay, so this is our operating budget, and I just want to say, the asterisk, so this is less capital and not and less internal transfers, so this is just for operating. So expenses are 23.3 million. That's about a 1.5 increase over last year. As you can see, I broke it down into the funds. So general fund, it's about 450,000 increase, public utilities, 780,000 increase. Debt service, now that dollar amount is for the proposed Texas Water Development Board amount. We don't know what's going to happen with that, but I want to throw something in there to plan for it. So we're not blindsided. Hotel motel, we have 90,000 increase, and then in the beach and the ports, we're actually decreasing funds for operating. For the revenue, that's about 23.5 million revenue budget. That's an increase of 1.4 from last year. The general fund, as you can see, is 724,000 increase. Public utility is 545. We're decreasing our revenues in debt service. That would be due to the lower tax rate. Hotel motel is increasing by 100,000. H fund 192,000. Ports and harbors decreasing by 20. So for general fund, I just want to notate each one why. So general fund is increasing because we are now saying 98% for the property taxes rather than 96. So that did increase our budgeted revenues. And then public utility fund, I'm proposing, I put in the increase for the water rate for the undivided. So that is why those revenues,
It's the $6 or whatever.
$6.95.
Yeah.
When are we gonna get the rate studies?
I have not heard back from them. I need to email them.
I
to
think
see if
initially they
they're
were talking about November.
The plan is for them to present to council in November,
Yeah, so we can implement in
so
January.
we can implement in January. So I need to actually email them to see where they're at. Hotel motel, I'm anticipating that we are going to see more. We actually went over our budget this year, so I'm just going to, I mean, with the birding festival, I think we did get increased tourism.
Do TERS impact hotel hot funds at all?
No.
So it would be a separate fund.
So if there's any plant construction starting, that will usually affect it because a lot of contractor use.
As long as they stay less than 30 days.
Yeah.
So the beach fund increase is due to the gate fees?
Actually, the beach fund is, I increased the gate fees to what we were getting before. I don't know what it's going to look like since it's new, so I'm just going to assume that we're gonna get the same revenue as we were when we were charging the gate fees. I did decrease RV rentals though, obviously. That did not pan out this year like we thought it was, so I don't want to assume the same revenue if it's going to stay exactly as it was this year.
But this 992.
That's from grant reimbursements as well. So, and then ports and harbors, that's decreasing because I believe we're not sure, Bloodworth, who's they're are at the Harbor Refuge. They were here all last year, but I think that we're anticipating that they're not going to be here anymore.
They're
And
scheduled within the next couple of months.
so I'm not going to assume that revenue anymore.
There, it's dredge down there. They've been paying like $7,000 a month. And they're trying to sell the dredge. And so we won't have that revenue.
Yeah, so that's why there's a decrease there. Okay, so then this is just a little visual graph of the operating budget. You can clearly see that obviously general fund on both ends is the bulk of our budget. Along with public utility. Just a little visual. Okay, and then I'm going to start with hotel occupancy. It's not gonna go necessarily in order. I'm gonna try and get the easy ones out of the way, so to speak. So that way somebody can go about the rest of the day. So we'll start with hotel occupancy.
What page is that in the budget?
And so in pages 144 to 148. So plot funds, there is a 16% increase in revenue with the projected rise in the hotel motel tax payments from more heads and beds. 11% increase in expenditures. So what we have in here is there's $20,000 proposed increase in contracted services for Avenue to do a 360 compliance for those STRs. So we already contract with them to audit our hotels. This would be in addition for them to also audit our short-term rentals as well. And also make sure that they're fully compliant with noise and any other sort of with our ordinance, essentially. We still have Gateway signage sign project in there. This is a carryover capital project from last year. And then we do need to do our annual tourism contract with the chamber.
Yeah, and
If you wanted, I didn't know.
on that one, Tanya and I have been talking about it. And the current contract ends in September. And so we're
2025.
Yeah, so we're bringing a new contract to council at the September meeting. And we've been looking at it, and with the significant increase in events and everything that that the chamber is doing for us with events and tourism, proposing to increase that rate from currently 190,000 a year to 125,000 a year. And again, minding that we haven't increased it at all since we started back in 2016, except a couple of years ago, we added 15,000 to it for communications. This first year, however, we're we're looking at just increasing or just paying them 110,000 because we have one of our vehicles, which is a 2017 Chevy truck. Anyway, deeding that over or transferring the title over to the chamber for that vehicle, which Enterprise has valued at approximately $15,000. One of the issues that we've run into is that Tanya is often having to use her personal vehicle or scab other people's vehicles to move around all the equipment and props and whatever she needs for all the events, because she can't drive a city vehicle because she's not a city employee, so it will not fit under our insurance. So this way, we've got, and instead of trying to sell off this one vehicle that we do have, that we've declared surplus, the proposal is to transfer that title to the chamber, become a chamber vehicle. Chamber will have insurance on it and she can drive it and do what she needs to do in her service of the city with the events. And so this first year, we would, just basically do a swap. And we're gonna pay them 110,000 for the contract this year with the addition of the vehicle, and then the 125 would start following year. And again, they would be 3-year. I think we've been doing 3-year contracts.
What percentage of the chamber budget is our tourism contract with the chamber?
I don't know. What percentage of the chamber budget is our contract?
As far as overall chamber budget itself for chamber activities is totally separate. This is a separate, everything events goes to events. We're paying a second person now, which actually, if you want to look at it right now, this chamber is starting to subsidize that, and we got to get away from that.
Our contract is with the chamber.
Yeah, contracts with the chamber.
So the 10,000 goes directly to the chamber.
To the chamber, correct.
So what percentage of that overall chamber budget is that contract? That's
The overall, it's about 50%.
about half.
Yeah.
And then how many people do the chamber employ?
Chamber employees total 3 and then more as needed, and we really need to add another person.
Is there any synergy between chamber tourism events and tourism events and they're completely separate? Or?
Chamber events are chamber events. City events are tourism events are tourism events. Or it could be assisting other organizations. A lot of our services come with assisting other organizations, working with, run people. Not chamber event, it's not a city event, but it's a community event. And so our services come into play with that.
Well, I guess my thought is it is a community event and the hotels benefit when we throw an event, but yet the hotel isn't paying, they're not paying for any of that, the city's paying. So, so through our tours and events, we're helping chamber members.
Helping everybody in the community, whether they're a chamber member or anybody. Again, we're putting heads in beds, which is our function.
I'm just wondering if, should the city be funding 100% of these tours and things, or should we? It's benefiting everybody, not
What's with which?
chamber. That's something to think about.
Okay, so that's the only slide that I have for hot funds. So if there's no other discussion on that one, I will move forward with courts and arbors.
Unless anybody's got any particular questions.
Questions on the hot funds budget.
I can tell you, when we started with our contract, we were contracted for 2 events, flip flop and a block fit.
We have more events now.
And now
I mean, we have events. If you see on those are putting heads in beds, promoting the arts.
146 has a list of the
On the
events.
goals for 20, so on the hotel motel, one is develop Lighthouse Beach Camping Ground. Is that a hot funds are paying for that?
Which are you talking?
He's talking about, I think, remember, you're supposed to develop Lighthouse Beach Camping Ground, like a marketing.
A marketing campaign.
Yeah, a marketing.
Okay, so that marketing campaign benefits the city, doesn't benefit the chamber.
Bring people into.
It'll bring people
Bring
into
people
camping.
into the RV park, which directly benefits the city. And I went back and, I looked at my calendar from last year and actually counted it up. I represented or facilitated 154 meetings during the most recent calendar year on behalf of the city of Fort Lawton. That's going to PIO regional meetings, other, tourism type meetings, the birding festival convention where I'm representing the city of Fort Lavaca. I'm not taking anything there from Fort Lavaca Chamber of Commerce. I'm taking and I'm promoting Fort Lavaca, the city as a whole.
And then on the hotel event stays, we've got some pretty significant numbers for most of these, but
Well, and I looked at what I put in and what's in the book, and it is different. Star Spangled Bay Bash is attendees, that's not hotel stays.
Yeah, we had to fix that because it was kind of all over the place, so we weren't really sure.
The same with the art. Those are attendees. Those should be up in the attendees numbers, not down in the.
okay.
Star Spangled Bay Bash.
Yeah, Star Spangled Bay Bash. We don't have 4,500 rooms to. I mean, that was estimated attendance.
Yeah.
And the same with the art walk. It was estimated it's not hotel. And I do see in what I provided that might not have been totally clear because I had attendees. And then in fact, it doesn't like it all printed out in what I provided. Yeah.
Just needs to be moved up.
And so then Warriors Weekend, we're still doing 15,000. Is that a sufficient amount? I mean, is that-
That's a sufficient amount for right now. I think they will come back at some point and ask for more, but they get a lot of donations too.
They specifically use them for our hotels here
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have really.
in Victoria. They don't use Victoria's so much.
Not so much, maybe it's some overflow, but they try to fill our hotels first and they provide receipts that show that.
Yes.
Because they pay for them, the attendees don't pay for them, so it's really easy for them to provide receipts.
What page is Ports and Harbors?
Ports and Harbors.
Pretty food and pretty food.
137.
And Jim is not here because his back went out. He's stuck.
Some highlights for the Ports and Harbors. So we have included in here 4% allowance for merit increases. Goals 4,765. And we do have to propose PMRS plan change to 2-1, which that increase is 3,094. We have 873,000 funding one-time capital. So overall, 525 days or 17 and a half months operating reserves and a balanced budget. So some revenue highlights. I've said a couple of these already, but total port revenues, 1.4 million, a 3% decrease in revenue over prior year. There's a 50% decrease due to the anticipated decrease in dockage. That would be the Bloodworth. And then we have the grant revenue. We have the reimbursement from the Texas Park and Wildlife for the breakwater, and then we have the public access boardwalk, that's Smith Harbor. And then just a little graph that just kind of shows where the majority of our revenue is coming from, and it is, this year it is dock leases and grants.
we officially put Smith Harbor under the Port Commission.
We have not done that.
So page 137, so there's a 5% increase in the port expenses. We have just some noteworthy increases. We have an $11,000 increase for cameras to be located at the Nautical Landing Marina. And then we have the 200,000 capital project for bulkheading along the north side of Smith Harbor. And the 150,000 for the repairs to the Nautical Landing parking lot, which go hand in hand with that grant. And then on the side there, you'll just see a graph that sees where the bulk of the expenses are coming from, and this year it's all capital. For half it's capital.
But to clarify, Mayor, the revenue generated from Poor Boys is revenue.
Yes.
Yes.
What's that sundry?
Sundry.
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 So that would be transfers, internal transfers. So it's just miscellaneous kind of.
So the 96,000 transfer from Fund One is what?
That is the general fund for the property taxes.
Very close.
Okay, so is there any questions on ports?
Do we have any updates for Port Commission that they've had?
Just the two, or the two capital projects for the bulkheading along the Smith Harbor and.
Yeah, and actually tomorrow, now that we have bid pricing in for the bulkheading, they're gonna talk about whether we want to issue the task order for Urban to go ahead and design bulkheading, the rest of the bulkheading that was permitted in Smith Harbor and move Poor Boys. So we're going to start that discussion. We're waiting to get some bid pricing in to have a realistic idea, can we afford this or not?
And just to make note, another project, it's not in the budget because it's grant funds, but it is a capital project. It's the repair and replacement of the pipe culverts. That's all grant funds. Yeah.
And yeah, that's.
Where's that? That's in the grant rating?
That would be in the capital.
And actually this morning I did get an email. I was going to understand exactly what they're asking me. It sounds like we're very, very close to having a contract on for that money, but it's still going to be several months before we can actually spend anything. But we should be able to start contracting our consultants very soon.
What's the timeline for redoing the parking lot there at Nautical Landing?
What Urban decided to split that project into two projects once he got started talking to contractors, because clearly there are different skill sets between the water work and the parking lot. And so anyway, he told me within a couple weeks, he should have the review drawings for the parking lot. And then we will be getting with the Clean Coast Texas folks and going over that with them for any pointers or changes regarding the green infrastructure, drainage aspects of it. So I would think we'd be ready to bid that within the next couple months.
But we got to do all the bulkhead stuff first.
No, we don't have to, they're not mutually exclusive. It's just he went ahead and got this one out the door. Shirley and Sons is not gonna build a parking lot. That's not what they do. So,
Is their equipment going to tear up the parking lot or anything?
I mean, it's not, no more, I mean, if anything substantially torn up, they would fix it, but we'll be redoing that parking lot here in short order anyway. But yeah, if they leave any big ruts or something, they'll fix it.
Maybe like 6 months, we'll have a parking lot.
Well, by the time we bid, I mean, it's gonna take them at least maybe 6 months to build it. So 6 to 8 months. It's gonna, yeah, nothing happens fast anymore. Yeah.
So, Jody, on the goal where it says continue maintaining lease agreements, do we have like a revenue target? I mean, so what's a business? So we're trying to grow the business. Do we have like a 4% annual revenue increase? target that was gonna?
Well, the target,
That you can actually measure as opposed to continue, continue means nothing.
I mean, all the leases that we have will at most increase by municipal cost index because it's built into the lease. But any new leases that come up, which this coming year, we'll probably have one. We haven't put that into a percentage, but I can look at that.
We're out there.
Yeah, but the problem is bring them into what? Now, if we're talking about the marina, that's a different story because the marina, now that we have the breakwater finally complete. Yes, the Port Commission needs to sit down and we'll start having that discussion as far as redoing the rates and coming up with some goals to attract people to the marina. Yes. As far as harbor refuge or city harbor, there's really, right now anyway, there's no lease available, we can attract people here, but there's nothing to offer them until we have something that's available, which I think track 3 will become available next year.
So could we get the business plan or a strategic plan from the port to let us know what their thought processes are?
Yeah. We will talk about
Like a rough framework.
Yeah. Yeah, we can.
Okay.
So moving into general. Okay, so it's the general, are you going?
We'll get on that, project on the railroad cover, that harbor.
That's the one we just mentioned that we're waiting on the $9.1 million to come in. I did get an email this morning. It looks like the contract is drafted. It was telling me it wanted me to fill something out, but I didn't see what they were talking about, so I sent her an email back. But it looks like it's very close to being ready to be signed by the mayor. Once it's signed by the mayor, the first things we have to do is contract for our consultants. And then once in that one in particular, we'll be consulting with contract with Mott McDonald, and then it'll take them a good Mott McDonald, and it'll take them a while to get those plans together, I would think.
They're architects and
They're engineers. They're engineers. Yeah.
Over a year.
Well, it's gonna take them, I would think at least realistically 6 months, get the plans and everything, and then of course GLO has to approve all those plans before we can go out for bids. So it's still a ways down the road.
Yeah, been going on for a while.
Well, we don't have the money. We haven't done anything because we can't do anything until we get the money. Yeah, because again, if we did anything before we got the money, then we wouldn't get reimbursed.
So general fund highlights. So we have included the 4% allowance for merit increases, which totals $171,491.
Does that doesn't include the 119,000 for the step up?
Oh, talking about when we did the
Salary?
compensations and then to do the compo review, that is not.
Okay, could, in the summary here where it says 4% increase, could we brief on also the increase for the step up or whatever?
Well, I mean, it includes their new rate. It does include their new rate. So, I mean,
4% increase the 160,000?
the 4% is in addition to whatever we had stepped up
There right now.
as individuals, where we're at right now.
So they're both increased. 4% is an increase on.
Yes, I think.
So I was just wondering if we could reflect that.
Yeah. Okay, so then we also have the proposed TMRS plan change to 2-to-1, which is a $124,401 increase.
You might explain exactly what that is.
Yeah, so right now with TMRS, we're at 1.5 to 1. So employees, they're contributing 5% of their paycheck to their retirement, and then we match it 1.5, which it's 5.77% right now. It changes depending on pretty much who comes and goes to fluctuate what we have to match. So The majority of cities have 2-to-1, which is essentially us matching 2-to-1 from the employees. So with the employees to continue to contribute 5%, TMRS has already given me the increase if we were to plan to change, and it would be 9.03% that the city would be contributing.
Every dollar.
Yeah.
And I think I'd sent you guys a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, so that.
Something where the most all cities except for one has changed to the 2-to-1. But even that one had gone to 20-year.
Yeah, so there's.
thing, and we're still at 25.
Plans that you can essentially, I mean, there's the 2-to-1, 1.5-to-1. You can be a 20-year city or a 25-year city, which means, to retire, you have to be here for 25 years. And then you can change the employees rate as well, if you want to. So to Jody's point, we took a look at all the comparative cities around, and everybody except for like 1 or 2 or 2. It just seems like that's a common change that's going around it's an employment incentive. I mean, for their retirement.
And the thing that kind of struck me is, I think you were telling me that, if you're in a city, or maybe it's Joe, if you're in a city that's 2-to-1, but then you move to a city that's 1.5-to-1, that's where you retire, you're stuck.
Like this, it makes you, most cities are going to 20-year cities. And they're at 2-to-1, so you can retire in 20 years, because put more money in so you retire 20 years. But once you start with let's say you start here in Board of Life, work 25-year city, you go to Victoria afterwards, you're stuck at a 25, you gotta work 25 years in order to be able to retire. If you started in Victoria first, they're a 20-year city, you come over here, you can retire after 20 years.
Yeah, it follows you. So if you start off at one city, like he says, and it's 20 years, it doesn't matter what other city you go to, what theirs is, it's gonna follow where.
There's cities that are 2-to-1 are 20-year cities now, because you get that more money in there quicker, so you can retire, after 20.
But at this point, we're still proposing to be a 20.
Yeah, so the only change that we're proposing this year that's in these figures is just to go from 1.5-to-1 to 2-to-1. So the employee rate would stay at 5%, and we would still continue to be a 25-year city.
Because to be a 20-year city would cost.
Either way you do it, it's going to cost us more money. So it doesn't matter if we change the employee rate, go to 20 years, it's gonna be an additional cost. But we want to start somewhere.
So every new employee gets the 2-to-1 right off the bat. But you're not vested until 25 years.
You're vested after 5 years.
5
But you can't retire
You can't retire until after 25.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, so you only get the employee or the employer portion after 5 years. You're vested. So. Yeah.
What kind of stuff, DRS allow you to invest in different things, or is it just they control the investment?
They control the investment. Yeah, they handle everything for us.
What's the rate?
That we contribute?
Yeah.
Returning?
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, I don't know. That's a good question. I wouldn't, I can look that up actually.
I was trying to log in so that I could
Yeah.
answer that question, but my computer doesn't have my password.
Can you access your retirement funds online?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
You have every employee has a portal, and actually I think they require it to have a portal now. And you can go on there and see your retirement, see how many years, if you're vested yet, see future outlook if you decide to retire at whatever age, and it'll show you what you could get.
You take a loan out against your retirement?
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty common.
Yeah.
No, the only one that has to do with is.
Yeah.
But that's separate from.
Yeah, that's separate. That's a optional.
TMRS won't let you
Touch anything.
touch anything.
What about when you turn 59.5?
If you've got 25 years in, you can.
Well, it's 25 for retirement age, so yes, I believe 59.5. So you need to, yeah, so. Good. Also, what we have in here is an additional post FTE, but if you want to wait for police department to discuss that one. It would be an administrative assistant. We have 779,339 funding of one-time capital. Oh, actually, that's an error on my part. That's not one-time capital, that's just one-time expenses, not capital. That includes the merit increase and the TMS fund change. So, and then we have the 2.2 million pretty much funding for the capital expenses. So at the end of it, we have 208 days or 7 months of operating reserves and a balanced budget.
So 779.
779 is funding of operating expenses, not capital. So,
Oh, that's everything.
yeah, total just additional operating that we this year, not capital. Okay. So this is just a graphic highlight of the general fund. As you can see, for revenues, 82% is coming from taxes. That's property taxes, sales tax, franchise taxes, all taxes. And then expenses, you can see that we spend 50% of the budget is on salary and benefits. Okay, and this is just another little visual of our revenue and operating expense. It's goes hand in hand for what, past 5 years. So not too much of a change, just looking at it. It's fluctuating all the same.
Going back to the, yeah, last chart. Revenues, where does the rental income show on that?
Bauer,
Well, just for general fund.
rental would be for Bauer and Bayfront, I believe. So, and that would go into user service parts.
That includes like nautical landings rental.
Nautical landings is going to ports. That's-
Ports.
yeah.
Can you go back to that one more time? Sorry.
This one?
Wonderful.
That one. No, it's cool. Okay, cool.
Oh. Okay, so some revenue highlights. So I wanted to just kind of give on the property tax side, a breakdown of how we come up with the percent of the collections that we're receiving that's in the budget. So essentially you can see that the total tax roll, and this includes any that are under ARB review, less exemptions, which gives us the total tax value, and then we times it by the tax rate, divided by 100, and then we get the estimated tax levy. And then we times that by the 98%. And then we get that 5.7. So, and then just to break it down even more, of that 5.7 million of M&O, which is going to general fund, is the 5.1 million, and then for debt is the 577,000.
And the exemptions are what council's previously.
Yes, so the homestead, the
Taxes.
all of those exemptions.
Yes.
So other revenue highlights, so the sales tax. That is actually, I'm decreasing that by 1.67%. Last year, we had it projected to be 3.7 million we were gonna receive. That's just not realistic. So we don't close, but I'm not going to say that we're going to get that if that's just not what's happening right now. So realistically speaking, we're putting it to whatever our actual revenues were for FY 2024.
Yeah.
Permit revenue, that increased, that's increasing 18.81%. That's largely due to the transition to SMART. So that's the platform that we have now that allows permits and licenses to be issued online. So
Is the cost of the SMART deducted from that 18%?
that would be in the expense side.
So this is just on.
This is just revenue.
Are we breaking even or is it?
I actually haven't done an analysis on that, but I could. Markup is, I think the annual, we're definitely making more than that platform costs. I think it's maybe 15,000 a year,
Like any of CVs.
something like that.
So because it's easier to get a permit, more people are doing it?
Yes, think so. Yes. So, you know, prior to SmartGov, the only way you were able to get a permit was to come here in person and then get a permit from whoever the permit clerk was. Now you can go online and do it, or, I mean, it's just streamlined it. I think a lot of it has also been the fact of the matter is that you have people being more honest about getting permits as well. But you have any insight on that?
Construction has gone up too. And then also, being proactive, driving around more,
Yeah,
catching people not, working without permits.
thank you, Derek.
What kind of construction you talking about?
Any?
Residential?
Banners, anything like that. Oh, that's right, we don't collect those.
Tim, answer your question from earlier, 6.91%.
TMRS?
The return on.
Good job, Derek.
So for interest income, I am proposing to decrease that by 30%. Rates, I think as we all know, are projected to continue to decline. Right now, we had the revenue set at 500,000 a year. That's not conservative anymore or realistic. The rates are going to continue to decline. So I'm trying to put them at a more conservative dollar amount for the year. Grant revenue, 64.98% increase due to the reimbursement, the Matagorda Bay Kitchens property purchase.
That was a good buy though, that property, I think.
Yeah, well, we haven't bought it yet. We're still,
Well,
it's still in the court system, but we're
it's
getting
getting,
in there.
Essentially, I'm budgeting for us to get the grant reimbursement and then on the other side, also purchase the property as well.
Well, now that we have the grant position, are we giving more grants and stuff? Because
I think so.
I mean, we're like maxed out, I think, but yeah, we are.
No, I think that in facing this year and last year, we're getting a lot more grants than before.
Yeah.
And well, because now we have a person to take care of that stuff for us. We have time.
they're actively going out looking for grants.
Yes.
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 Yeah.
More so. Yes. Oh, yeah, she emails quite a lot to whatever department head and me and Jody, and she'll say,
Then, I mean, she
researching other grants that we.
researching and we have found some we're looking into. We just, realistically, we understand that just because there's a grant there and we maybe even have a project, we have to look at the details and see, how we would score. Is it realistic to spend because any grant, it spends a lot of our time, resources and money sometimes to actually apply. And if there's little chance we're going to get it, I'm not going to waste my time. But yes, we're looking at a lot of that. Yeah.
The grant writer positions to do that work then.
She's doing a lot of that. Sometimes if it comes into like detail, technical parts of it, I'll do that or Wayne or
whatever department.
Background part of it, yeah.
Okay. So next up is, we're going to talk about city council first. So that's on page 45. 9% increase in the overall budget. With this budget includes the adopted increase of 10% for one council member, and then partial year increase for 3 council members for the May elections. Supplemental request would be an increase of $1,500 to travel and training budget for anticipated increase in training request. Does anyone have any questions on city council? So city secretary, that's on page 52.
Well, I do have one question. So how does council get a $1,500 telephone charge?
That's.
What does that go against council?
It's for the cell phones for Verizon. So mayor has a cell phone and I believe Daniel has one as well. And then also, actually that is it.
$750 in cell phone?
And I believe there's an iPad that's associated with the city council department as well.
So what I got on council with $300 was for this type of things. The city.
Costs have gone up. But I can get that.
Also, since they, my salary and increases, I don't.
No,
Like one,
no, I have you zeroed out on my payroll.
no, I'll just.
No, I do not include that.
Yeah.
And look into that cell phone.
Well, I'd like to see a list of all the city cell phones. Again, we had it, or it just got crazy. And so then we went back and we considerably reduced the amount of cell phones out there.
Well,
Just want to make sure we're not creeping back up again.
yeah, and I will tell you, actually, this past year, we did do a reconciliation of Verizon. And any sort of the AT&T for all of the departments. So we did actually get rid of quite a few, because there were some that did, but I can take a look again. Yeah, it does. No, it does. I mean, you have a department, maybe didn't tell someone to disconnect a phone and then we're just over here paying for it or whatever, things happen. So, but no, we can look into that again. Thanks. Okay, city secretaries on page 52. The secretary is, there's a 4% decrease in overall budget. Supplemental requests are an increase of $100 in uniforms for the purchase of city logo shirts. An increase of $1,000 in travel and training budget for anticipated increase in training opportunities. I'll tell you that the reason for the decrease is because last year we had budgeted $20,000 for scanning, and this year we're not budgeting that much for it. So that is the reason for the decrease.
We left some in
We
there.
left some, we just,
Like 10
I
or.
think it was 30,000 total last year, and this year we're just leaving 10.
Well, on the goals, we got the assistant city secretary completing the clerk's certification program. Is she gonna move to be the board administrator?
No,
That's for the citizens.
I'm gonna let Lorena, shine on this, okay? So she's gonna present. the
Are we gonna
goals and
present?
everything.
So if you have any questions about it, Lorena's gonna give you the answer.
Right now.
I'm just in summary, but if you have a question about city secretary, okay.
The question you're asking, that's actually for city secretary training. It's not for the court clerk.
Okay.
So that's what TMCCP. So that the TMCCP is it's court municipal clerks, but it's for city secretary training. It's not for court clerk. So that's what the certification that I'm working on right now.
Any steps is there on that?
It's 4 modules. It's like a 2 to 3 year program. So I have to go to the classes. I have to do the modules. My goal is to do a module per year. So that's what I have here on the goals.
Are the classes online?
No. Some are, but I can only take 1 virtual per year to qualify. Everything else I have to go. That's why the increase on the cell phone training.
Where are the classes at?
Denton, so they go
All over the
all
place?
over the place. And unfortunately for me, the majority are gonna be farther than closer for the city secretary. They try to centralize it since all of Texas has to go to these courses.
Yeah. Denton's a long way off.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So next up, we have municipal court. That's on page 58. There's a 1% decrease overall budget. Supplemental requests, there's an increase of $150 in postage for anticipated cost of postage.
Well, back on the city secretary, I'm just looking at so salaries and wages went up 3%, the health insurance was up 4%.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
The health insurance, I was looking, so in some of these areas, do we not get an increase in health insurance this year?
No.
No,
No,
I
it's,
don't think you might miss that meeting. No, it's nothing, it's the same.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's good. No.
so no increase for health this year. Municipal court paid 58, so supplemental request, there was an increase of 150 in postage. Increase of 250 in uniforms for the purchase of city logo shirts. And the reason for the decrease, the slight decrease, is we had a clerk transfer over to PD, so I'm budgeting for a vacant position, essentially.
So on this, for the municipal court judge, looking at getting online or Zoom to magistrate,
Okay.
that come out of this budget?
Yes, and if it doesn't come out of, if it's that, it might come out of the technology department within a specific line item for municipal court.
That isn't in here.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Because he's talked to.
No, I talked to him this morning, actually, and that we will look into trying to figure out how much that's gonna cost. And look
For
at
Zoom.
for the, to be able to do virtual registration, yes.
What's so on the court then for our clerks, what's the philosophy of what level are we trying to get them up to and the professional?
For the first year on, for the court clerks, our goal is to get them to certification level 1. And they can't test for level 1 until they complete that full year. They have to go to a boot camp, and then after they complete that year, they go and they do their testing. So our goal is to do that. After that, progressively, the level 2 is a lot harder. So they projectively maybe like 2 years, so they have to study for that. And there is a level 3 after that, which that one takes a lot longer because that one's gonna be more training on that. They actually have to go and do some on-site training at other facilities. We haven't had a clerk that does that, but eventually they would go maybe to like Victoria, Rockport, any of the surrounding courts to earn those hours that they need for that level 3 certification.
So are we trying to interest them into getting to level?
Absolutely.
Stop it.
Yeah, at this time, we have one vacancy and we have one, and she's barely completing the year, so we're at the beginning level of that, but the goal, yes, absolutely.
And so I guess, do you take annual training too
Yes,
for the court?
on the court, yes.
Okay. Is that in here?
We all, the judge and all the clerks, myself included, all have the court training.
Okay.
Are there any other questions or discussion for these departments? So into city manager, which is page 47. There is a 51% increase in overall budget. Supplemental requests include an increase of $250 in promotional advertising for Scenic Texas annual fee, an increase of $50,000 for the contracted services to complete the Parks Master Plan and the Fund the Turf Creation Agreement. We have a capital improvement request, which include the $150,000 for Nautical Landing parking improvements, $100,000 for the Southern Pacific Depot improvements, $529,500 for the Matagorda Bay Kitchen Property Project. So of that increase, that is all the capital, which is why there's a huge increase. I think last year you only had one capital, I believe. It's like 54%.
That's the overall for.
Overall, yeah, overall.
That would be
And that's all the capital.
capital.
Yeah.
Yes.
So in the contracted services of one.
That contracted services actually decreased.
Yeah.
Because we, in that line item, essentially, last year, we had the Parks Master Plan. We had, we had the Gateway signage project in there as well. We removed that because that's actually supposed to be for hot funds. So that's why there's a decrease, and we're not budgeting for the full amount for the Parks Master Plan because it's like halfway finished. So just budgeting, I believe, actually just for 50,000.
Just out of curiosity, I think you had said about a third of the kitchen property had seawall. Is that right? That's concrete.
Oh, there's
Waterfront.
a part of the property is by the original 1920.
You don't know the approximate.
Off the top of my head, I remember what that, I mean, I've got that number, but I don't remember what it is, but it's eroding behind that seawall.
Yeah, that's a problem there.
Yeah, but there, I don't, it's probably, gosh, it's at least 100 feet, if not more. I'm trying to remember that, you know, that it goes all the way from the direction of South Street.
So there's what, about 600 feet of shoreline? But it's not even a third.
I mean, it's, the whole thing's less than 2 acres, it's about 2 acres or so. It's not a huge piece of property.
But then it's not 600 feet. Right, because most of the acreage is not on the shoreline. Spread out. Okay, thank you. I just have curiosity. We do need to protect it.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the plan. It's just, we don't, we're trying to, purchase property first and then.
I have all the, I mean, I have all the.
But now,
We can't.
could, but if you,
Yeah.
and you're a real follower.
I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
No,
I mean, it's a good presentation.
I can have them start presenting it.
It presents their own budget.
Well, I mean,
They're all.
they're here to present it.
I know you all.
I mean, that is the idea. She's doing a summary and then they'll come present what they're.
Yeah, I'm just doing a brief summary, and they're here to discuss. Is there any other questions on city manager?
I mean, yeah.
Take a few minute breaks and.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Right? Yeah. That's nice. Stopped up.
We'll go to human resources now. On page 55.
Five.
3% increase in overall budget. And we got the request of 400 in office supplies for the increase.
Oh, and the-
Supplies, increase of 1,000 for employee relations, miscellaneous expenses such as service rewards and employee appreciation day. And then an increase of $1,500 in contracted services for fingerprinting, background checks, and other onboarding process.
On the goals for here, it says continue downward trend for TML loss claims.
Yes.
What kind of, are we talking?
Workers' compensation.
So what's the actual, I mean, continue, what's the measure?
From what we get from TML.
Every year, I guess, to continue to.
Yeah.
Like you're saying, what's the measure? Where do we want to be at? Or where, what's the goal to be at? I just don't really have one. It's just, we just want to continue to decline it, but I guess we could set an actual
The whole goal per department is 0.
Right, I mean, that.
Yeah, I mean, for workers' comp,
So
yeah.
how do we, I mean, so for a goal to be a goal, we have to be doing something to attain the goal. If we're not, are we actually doing anything?
Oh, yeah, we're doing a.
I mean, that's what kind of goes hand in hand with our safety program.
What are
Well,
we doing what are we doing to try to reduce this number rather than it just happening?
Okay, so, and I can speak for my department because 3 of my people just recently took hits. So with our safety program, we have documented safe forms. So, and it's a 3 strikes rule. You get 3 safe forms and you're found at fault for that, you lose 75% of your safety incentive.
Okay.
So it's 25% per strike. So the incentive to not get hurt or have an accident or any kind of incident is that you get your full safety incentive at the end of the year.
What is the safety? Much?
it depends.
Percent of salary or is it fixed?
It's a fixed amount. It's, I think, believe it's 25,000 for the general fund, 5 for public utilities, and then 500 for the other department or funds. But the way that the calculation goes in the spreadsheet to configure what everyone gets is it's also based off of, yes, it's based off the fixed amount, but the fixed amount gets kind of calculated based off how many eligible employees we have at that year. And who gets 100% of what they needed to get done to get the safety incentive.
Close to $100 per quarter.
Yeah, about, I mean, it's, I think every year it ranges, it's pretty much it's $400 if you get 100% done. If you reached every aspect of the incentive, it's like for 400.
Yeah, we just had a meeting. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be there. We had a meeting
With TML.
and that was one of the things they were helping us, to, new ideas to keep our safety.
So the goal next year is safety runs fiscal year as well. So the goal, TML came essentially and talked to all the department heads. And they have a program, and I know Wayne knows about it. It's called Road Ready. And TML essentially, they're going to help us get road ready by helping us with our citywide meetings. So our TML rep, she can come and present driving. This essentially is for driving. And we haven't touched or gone over driving since 2019. Yeah, so it's been a long time coming for that, for vehicles wise training. But TML essentially has a list of trainings that we can go over besides just road ready, but that is our goal for next year, is to do road ready.
And bottom line, I mean, we're more trying to be more active in taking advantage of what TML.
Yes, yes.
So the
There were a lot
individual,
of resources.
Yes.
so each individual's personal goal is 0. But as a city, what is our,
I guess I would say for the workers' comp, the goal is 0. I mean, we don't want any workers' comp claims in the year.
when you say the trend, so how much in claims did we have this year?
I can get you that information. I don't have that. And like I said, we'll have a comprehensive report at the end of the fiscal year that will present at the safety banquet. But
Yeah.
So you had a guy that had 3 safety events, or is it 3 different people with one?
3 different people with us.
So.
But I have 2 guys that have 2 events in different.
So when we're looking at their merit, then, I mean, does this influence how much merit? they get?
So for them, yes, because these were not injury, these weren't workers' comp events, these were safety incidents. Because we don't just keep track of workers' comp incidents, we keep track of everything.
Every
Everything.
yeah, air misses and everything.
So in these 2 events, equipment was damaged
Okay.
and they were at fault. So that shows up as that. And yes, when I have people out there that are not paying attention while they're operating heavy equipment, I mean, that counts against their merit because they're not paying attention, and not paying attention in my industry can result in severe injury or death.
And so the city employee safety program, what's that gonna do?
That is when, we've been doing these workshops on the employee policies. So I have 2 more chapters left, and then at the end of the employee handbook is our safety program policies. I'm going to hit all 3 on the next workshop for us to go over. So that way we can have new ideas or anything like that to go over for the new year.
So, I mean, I don't know how Justin is. Where I work, we have a personal goal, and then we have a department goal, and then we have an overall company goal. Say, each one, if you get the goal, then you get the full amount, but this wasn't a safety, this is usually bump your raise. So, I mean.
Well, I mean, and that.
If you're the person who makes a safety event and it impacts every employee in the city.
Tim, that's the way it was when I was with the city before.
Yeah.
And it got changed somewhere. I am an advocate for going back to that, but I mean, we're gonna study it and look and, maybe because I know there were some reasons why the city went away from that. And so we're gonna sit down and we're gonna look at all that and maybe come up with somewhere in between.
Okay.
Yeah, it was the old policy, and Jody sent it to me a long time ago. It does do that on a personal department level. And then, yes, it's.
But I mean, if you don't actually, people learn to work together better. If you have an incentive.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Then you also mentioned a couple meetings ago that every department head has a revenue goal, right?
Every department has goals and indicators that are like, as you see in here in this budget, and then obviously every department head should be giving their individual employees goals for the year as well.
But does each department have a goal that, you know, they'll be at no more than 105% of budget or 95% of budget? I mean, do they have actual goals that they measure it against?
For as a percentage of the budget, I don't. I mean, I would assume that they would.
Be looking at that, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, you're saying at the end of the year, where they landed at the end of their budget year, if they actually. No, I guess, yeah, I mean.
The two most important.
What, are you saying like a percent?
Like, I think he's saying like,
Of their budget?
yeah, I think.
It should be you should be.
No, but I mean, ideally, you've been budgeted that. I mean, there's one way to look at that. If the reason why you didn't.
Well, he's saying like, okay.
Get busy and do it, that, you know, although you save money, you didn't get anything accomplished either. You gotta look at it holistically. Is the way I look at it. It's not just a flat out black and white number.
That's true.
Because I mean, you see budgeted to do certain projects. Well, I'm gonna sit back, I'm not gonna do any work, and I'm gonna look great because I didn't spend any money.
Yeah, that's therefore then you didn't what we're here for. You're
To invest and make wise choices with the citizens' tax dollars.
I mean,
The other side of that coin, you could take my utilities department. I can budget all day long and just watch it closely like a hawk. But I'm not Nostradamus. I can't see the future, and one bad main break could just blow my entire budget.
yes, or a hurricane or something like, I mean.
All I'm saying is it's something to look at, yes, but it's not all by itself. You can't look at that as back. You've got to look at the holistic picture.
Thinks that way?
I guess so.
Okay.
What are you looking for? Going over budget or not, or coming in under budget? Or
I mean, you-
Right on budget.
You want to be.
You want to be
on budget.
To be on budget. Yeah.
I want to be on budget.
Or close.
Don't want, yeah.
So I don't know. So that's one of the big department head. I mean, if this is your budget, if you put a budget. I mean, there are occasionally, things that happen, that
Right.
things that are within your control, you better be in control.
I mean,
And
I
that
think
budget
that
is
is
set up for
our
the goals.
goal,
Yes, that is the goal.
to be fiducially responsible to our ratepayers and taxpayers. So we do what we can, but there are extenuating
And
circumstances.
that's why, I mean, we do approvals throughout the year. We don't wait till the end of the year and say, well, what happened? And we're continuing looking.
You know, every 8 months, the department heads get a financial report showing where they're at with their budget.
And twice a month, we have to approve,
And then
payments.
twice a month, we
And we'll look at the
Payments.
budget as we're doing this, make sure and if something's going out of whack, that's when we'll have a conversation.
Well, but the budget and those projects for that budget have to be done to stay on budget. But if you choose not to do a budget, that doesn't mean it's correct either.
well, yeah, I mean, you shouldn't just be,
But there's
No plan.
circumstances that you can't do that
Yeah.
project because it's comes
That's
in
what I'm-
way over.
Exactly.
And
And
you're
then,
on budget.
so that's a reason why, that's what I'm saying, is you can't just look at the numbers in a vacuum and they tell you something by themselves.
Can't do something just because the budget is a guideline. The budget is more than a guide. You need to stay on close as.
Yes.
yes.
I agree. I fully agree, yeah.
Any other questions on human resources, so? Then we have city halls, we 67. So we have a 10% decrease in overall budget. Supplemental requests are an increase of 2,500 in cleaning and janitorial for increased costs of supplies. Increase of 1,000 in water, just to adjust from previous budgets. And then capital improvement request We have 350,000 for City Hall renovations and then 54,467 for drive-through awning on the utility billing side.
And that's basically rebudgeting because we.
Yes, that's a carryover.
Should be done.
So the salaries here, is this part-time personnel? or-
That would be for the janitor,
So.
Yeah.
And it's just a part-time position?
just a part-time position. There any questions on City Hall?
I think we,
Are we gonna buy any Christmas ornaments this year for City Hall? Is that, where would that show up? It used to be there'd be a line item for Christmas ornaments.
For the building?
That would be in probably lighting and decoration.
Where is that?
It's right in materials and supplies, the last one. Page 68.
The big outside decorations, that falls under my budget.
Ones on the light bulbs?
I don't see it.
On the building.
it's just 300.
That's enough.
It's on the bottom.
It's right there on the bottom
Lighting and decoration.
for $300.
The 300?
Yeah, so the lighting and decoration, or the decorations for City Hall that go into that budget would be for any sort of decorations in the lobbies or anything like
The building
So the outside of the building is used?
that would go with Wayne's budget.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are we gonna get any more for the post? Cause Lord knows I get chewed for those
By not having them?
by not having it.
Well, spread out. All of the poles that have power, we have decorations for.
Yeah, some of them, we can't get power to them anymore.
But I am looking at ordering some
Part of our
that
downtown development.
don't have power, so that we'll have that stuff.
Where they make like. Now, they're all electrical cables, so we don't have power.
Well, you should run them up the pole. Right up the pole.
And they don't offer a commercial substitution for solar panel power on these decorations. Well, let me take that back. They do, but I would blow my budget on one. My picture, yeah.
Like a good high school robotics class.
They're trying to expand what we show at the Bayfront. As opposed to buying solar lights for the poles.
Yeah, well, I guess, so since you brought up the polls, I mean, just a thought is, spreading them out like that is probably, it'd probably be better to concentrate them in one area and have one area nicely decorated as opposed to having everything spread across the city. That's the comments I get.
Yeah, and I think that's where we're concentrating on Main Street.
Yeah.
And Bayfront.
So, okay, but we're slowly adding.
But I think, part of the problem again is that, sometimes the poles don't have power. And so looking at night, we'll have, voided areas because there's no power there.
Okay. So the non-departmental, which is on page 98. There's no increase in overall budget. Since supplemental request is $8,000 in public relations for employees, supplies, restricted and meetings held. An increase in $4,050 in contracted services for the addition of a sales tax analytics tool. So let me just, I guess, explain the sales tax, because that one's kind of me. I am, had a demo essentially with their kind of like Avenue, but they're another business, I think they're called Local Gov. They have a tool essentially where they have our sales tax data, and then they can present this data to us where it's says the top 10 sales tax payers, what type of sales tax mostly we're getting. Is it retail? Is it all sorts of other sort of tools? So that way we can better understand what sales tax we're actually getting. So that's essentially what that 4,050 is.
And I think, and we're able to get this data, but
it's very
time consuming
Very
and to try to do, what do we do with all this data?
The spreadsheet that essentially the comptroller gives you, it's massive.
And right, and you don't know who's what.
Yeah, it's very hard to read. And so essentially we would be paying them to take the spreadsheet for us and put all the data together.
Give us some,
Give us some concrete data to look at. Use.
So I guess we no longer have where we could track people's cell phones, see where all the traffic is going.
we don't have that, but we have that through VDC.
We do that, that's.
Yes.
Okay.
Have that updated. Huh?
Have we should present that to, I mean, we did this, what, 4 years ago, or 5 years ago?
Yeah, I mean, with VDC, we just,
Data.
yeah, what information do we want and they can run it for us.
Okay.
Yeah, because they contracted, because I think for us, it was costing us like $30,000 a year. We just did it the 1 year and then BEDC, it was a different company. It's a little less expensive. I think it was around $9,000 a year last time I saw it anyway. But they can do the same thing, yes.
Okay. On the legal fees, is this all, where it says legal fees, regular and special, is that our?
Legal regular is our fees that we paid pretty much to Anne Marie.
Okay.
Legal special, that is a.
Spent any last year, this year.
Yeah, we haven't spent anything. I think I saw maybe it was not FY 24, it was 23 or 22. There was some special for the whole purchasing the water.
Yeah.
There was,
Correct.
yeah. So, I want to leave something in there because you never know what's going to happen, but I also don't want to budget for 5,000 if that's not.
So in 23, we had 42,000 in legal and now we're looking at 70. Is that cost going up or?
I mean, it really just depends on the types of needs that we have that year.
Have we looked at our fee schedule and maybe seen if there's a way to reduce that? Different contract, looking at trying to get a different kind of contract that would cost less?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, do we want to go out for RFPs for legal services?
Throwing it out there, I mean, it's. Ramping up, I mean, or just structure, I mean, sometimes there's like a monthly stipend or whatever, and then.
No, these are, I mean, it's not,
It's being charged as
needed.
There's
a pretty detailed.
There is. She provides very detailed invoices, essentially month by month, that explain like what paying for.
It did go up quite a bit. At one point.
So the county CAD attorney's fees, they're half, what do we use?
Those are dollar amounts that I get. Any of the CAD line items, those are dollar amounts that I get directly from the CAD with their budget. Now the CAD attorney fees, they don't have those notated on their budget. I think that's kind of one of those things as well, is as needed. You don't know what's going to happen in that year. I can tell you in FY 24 though, something did happen. Normally those fees run about maybe less than 5,000 a month. There was a month in FY 2024 where it was $20,000.
And that's distributed to all their clients, or
Yeah.
we have no choice in it? It's just a fee that we give?
Yeah. Yeah. So those are attorney fees that we're paying for something that related to the city.
You're the cat.
So FY 2024 was an odd year.
What's that?
It was an odd year, FY 24.
We have no choice.
What firm is that?
MVBA, the same firm that we have do our collections. Or query is what they're called.
Yeah.
So on the legal, I mean, have we looked at like doing a retainer like we used to when, so,
Zeller.
Yeah, when Ty Zeller, he was just under a retainer. Of course, it was a lot less expensive back then, so I don't know. Prices would. Assuming that, I mean, we should be looking at everything to see if there's any way to reduce. Reduce costs, right? I know.
I mean, I don't know if they're paying them the whole $70,000, like the actual in 23-24 was 42.
It's
So
just,
it's a budget number, but
Yeah.
it's not actual.
Yeah, I guess
You don't know what's going to,
you're projecting the 65 through the end of the fiscal year.
and that's just a projection. So I don't think you really want to lower that cost though, when you don't know what we're going to need Anne Marie for that year.
Yeah, I don't know if we would have that figure in the monthly, reports we give to council, where we're actually at. I don't remember off the top of my head.
I have to look
What's
at
the
it.
health and fitness, Jody? Is that like Y memberships?
That's the YM memberships.
That's good. It's a good deal for.
We're still tracking that they actually build.
Most assuredly.
No, we are tracking when they actually go. Michelle will give us a report every month on the number of times that they went. And if they didn't go the 8 times, then they have to pay for it in the next payroll.
And I can profess that
Yes.
that's happened.
All
I
right.
can't ever make it. I'm donating my 40 or 50 bucks, whatever it is for Y breath. Yeah.
So,
That is why I have not signed it.
and that is why I canceled my membership.
What's the transfer out, 504?
That is the property taxes. Okay. Then we'll have technology services, which is page 61. So there's a 13% increase. We got a lot of supplemental requests here. Some of them are for PD. This department, just so everyone knows, I know we have some new council members. This department is just for technology, for contracted services, equipment, cable and internet, and it encompasses all the departments. So there is an increase of 23,082 in contracted services, all departments, for a complete redesign of the city's website. This is actually just a portion. I have it being split between the different funds because I just don't think it's fair for general fund to take up the whole amount when other funds are also going to be utilizing it.
And which format are we looking at? The Muni
Civic Plus?
Civic Plus?
Yes.
Who's over our, do we contract somebody or?
Yes, right. Yeah, Joe Sleva.
He's been doing this for a long time.
Yeah, and it's just, it's the older technology, whereas once we move to this, it'll be easier for staff to make edits and we won't have to, there's still a lot of stuff staff can do, some stuff that Joe has to do. This will streamline that.
Yeah.
So then Joe contracted him.
He would not have to do, no.
No, he wouldn't have to be taking care of our website anymore. So,
So the whole website's changing, it's getting total revamp.
yeah.
That is the goal.
That is,
I've told,
I will.
I've through this several times and it is a huge undertaking, but that is the goal.
I've pretty much this year, I already knew that was something I wanted to make as a goal for me. The website, my opinion, I think the websites needed to be redesigned a long time ago, but that's just.
It's better.
I don't know, I guess maybe I'd go to other cities' websites a lot. Or
If you can, kind of like in the 90s.
We're like in the 90s, early 2000s.
I compare that like analog and digital.
Yes. This is not, it's not going to just benefit, the employees. It's going to benefit citizens as well, because it'll make it a lot easier for them to find things and use it as well. So.
What city has one that we can go look at?
Plus, well, Civic Plus, I want to say, I think Bay Cities, Cities Plus, possibly.
Yeah.
I can email you a list.
Addison,
Civic Pluses.
Arlington's also very good.
Arlington, yes.
Civic Plus?
Yeah,
Arlington.
yeah. Just so you can take a look, because these web pages they can do so.
We've already contract with Civic Plus on,
Civic Plus does Muni code.
yeah, and then.
We already are affiliated with Civic Plus in some type of way, so.
Great, we get a new website, so I won't be able to cruise down the information superhighway in my Ford Pinto.
What a Pinto. So on the cable and internet, that's broken out, do these departments just pay Sparklight, whoever. or-
Sparklight.
We don't have this one in city and then distribute it out to the buildings.
So we only have one account that's like that, which we have one account that's like that. It's Public Works, internet's over at Public Works, and I guess there's a fiber that runs through to
Yeah.
us.
And then there's a Spud network that comes off our
Yeah.
fiber line to here.
Yeah, and then it doesn't make any sense, but
Because the server is here, but the server has to connect to the internet through Miles.
so one account is like that. All the other departments are location based, essentially.
So we have a separate account for each building?
Yes.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, we look, like the school campus has like a T1 line that connects all of the buildings.
I mean, that would be nice.
I know we looked at this a couple of years ago with Frontier. I know it's gonna be a lot of money and.
Well, Frontier was going to have to, and I wasn't a part of it, but from the background story I got, is they were gonna have, it was gonna cost us more money.
We're gonna destroy the parking lot.
And just put in new poles and all sorts of stuff.
That's all.
I mean, I think at some point.
I think at some point we do need to reevaluate.
As I was told, the reason we have what we have is because it was gonna be a huge amount of money to do it any other way.
Yeah.
But that's not to say at some point, and we have actually tried to get with Frontier several times. Have been very successful to kind of go over options.
I think that at some point I do agree that we do need to reevaluate our, yes, internet services.
Speaking of Frontier, they still have a lot of holes that they need.
I've been in constant communication with them to make sure they don't forget.
Right next to each other.
I think forever.
There's one over here that's clipped and cut in half. And there's cones out.
Yeah, they were supposed to be here today to do that. I don't know.
That pole was in the street.
Yeah.
That pole was in the street.
And
So under finance, we got big 233% increase in contracted services. What's that?
Finance?
It's under maintenance. Maintenance. 180, 42.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. It's for the, what I did was, in finance, we're now putting the N code where we just, prior to, I had created line items within this department. We didn't have a finance department contracted services line item. So everything's getting like stuffed into all departments line items. So rather than that, I created an actual line item for every department and I'm putting the N code fees, annual maintenance and finance. So it's not, it's not really an increase. It's just went from all departments to finance.
yeah, so we can know what.
Yeah, so we can better see what's going where. Yeah. Rather than just throwing things into one thing.
Police department went down quite a bit. I guess that was getting the dispatch.
No, so in contracted services, something else I did too. So prior, I think this department's kind of a work in progress, but there was just contracted services line items. So I created equipment line items as well. So that way we're not throwing contracts with new computers and stuff like that. So we can see how much we actually spend on new equipment. So I migrated some of that over to the equipment line item.
Okay.
And also, in addition as well, PD got a new server last year. For this year, they budgeted for a new server. So we don't have that massive budget amount. I mean, that was $30,000 for the server, for their new server. So
if there is a license to.
Yeah, it's just gonna go with the VC3 contract.
So that's the 126,000.
Yeah.
Say $24,000 for police equipment.
So police department they requested a couple things for them. New switches. I guess they need new switches for, what is it for? I don't remember. For PD technology. I'm
Because that came from BC2?
Yes, that's coming from BC3.
Switches.
Yeah, networks. I guess theirs went out. Then we have rack mounted consoles and mobile data terminals.
The council, what's a rec on the council?
It's the it's the thing that's in their car, right?
No,
No?
no, it's actually, it could be for office, like, an dispatch.
Oh.
From our old space.
That for, so when you say dispatch, what does that mean, like the dispatch that we go into?
I guess a scenario would be, somebody would walk into the lobby, ask to be off. Instead of having to call, the 911 center, dispatch somebody back to the people. That person in front was being dispatched from, awesome. Kind of cut that in the middle.
Yes, just use the radio.
And then having a kind of a secondary in case something goes bad. Heartbeat, or we didn't have when everything went down. So it's also kind of a Alamo station too.
So I guess, so I'm having a hard time with that. So we moved dispatch over. They've got 3 backups. I think Victoria being the 4th backup, being the primary and 3 backups. So why would we need can't you just use radios inside the telephone? Why do we need a dispatch system?
As far as.
As backup, yeah.
My understanding it's. I can't, as far as the minutia of, as far as comms and stuff, it's not my expertise. But as far as what I've been told, as far as dispatching, it'd be good to have that.
But can't you use handheld radios? Because like yesterday that I called, I didn't know it goes through because I called the 3788 number. So it goes automatically to over there and they had already taken care of it. Right.
Right.
So why can't you use a handheld? Don't you have handheld radios that go on the mobile? The
Yeah,
cars?
that's possible.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why you have to have another thing. I can't understand why we would need another console, because then why would we need a centralized dispatch?
Right. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. It's to have something in place in case that goes wrong, that goes wrong, that goes wrong.
So if. I don't get it.
It's like a backup in case.
Backup to a back.
Backup to a backup to a backup,
To
yeah.
a back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If we plan our lives like that,
Yeah,
if we
but I-
plan our budgets like that, we're gonna be spending.
experiencing, that happened.
Yeah. I know.
So, as far as emergency services, wanting to have something that you can be able to communicate, probably a good idea.
This is the second backup, right? I mean, you got the main station over there. This would be your second one?
So this would be, you have this one.
Yep.
And then it would pull Victoria. But then we would also have the capability of hospital.
Okay.
As far as the station.
So it's like the second backup.
It's a second.
Second backup.
Well, but no, there's 911, there's emergency management, there's an offsite, and then there's Victoria. There's already 4. I mean, I don't think we need to be the 5th. That makes no sense.
Well, I think too, with Victoria. If something bad goes down. We're gonna be secondary as far as that, and as far as staffing and all that for their particular. We're not gonna get as far as what we need as far as service.
Well, let's see. So what part of this 24,000, what's all tied? So is there a license fee tied to the dispatch as well?
Yeah.
Well,
They're usually.
yeah. Makes no sense.
What's the offsite one you talk about? The 4th option?
There's, yeah, like, so I talked to 911 and I talked to.
So-
emergency management. Yeah, they don't understand why PD would have a phone system.
Just so you know, for the rack mounted console that he's talking about, that additional, just that dollar amount, just for that is only $1,500.
Just for that.
Just for that.
There's no license fees or anything associated with it.
With who, BC3. Labor, just labor, nope.
The one-time $1,500 fee,
Mm-hmm.
at the dispatch.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the rest of the 20 cents?
I think the rest is the,
It's the mobile data terminals. That's the $14,000 is for the mobile data terminals.
And that's for the cars?
I believe so.
Yes.
That's for the cars. Yeah.
And even with that, I just put that in there as far as. And that is definitely something that. I can definitely do without as far as that. Because the idea is to make sure all of this is running efficiently. Before we actually dive into MBTs. And as far as MBTs, it's always given a sour taste on mouth as far as last ones we've had. Basically it became big in the ways since I taught. So I know that technology has increased, but I'm not too sold as far as how that's gonna be across capabilities from what we have now into our model. That is just kind of, that's a future kind of endeavor that we would look into. I know it's going to probably be as far as a requirement eventually, as far as that goes. But that is something that's definitely way out.
So 3,400 in equipment for codes, permits, what are we buying there?
Okay, so in the equipment line items. I have an increase of 35,499 split out between all of these equipments to migrate to Windows 11. So essentially that would be, now we have some people have computers that are already capable. They just need to get upgraded essentially, but then we also have a lot of people, the bulk of the people are employees who are gonna need a complete replacement computer to do this. And we did,
And we have to do.
we've discussed our rep at BC3, and he says that this is priority number 1 for our goal this year. So that's why all of those equipments figures, those are mostly the Windows 11 migration.
If anybody has a computer that doesn't have Windows 11, you've got the notification that Windows 10 will no longer be serviced after October 1.
Yeah. So I think that's.
I'm a Mac person.
Huh?
I'm a Mac person. Okay.
Okay, so
what's the contracted service all department line item? That's huge.
So the contracted services all department, that essentially is where our the VC3 monthly payments, that's where all that goes into. So that would be the payment for our Windows logins, emails, anything, yeah, stuff like that. That's where all that goes. Along with, I believe we've got some other, our geo tabs for the vehicles. I believe that's going in there as well. Just stuff like that. Stuff that pertains to, you can't really narrow it down into one department. It's everybody's benefiting from it.
It's fixed or are they variable?
Fixed. I mean, obviously VC3's, that's based off of how many Windows logins we have. So if we get a new employee, then it's gonna go up, or if we're not watching the bill. I know that I've had to a couple times kind of do a reconciliation to make sure that we're not paying for emails anymore. You know, sometimes that can fall into the cracks. Somebody leaves, we forget to turn off their email, stuff like that. But I'm kind of make sure to do that sort of every so often, just to make sure, like, hey, can we turn this email off? They're not here anymore. And GeoTabs is set because we have a set number of vehicles. Okay, any more questions on non-departmental or technology services? Sorry. Okay, so we can move to finance. So 14% increase in overall budget. Some supplemental request is an increase of 585 in certificates and awards for increased cost. And for the GFOA budget award to be added as a yearly application. And an increase of 3,300 in travel and training for more training opportunities. And to also notate additional funds for the position that was added by 2023. So I don't think, we didn't really increase that line item to notate training for Katarina. I mean, she's an extra person. We go to conferences, finance conferences, or at least all of us at least try to go like once a year. And that's hotels, the registration. So we're just trying to kind of add that in there to cover the cost for her to go as well. I can tell you, the 14% increase is mostly due to promotion. So I finally have, right now we have 2 accountants. As you know, I can have a senior accountant. We have that as a budgeted position. I haven't had an employee who's qualified, but I do now, and I would like to give her that title. So that is why the increase is there. So.
Is this person kind of like a backup to you in case?
Yes.
Yes.
If I'm not here, she would be here.
Is she getting trained to be, or he, I don't know who?
She. Yes.
Trained to.
If I'm, well, and obviously you guys know that I'm pregnant, so when I go on maternity leave, she will be here. Yes.
Good, very good foresight.
Yeah. Any other questions for me on mine? Then I guess we can do fire, and then I don't know if Lauren is back, and then we can do lunch. I don't know if Lauren's back or not. Just double check, I don't want to start.
Okay, just start, it won't take,
74.
won't take too long.
We all said we said. I didn't do anything.
And she's getting an assortment.
It's like, it's just getting late for.
So, fire department, we have a 14% increase in overall budget. Supplemental requests, we have $5,600 increase in maintenance contracts. Of that 600, 2310 is for vehicle extrication equipment maintenance and 2,820 for air testing for breathing compressor. We have 2,500 increase in public and employee relations. For 5 of that 2,500. We got 540 for personnel portraits for department's page, 999 for canopy with department logo, 658 for table covers with department logo, 199 for firefighter photo prop. And then we have $12,000 increase in non-capitalized assets for the replacement of outdated water supply hoses.
It's like canopy.
Like, you know, the canopies that you put up.
Since we're outside, it need a lot, not here in the
Yeah.
bayfront a lot, it just nice to have a low city logo on
Seen you guys out there at the sheriff's event the other day.
it. Backpacks.
The capital improvement request that we have for fire is 100,000 for the roof replacement at station 1, 75,000 for self-contained breathing apparatus, and 15,000 for the women's restroom, which is a carryover from last year's CIP.
So. Aren't we usually able to get grants for like the breathing apparatus, and stuff like that, or? Is that?
We're gonna try to apply some, but this is gonna be 75,000 plus SCBA breathing apparatus, that's for like 3 years in a row. We are gonna apply for the Lily Jack Johnson Foundation for the volunteers for that, for some of that funds.
The volunteers.
Yes.
We buy our own.
No, the volunteers, yeah, because it's easier for me to apply through the volunteers to their 501c. So they're nonprofit, so it's easier for me to get grants from, yeah.
So Katarina will do that for you.
No, I do the grant and
She went-
there's an administrator afterwards, I believe, but I needed to send.
She coordinates, she's coordinator, so she's, you know, he's obviously.
But any
The grant that she's.
anytime that they're doing any kind of granting with that, to get with her, but like, that's what I'm saying on the technical aspects of applying for the grant. Because they know what all they need.
Yeah, I don't think Katarina knows what a self-contained breathing, you know, apparatuses, stuff like that. So she still needs his knowledge.
Yeah. But they keep it, they're not gonna go off and get a grant and then come talk to her. They're gonna talk to her first, so she can help make sure that we get everything in that we need to with the grant application. As far as the technical aspects of the application, they need to do that.
So you got holes in the roof over there at station 1 or?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
It's leaking. We've been patching and, we patched it good for a good 3 or 4 years. We're like, okay, we fixed it. It ain't gonna leak no more. It started leaking. So.
So is that a guess or is that an actual bill?
That's a quote we got from our executive job.
We still gotta get 3 bids and all that.
The rest, right, yes.
Let's see, one of your biggest line item increases is food.
So we go to the conference, there is fire chiefs conference and the area fire chief conferences. And I've been always the one out getting asking for business to donate food. I think I kind of been met my limit around business ask. So
So let's TMRS, the TMRS, that's the 2-to-1. right?
Yes, all of these, every department is gonna see an increase.
So I guess police and fire are the most, this, we have a lot of food.
Yeah, and Public Works, Fire and PD are gonna see a big, because they have more employees.
They're getting they got a health insurance increase, and that's because.
Okay, so if you're seeing a health, if you see a health increase in a department line or department page, it's from prior years. So if they got a new employee and that employee wants family, it's gonna increase and so on and so forth.
but their spouse wanted
Yeah.
to drop their insurance out, let's go ahead and do yours.
Yeah.
So it's family coverage now in the city now.
Yeah, so you'll see some slight increases or decreases. You might see a decrease. I mean, you just don't know.
What Christmas, I see 2,500 for Christmas. What are you getting this year?
This year, we're going to get Santa Claus and little man around it, family around it. One for 35. It's growing, I don't know if you noticed it, I look, Perry's getting a lot more
Yeah,
decorations.
I did like the religious thing that you guys got. You got a lot of.
Thank you.
On the trailers, you've. What expense, what's that for? 60,000 for trailers.
That's through some vehicle maintenance on all my vehicles and trailers we have. It's like to get our oil changes, our brakes done. The light brakes on our truck goes out. Got a motor blow, all our brush trucks go out. Makes the motor on this past year.
And the radios, 15,000. You need new radios or?
Radios, yeah, that's for our board radios and our radios. Just buy a radio right now, a portable radio, it's $10,000, and also for a vehicle side of a radio, side of it, it's $10,000 also.
Rotate them through.
And then we buy extra tires for our ambulance.
Vehicle leases down.
Sir?
Vehicle leases went down.
We moved one.
Well, the volunteers went and got a Humvee, I don't know if you've seen it, on 35. A replacement for our leased vehicle that we had.
Mhm.
So. Did with the leased vehicle, now we got a permanent vehicle.
Any more questions on fire? Okay, so I guess lunch is here. If you guys want to take a break and eat lunch.
The inspections, your goal was 12 this year. How many did you do last year?
Short. It's. We didn't quite meet the full line we were gonna say we were gonna do. Gotta work on that.
All right. It's break for us.
How much time, I'm gonna go check my wife, how much time we take. for
What are you gonna check her out of?
that.
45 minutes or so.
A minute's on. She's got.
Say you back to Sunny?
Oh, well, don't worry about it. I'll get it. She's something left. Probably.
Mainly the one I
Any
did.
snack.
Juan does some too. I think those are COs though.
Okay, so we were gonna do PD, but we're gonna skip Derek. So development services, which is page 82. 82.
There he is.
It's okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we're going to development services. We have the 4% decrease in overall budget. Supplemental request, 1,000 increase in non-capitalized assets for the purchase of additional mower for lawn library. And a 10,000 increase in demolition services for the anticipated increase in the need for those funds.
What page is?
82. So it's not 10,000, it's just a $10,000 increase from the base. So the total is 60,000
For demolition?
for demolition.
See that.
What's about 5 per house or building?
More than that.
10 or that? You mean 10?
Both are down.
10, I think.
It's 10,
I
right?
mean, we average this, each building's been costing about 10 to 15.
And remember, and this 75, that includes what we,
The 75 includes the
Street.
budget amendment that we did for that.
Yeah.
For the
Remember, we get reimbursed for that from the owner.
25,000?
If they sell.
For this year?
Yes, yes.
I mean, yeah, we put liens on them, so that doesn't
Yeah.
necessarily mean gonna get the money back anytime soon, but someday we would.
Hopefully, yeah.
Is there a way we could group these demolitions so they come in and do like 3 or 4 at a time rather than one? One and then one
One and one and for what?
on the demolitions?
Package deal.
Yeah, can we make, so then they don't, the mobilization fee, nothing so much?
Well, it just depended on what y'all's motions were. That's what we,
I mean, sometimes it's,
And if we-
we package, wait and get a couple together and then
Then just do it.
put it out
Yeah.
together.
Yeah.
I mean, if our pace gets increased to the point that we can do that, and I think that would be a good idea to look at.
Once we do the demolitions, who keeps up that yard? Who?
most time we do.
And we still put a lien on it, you know, we do that.
We send them a bill and if they don't pay it, then we put a lien and say, and of course, you know that most of the houses we're dealing with are, a lot of them, property owners, don't even just abandoned it, basically. So that they don't even take care of the grass.
So at what time, so I mean, can we approach the county, at what time do we approach the county and go through like the sheriff's sale process for them?
That's one of the things that we,
That's one of the things I look at whenever we, before I bring it to council.
So is it like a year? You put a lien today and it's a year before you get anything back?
No, it could be 20, 30 years, maybe never. It just depends. I mean, I had one, I had a mowing lien, that was, I think it was $80 back in the,
Are you talking about the one?
yeah, when was that?
It was like a mowing lead from like 2000.
I think it was even longer than that.
And it cleared,
I think it was-
they sold the property and.
They finally,
Yeah.
yeah.
we finally got it.
Yeah, he was trying to get rid of the property and found that he had this lien, and plus with the 10% increase each year.
Oh, wow.
Ended up,
It was like a $50 mowing lien and then it ended up being, I think, 150. You know,
yeah.
So,
I mean, we do recoup some of them.
but like if they owe back taxes and stuff like that for so many years, I mean, can't we approach?
If they're behind 1 year, the county said that they'll foreclose on it for us.
Yeah,
That's
that's what
We
we,
haven't done that yet?
yeah, I mean, he's been working.
I talk to them all the time.
Appraisal district.
And I know there's one of them that they're going to sheriff's sale, it's just, I forget which one. that
Yeah,
is.
there's some of them, there are some substandard houses that we haven't brought to council because they're in the process of being foreclosed on. Or I'll notice that one of them hadn't paid their taxes and say, for last year. So I'll call the county and say, hey, this one's substandard, so they go ahead and start the process on it.
How many of them is there like that?
I'm not for, there's several.
Like 10, like 5?
Well, there's not quite 10, maybe 5, 25 and 10 that I've identified probably in the last a year.
Okay.
That are behind on taxes. A year or more.
Monday's meet or Wednesday meeting 3:30, right?
There's one on private road, that we need to look at.
Yeah, they're just building it. It doesn't have air, it doesn't have parking.
It's got plenty of ventilation.
Sewer.
You had one. Oh.
Person across the street. Yeah, that one needs to be remote.
Are there any other questions for development services?
Let's see. The mowing is done by, do we contract that out or does the city do that?
No, it's contracted.
It's contract.
That's too much of a liability for the city to do, the manpower.
So on the continued focus on customer service, what kind of stuff are you looking at doing?
Well, as you know, we got a new permit tech, so working with her on that part.
You're not know that, so.
Okay, yeah, we got Sarah left a while back, last December, in fact. And Alyssa, she transferred over from the finance department. So we didn't have, Sarah trained her a little bit before she left, actually.
I mean, so that's just replacing what we had. What are we doing to improve the service? I mean, what are we doing different? I mean, she's just doing what Sarah used to do, right?
But she's learning, she's still learning, it's a work in progress.
And using, taking full advantage and educating the public on the online services that we have that, make things easier on customer service that way. What they can do themselves online.
And, like with the Smart Gov, that's really helped out a lot, with the customer service part because, we can, all the contractors on how to utilize it. So that way it's easier flow for getting permits and things like that. It's really improved.
Yeah, I think that's really where we've gotten the positive feedback is from the contractors on the Smart Gov. Because they're the ones that have to use it all the time.
Yeah.
Citizens might once in a blue moon, but contractors have to use it all the time. They really like it.
And then I do work, I talk to citizens about for code enforcement, if there's complaints, if they can go online and submit their concern. I've worked with them on that as well.
Derek said he's been out in the community a little bit more, looking at places that maybe need a permit, given the work they've been doing. So that's customer service too, I would think.
Yeah, Bradley does a lot of that.
Complaint thing, now it's like the article in the newspaper. So sometimes.
Well, one thing, I'm not sure what Tanya's already left, but I'm working with Tanya to set up our own department Facebook page.
Okay.
And then, and educate them, things like that. I wanted to have our department, and then we posted like on Port Lavaca listens more, and all these other Facebook pages, and educate them like on the garage sale signs, citizen complaints, long library. Get out to the public a little bit more.
And I think to add to that, the whole redesign of the website would also help with some more information for citizens as well.
Well, how many departments have their own Facebook? I mean,
No, PD does.
The fire, animal control, public works. Yeah, I think that's it.
And then
it's.
yeah.
Yes. Oh, well, I mean, there is a Lighthouse Beach campground page. That's there. It's not like super active, but it's there. There also is a page. Yeah.
Facebook page now.
That would be an exciting page.
Which one?
See how slow it would be with complaints about. I mean.
Finance thing.
It's about the whole encompassing one, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're fairly active on Facebook.
Whole school neighborhood cleanup utilizing the long library. How's that work?
Yeah, you and Tanya kind of, was the first time y'all knew about it or what?
What's up?
Cleaning up the neighborhoods with lawn library equipment?
No, what do you mean?
We're gonna host events starting in the upcoming goals.
Yeah, well, what we're looking at is trying to get like a community cleanup deal. I think we've worked with Rose and her group in the past, High Impact. But now with somebody like High Impact, we can actually use the trailer, you know, and all the equipment to go and clean up properties. And then Bradley was talking about actually hosting an event to show people how to use this equipment. Because a lot of times people, they come in and try to rent these things, and they don't know how to operate them. Even little things like how to string a weed eater, you know, or put fuel or turn it on actually, or actually get it started, you know. Simple things.
Stringing a weed eater can be a little bit more complicated.
I mean, even so much as, I mean, because he's had a lot of instances where somebody will rip the chainsaw or something like that and they'll flood it, right off the bat.
He doesn't do a little quick orientation with them?
Well, he just makes sure it runs and then ask them if they have any questions or anything.
Okay.
He'll show them how to start it and all that, but you know, but when they actually leave and go and do it, I guess they get forgetful or whatever. I don't know what the deal is. They probably try to prime it too much or something.
Those weed eaters are good for like when you're doing a little cut on the street. But when you go over there and start trying to cut trees this big, and then they come back to where.
The chainsaws really help. That pole saw is really helpful.
Well, we had to repair it several times too, because people not knowing how to use it. They'll get it in a little bit of a bind and then they think it's pry bar or something.
Yeah.
Try to end up bending the bar or.
They damage it, what happened? What's the process?
Right now, it's if it's intentionally damaged, then they have to pay for half the cost of the repair or replacement. I was thinking about maybe changing that policy to make them pay for all of it because some of it was just complete. But they knew better type, you know, and they just go in and just tear it up and we end up having to have to get a whole new one.
So this is an organized organization of volunteers to do it, to go clean up a neighborhood.
Yeah, right.
These schools have.
Well, you know, when we set that up, originally we had, you know, different organizations said they were willing to do that. I think we're just gonna try to you know, put that in place this year and get with them and try to get a couple things organized, actually.
Bradley's really gonna be trying to push for that this year, just to get at least 2 cleanups done.
One of the biggest problems I see over there in my area is grass going over the curb. They just won't do it.
When they do it, they leave it all out in the street and it goes down the drain, which is no good.
No.
That's what they do in my neighborhood, which is no good.
Well, Jody's really good at catching it and Bradley has been as well, you know, that's one of the reasons why he's driving all the time, driving around is looking for things like that. And he'll actually, go and talk to those people and get them to blow it back into their yard. And
Explain to them you can't do that, and they do it again, and that's when they go to municipal court.
Yeah, we'll issue a citation. And he's actually hired a contractor, in fact, to clean up some streets because of that and actually charged it to the landowner.
Will they wait till it gets 12 inches tall or something and then they blow it in the street?
A lot of times, they do that in the States.
I remember one time you couldn't even see Virginia Street because of all the grass that was. Yeah, it's amazing. And they don't want to blow it back in because it's too tall, so they just blow it all out the street.
And sometimes it's from people they hire to do that.
Yeah, this is the one that I'm talking about it, for example, it was a contractor that did it.
Yeah.
And they know better.
Yeah, up to a couple.
What's the process in notifying the person to, you know, to do, that they have to do something? Give them 10 days
For
like,
what?
or they're like grass going over the curb or something.
Well, that's not a nuisance. We don't deal with that.
So who does that?
Public Works.
So it just grows and grows and grows until somebody complains about it?
Yeah, you know, the city does drive around and spray on a regular basis, just for that reason, spray the curbs and
We can only spray the bottom side of the curb. We can't spray to the back of the curb because it'd kill their lawn and then that's a whole new barrel of worms. Unfortunately, I can't force people to cut the grass on the backside of the curb. And I don't have the manpower to go out and do it myself.
And we can't,
You have to spray between the curb and the sidewalk. On Alcoa though, I think you should spray between the curb and the sidewalk.
Yeah, I think so too.
It's just getting,
Yeah.
by the time you guys get out there, there's that ground grass, it's so thick. I mean, it takes them all day to,
Oh, yeah.
it's just, I mean, it's not their fault, but I mean, it's just.
What's that that you
just
can't
kill
do
it.
that?
Yeah, just kill it.
you talking about like on major thoroughfares, sidewalk? I did,
No, that's not how that works.
we,
Yeah.
I did, we're going contract for mowing throughout the city again this year. And some of that was added on. Well, we're gonna see what the cost is and see if we can afford to keep up with it.
I mean, it not only look bad, it starts growing into the street and gets up under the street and then next thing you know, you got a tree growing in the middle of the street.
Well, that's what, like he, whenever,
Yeah.
with the grass that's growing over the curb, his guys can, spray that's at the bottom of the curb, which is grown over, and it'll eventually kill to the back of the curb. Anything that's growing over the curb, it'll kill that. But I can't force somebody to edge their yards.
Yeah. But these are after they've mowed it, the ones I'm talking about, after they've mowed it and everything is in the street,
Mhm.
goes right down into the.
Well, and we try to catch them, and like I said, like Jody said, if they do it again, then we do issue a citation.
So it goes in the storm sewer, that's what.
Yeah.
Yeah, it causes algae bloom and all that out in the waters, yeah.
So
Try to prevent that.
Right.
for mowing your property, how much is the permit?
One of the things.
Wait a minute, we don't do that yet?
Yeah. Good idea.
I mean, you better get an ordinance together for it?
I'll sign it.
That's going in. They shouldn't put the grass into the drain.
Well, just be a good neighbor and go over and spray your.
And that is.
I've done it. They told me not to do it. Got it there.
Derek, you feel like the lawn library is picking up?
Mhm.
Okay, well, that's good.
How many trailers do we have now? Just one? Are we gonna get a second one? Not yet?
I haven't discussed it.
Budget.
It's not in the budget?
No.
So on the vehicle leases, we went from 12,000 to this year 18, and then next year is 20. Are we giving like an additional vehicle or what?
Thoughts of an additional vehicle this year?
I believe we had the one code interceptor vehicle, that was ours. We replaced that with a lease, and that's a truck now, so that lease is higher than what an interceptor would be. And then we got an additional vehicle for Derek,
That was the Lexus right there.
which is another truck, so we got two trucks.
It's $10,000 a year for truck.
For trucks, the lease is a little bit higher,
Because they take a lot of wear and tear.
Which is a car.
cheaper than a truck. I mean, I would say probably, I think the monthly lease on probably like,
I don't think there's any cars left. It would be
It's an SUV. Yeah, they don't do cars anymore, so it would be,
probably like the cheapest would be 900 a month for an SUV. That's what I've seen.
$1 difference.
I was trying to get a car. Or,
Yeah, they don't.
But they.
Regular vehicle. This, we were looking for a non-SUV car.
Yes, sir. Like a Taurus or.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Is it a 3 or a 5? Is it structured?
I think it's 5 years.
Rotate out every 5.
Well, you rotate,
Depends.
and the rotation depends on the amount of equity that we can in the market. So if we have a lease, maybe the lease is in its 3rd year, but our enterprise rep is anticipating that we can get the most equity out of it that year. We'll rotate that out.
See, that's what they do.
Yeah, they're doing that for us.
They maximize.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're already talking about rotating mine, and I just barely got it this year.
Yeah, but they will do that if they think that you can get the most out of it.
And we can get money back and make a profit.
So. Any other questions?
We will go to PD now. On page 70. Okay. 8% in overall budget. Some supplemental request is 19,550 increase in R&M for equipment for workspace and storage in the CID lab room. $996 for an additional copier lease, $68,980 for an additional FTE administrative assistant. This proposed increase includes all the benefits. Some capital improvement requests are $27,327 for the purchase of radios and $31,960 for the installation of additional cameras around the building.
So this is the only additional personnel
Yes.
requesting this year. And I know I had sent you some backup email. And I think we've got copies if anybody needs it. Some of the reasoning why we need this additional personnel. And Colin can speak more passionately about that. I know.
So as far as the administrative system, it's the whole saying where you don't know what you had until you lost it. So we always had a dispatcher in the front to answer the door, have some phone with this. We don't right now. There's not somebody stationed or manned right from Monday through Friday 8 to 5. As far as the 3788, that is transferred back to us Monday through Friday 8 to 5. It transfers back over after 5 o'clock Friday all the way till Monday morning. So the combined dispatch takes that number. Also, we used to fill a lot of the services as far as water, all that. So that is now back over. So we're not, during the day, we do get some of those calls as far as that.
Do you have a more direct number to call besides that 3788?
So the new one is 553-4088.
But that goes
straight to the
come on, is that
5531?
4088.
That one goes straight to the
Dispatch.
the central dispatch?
Yes, that is their main line.
So what is 3788?
So 3788 is our PD line, it's our non-emergency PD.
But after hours.
After
It
hours.
goes over there.
Correct.
That's what it did yesterday.
Correct. So if Monday, hopefully Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, 3788 should get either Karen or Angie. But 4088 will get somebody who will get somebody. That's fine.
So what else will that admin person do besides answering the door?
So, of course, phones, the door, cross-trained as far as with evidence and records. Because we do have both requests, during the week. And the idea is to actually have somebody trained up when Angie or Karen actually are going to retire. Because they are both getting pretty close to the time of retirement. And so we don't want to have that gap or transition as far as with those two positions. Those two positions are very, very important. In fact, as far as what we're trying to do with accreditation, evidence is a big, big part of that. In fact, training in your evidence is one that they look for. This has definitely slowed Karen down quite a bit as far as getting a lot of that taken care of. After the weekend, if you had several arrests and there's several evidence, she has to go through that and process that evidence. And that takes a good amount of time as far as that goes.
So how much overtime is she spending on that?
As far as overtime, she may get a few hours, kind of during the pay period. It's not extremely a lot, but of course, I don't want her working until, continuously as far as that goes too. But she does go to the labs every week too. So drugs, anything that has to go to lab almost every week as far as that goes. So she's usually going to Austin or Corpus once a week, every week.
Wow.
So as far as getting a lot of those duties done, with answering a phone and also as far as tending the door, that does cost time. So Angie is basically second when it comes to that. Aaron's pretty much first as far as answering the door to the phone. So Angie is another challenge as far as that goes, because we are under time crunches when it comes to DA's office, trying to get those cases in.
Yeah.
These cases aren't getting small, they are getting big. And as far as the downloads and all that, and videos, statements, and rounding up, these things are massive as far as. Because with all of the, you know, as far as our technology and the cameras, all of that has to go. And then all of that has to be explained as far as what did somebody look at. You can't just send basically a video and not title it as far as that goes. You know, it needs to be, say, Officer Smith's car, then Officer Smith's body cam, then you got Joe and all of his stuff, and all that has to be labeled so that we can have successful cases. All of this is time consuming. You know, when I guess what they call the Michael Morton Act is where if you leave out any information that could help as far as the defense, that can fall both on the DA's department and in our departments. So when that all came down, we had a conversation that, hey, you're going to have to do something as far as your staff to make sure the cases are going to be on time and all the necessary information. So that slows a lot of her process down as far as that. We also looked into as far as the benefit to the whole city, as far as a secondary or even a primary, as far as when you call in. So she can basically dispatch the different departments within the city, say finance.
Yeah, with the new phone system, she'll be able to transfer calls throughout the whole city.
So she's gonna be the primary.
Yes, instead of
everybody's phone call?
Yes, instead of it coming to Rachel where it comes now, it would come to this number. And then this person would be responsible for transferring and taking calls that, you know, people don't put an extension number.
That way you won't be put on hold.
Well, I mean, less likely, I mean, you could still be put on hold depending on the call volume, of course, but there would be, I mean, right now it's going to Rachel. And obviously there's times, you know, she can't answer the phone and it goes to Raina. But then, you know, this way there's one person that will free them up to where having to take calls.
But they're not having to take everybody's calls right now.
The ones, the phone goes that, you know, if somebody doesn't put an extension number, it goes to Rachel.
Yeah. And then if Rachel doesn't answer, then it passes to Lorena.
Lorena.
Right.
Right now, it doesn't go to his department.
No, right now it doesn't.
Yeah, it goes to you guys.
To 911.
Yes.
Right. I mean, right now during the day, it is going.
How is that gonna benefit his department if she's answering everybody's phone call?
Well, as far as having
How's
somebody,
that gonna benefit
Just answer the door.
Rachel and can't think of her name, Karen?
yes,
How's it gonna benefit them if she's answering everybody's phone call? It's not. It's not gonna benefit your department. Or she's answering the door. It's not gonna benefit your department. But benefit everybody else in City Hall.
no, I mean, as far as where they would be positioned and when they come through the door, that's the first person. And right now, we don't have anybody up front. So having a mere person there to be able to say,
Yeah,
The concept of this person answering for City Hall, that's just an idea.
benefiting your department is my get at, you know.
oh, I mean,
It doesn't benefit, she doesn't benefit except she's there to look at. But if she's busy answering the phones for everybody else, still not benefiting your department.
Calls for PD as well.
it's,
I mean, we were just thinking, I mean, I don't know,
That this person, it could be an added duty for this person. Doesn't necessarily mean that it has to happen.
No, but it benefit. What I'm trying to get at, it's not going to benefit him.
Not that
So if it's
aspect
gonna
of it.
be beneficial to him. Why is he getting?
it is definitely beneficial.
No, but she's saying that it's not an added benefit for this person to answer the phone for everybody in City Hall. Just that aspect.
You're right. This
Not all the other aspects, just that one aspect.
To me, that's not helping him. So
no, that's right. It's just that
If that's the way you're presenting it, you've gone backwards because he won't need it. It's not helping his department.
Right,
Does that make sense to anybody but me?
no, I see exactly what you're saying. It was just.
To rotate. The girls in the front, you know,
Yes.
okay, this is your week, this is my week, this is your week.
Yes.
Because it takes away.
The last year.
That's what they,
Yeah.
that's what they.
It's been taking away from the duties that they or actually have and are supposed to do. And a lot of the stuff that those two girls do are time restricting. Yeah.
And
what falls off.
before this, we lost dispatch. I mean, their positions were already taxed
There's nobody in there that can't help out.
as far as.
And you just lock the door and put a number on there that they can call the dispatch or whatever?
Oh, no, we have done that as far as that goes. When they're both out, through sickness or training or something. Yeah, we've locked doors and.
Now, that's something we can do,
Sign up.
you know,
I'll say, well,
customer service standpoint that public may not.
Yeah, but that is.
Got a lot of these.
you'll still get results. You'll reach the right people.
Negative feedback.
But they're closed. It seems like you're closing the police department off. to the public.
With the answers that I got yesterday.
You just call and you get the dispatch, your problem is resolved either way.
And it was resolved. I have to tell you, it was resolved, but not, when I asked her question, she didn't have the.
During the day,
answer.
it goes over here, it doesn't go there.
Yeah, only after hours it goes
It's
over.
only after hours it's going over there.
Well, I mean, that's what they're for. They are dispatch, right?
Yeah, after hour, but see, but that was an agreement we came up with when we did all this because, you know, PD was dispatching, you know, utilities and or whatever. We said, well, what about that? I said, well, we'll take that work from you on the after hours and the weekends. Now, I think the animal control, they're doing that.
You know, there are accepted.
Those calls.
And that's another thing too, that we can roll some of those calls over to, PD now, so that somebody can answer. Because a lot of times Tracy and Chris are out in the field.
That's right.
And then so they're, relying on, leave a message like that. I think it would be better.
Okay.
Oh, Tracy. Sure. So I think it would be as far as customer service, especially with that department, to actually have somebody to answer the phone.
Well, so we have a part-time, I thought we had a part-time admin for them,
As far as a reception, we have you for that position.
for the animal.
For the animal control,
Right,
yes.
so,
Why can't that person answer?
well, that's, yes, I mean, that's an option too, but then that's also part-time. As far as that goes.
And now-
We're gonna have to limit their hours as far as somebody being actually there.
So let's get two part-time people and see how that works.
So as far as the PD and then,
But then you just, rather than this position be a full-time position, then you would make it a part-time position. Is that what you're trying to say?
People for part-time, wouldn't that?
Oh, so, just as a family, in 2018, we were only spending $4 million on salaries and benefits, and now we're up over 7 million. Salaries, and we want to keep the salary levels competitive. But salaries are things we don't reduce that way. You can do less projects, but you can't do less people unless you fire someone. So anytime we add a headcount, we have to be very, very careful. That's really the only way that we can avoid that expense. So, in general, of course, you guys know I am never in favor of. Okay. For that very reason, because 68,000 this year. Next year will be 68 plus 4% plus whatever the health insurance goes up, plus whatever TMRS goes up. So every year, those costs don't go away. They're not like projects where you have discretion. So.
So are you saying though that you would prefer it to be a part-time position rather than a full?
Not to be.
Well, I know.
Well, but I mean,
On this contract, you can let that person, it's a different situation.
I mean, what we-
If it gets into a budget thing, you can let that contractor.
and one option we did look at was, instead of the half the time we've got at animal control, have one full-time and then like the mornings they're at animal control and the afternoons they're PD. But that would still be a full-time position with benefits.
With benefits.
Yeah.
Splitting their
I
time.
don't understand why this Angie or Karen's office couldn't be at the door like that.
That's what we've been doing for the last year and it just isn't.
Well, but she's not actually there, right? She's down. She's not.
So Angie's office is down the hall and then
Yeah,
where
so-
Terry's right.
So there used to be somebody stationed there. It's, you know, it's protected, protected entry. I mean, that's what most offices do is you have a person at the door, you know, and they're usually, well, like in our case, it's, you know, accountant, you know, also answers the door and then your detectives are in the building, they can answer the door when they're around. I mean, they're in the building more often than not probably. So, I mean, there's a lot of people in that building.
And I know that, but you know, even in answering the door, it's then dealing with that person.
Sure.
You know, which may be an hour, half hour.
If it's a detective, he should have skills to deal with those problems. That's what his, part of his job is to be anyway. I mean, it's just a thought. I mean, and it's just a discussion, but what's, you know, I understand, you know, that they have their own job duties.
So as far as an officer, you gotta realize too that say if somebody comes in, wants to report that their bicycle is stolen. So if you have a detective up front or you have a patrol officer, he is going to he is now going to have to do a supplement on a simple case because they made contact with an officer. So as far as being effective and as far as, you know, your day.
So he has to leave right then and there to go take care of this.
So, let me back up. So any contact that somebody has as far as reporting an offense or anything like that, any contact or any officer that spoke to that person, they have to do a supplement to that case.
Okay, explain the supplement.
So officer, say it's Detective Burris, for argument's sake. He grabs the door, he's on front duty. Somebody goes, hey, my bicycle was stolen. Okay, then we call an officer, because that's how it is, as far as officer comes in and takes the original case. But given that Detective Burris is also law enforcement, also a cop, from the DA's office, he's going to actually have to do a supplement because that person contacted him. Even though he transferred that to that other officer, he now has to do a supplement because that person encountered law enforcement.
One more time, explain supplement.
Okay, so
What is a supplement?
So the officer would do an original report, the whole thing, the tabs, this person's victim, you know, was stolen here and there. Do the narrative, part of it, I reported to the PD, somebody said that it's stolen, in contact with such and such. So, you know,
This is Officer Barrows that's making this.
no, this would be like, say, we'll say Officer D. Officer D comes in because Burris called him in. So after D does the original report, Burris is now gonna have to do a supplement, and it's probably gonna be real short and sweet. But this person came to the PD, contacted me, and then I contacted this person because
Is that like an email?
It's an extra report.
no, we can't do an email as far as that, 'cause that's the requirement from the DA's
Log
office.
into the system, you type a few things.
So even if I go to a scene, it doesn't matter if I just stand there and look at it, I do a supplement.
So how long does it take you a supplement? 1 day, 2 days, 3 weeks?
No, I mean.
An hour, 10 minutes? That's what I want.
As far as something like that would probably take 2 minutes.
Okay, 2 minutes out of his time.
But it is that important as far as that case goes to court, as far as the time for that officer, say if it goes to court, to call an officer in because he took a supplement, because he called somebody in to take a report and sitting in court because of that one supplement. That
Where often does that happen?
Yeah, yeah. How often does that happen, Tom?
can happen at any time.
Okay, but
And then so you're.
Not ever happen either. So this is.
But a lot of the door requests are like requests for records, right? I mean, yeah.
It's quite a bit as far as traffic that comes up. We average anywhere from 30 to 50 people walking in as far as that.
Yeah, a couple a day. Well, I don't know. I mean, if you had some statistics that showed that there's a lot.
I've given some.
You have those time?
Yes. Every month as far as the calls that come into the PD and also the walk-ins that come in.
Yeah, no, I'm just talking about the overtime that your admins are doing to make up for this extra work.
to make sure they get all their work done.
I mean, quite honestly, it's just, we're.
Sounds like it's.
Some of our stuff because.
I mean, I don't Can't tell you exactly for sure, but I'm just thinking of the payrolls that I've seen in this past year. I can tell you that Karen probably averages on maybe 5 hours per pay period overtime. Yeah, that's about right. So anywhere from 3 to 5 hours on average for her. Angie.
The pay period's 2 weeks.
Yes. I mean, that's just an average.
Aren't those people working?
No, I mean, I think that just depends on your position. I mean, obviously, I mean, not 5 per pay period. I think that's a little.
Those are hourly positions?
I'm sorry?
Those are hourly positions?
Yes. I think 5 is for an hourly position. That's not an officer or firefighter is pretty high.
I think a good example too of the other department, as far as the sheriff's office, they have that in their law. They have one single person that you walk in and they answer the phones and they answer. Because they also have another Angie and a Karen that's right across the door. So as far as.
They were not the county.
No, but it is an example of as far as they knew that they weren't gonna have dispatch to actually answer that anymore. So they had a person. It's not, I'm not asking anything that, I didn't reinvent the wheel as far as.
My sake, is there a consensus on the position? Just because
Been a lot of public outcry for having extra people up there.
Oh, yeah, as far as, I've got complaints from the DA's office. As far as phones not being answered when she calls, I've gotten several complaints that I've been trying, in fact.
Yeah, but
Linda Graham is a prime example of that. I got yelled at just this last week as far as not having somebody there when she walked the door. That was just last week.
Yeah, so move Angie or.
Well, and
Where? I mean. That doesn't seem like enough to justify a whole position, so, I mean. In all our businesses, we all multitask. I mean, I answer the door at my business when there's nobody at the front office. I mean, it's just, you just do it. It's part of your job. You have your job duties, but then you do whatever it takes to get the mission accomplished.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Tim.
Okay. I mean, if you want to rearrange the office to make it a little more, friendly, yeah, it's fine. But
Because if Angie or Karen does not answer the phone downstairs, does it ring in your office?
No.
Well, why not? I mean, I'm just asking. I know my tone sounds, but it's not. It's like, why not?
Right. Oh, and that's something that I can, as far as.
yeah, because you can't go out in public because then you have to write these little subsistence things, right?
See, I don't understand that, but no, my point is, it should ring somewhere else besides up front. Because after 2 or 3 rings, they're not gonna answer that phone because they're busy. So somebody else should pick up the phone. Because that's what happens in my building. If the main building doesn't answer that, if the secretary doesn't answer that, or the administrative assistant, it rings in the principal's office. And then if it doesn't ring there, if no one picks up there, it rings in, I think, the library or Angela's office. Classroom. I mean, so I'm just asking, doesn't it? Yeah, it should ring in mine, but I'm just saying it should ring somewhere else. Does that make sense? Does that make, I mean, so we're a school.
Going to another phone.
Yeah. I mean, and we're a school. So if it doesn't go to 1 to 2 to 3, it goes to 4.
Gotcha.
So.
And once we have the new phone system, we'll have more flexibility for sure.
Call that number right now.
Calhoun don't do all that.
What number?
It's amazing.
780 A's goes to Central Dispatch.
I can see. Yesterday. I called yesterday.
And that was on.
And it went, and it went to the.
Yeah, because after hours and weekends, but
Yeah, and I asked her that.
8 to 5 during the day goes over here.
Yeah, but can our system do it here? Not now, but you said you're getting a new system.
We're going to alleviate Karen or Angie answering the phone. It's just, somebody's still gonna have to answer.
Well, that's
instead of them.
Can't go like to.
Hello.
Fine tune and.
I like the system.
Well, that's what it's gonna do is it's gonna go to
Yeah.
Karen or it's gonna go to Angie and just keep going or go to voicemail.
Sounds like.
Yeah, go to voicemail.
No,
But they have.
said the administrative assistant would be learned.
Right.
Oh, I don't.
You does.
Policies and procedures. People about to.
I think that's what he's saying is the officer, them making contact with the officer because they're officers.
Said that the report.
Thousands.
The report.
Salary, that's partially good.
Right? Okay, let's do it 20 minutes.
Anyway,
I have a question. The 68,000, is that their salary or is that what?
That includes their salary, retirement, health insurance. I put them at the full max and then FICA.
I'm just the devil's advocate. I want to at that front when I walk up.
But if you have two part-time employees, you don't have to pay all that other.
You just have, yeah, you're just paying their salaries.
Salary.
No benefits.
And I'd like somebody up there at that front desk when I walk up there.
Yeah.
I don't want to be ringing and ringing
I
and.
can't answer for anybody else.
For the sake of compromise, would it be wise to start off with a part-time position just to see if that helps the situation? I mean.
Yeah, I mean, anything,
I mean, a part-time, you can have them be 10 to 3 or something, I don't know. I mean,
Is it every 2 hours, less than 30?
yes. For the sake of compromise, that way there is somebody there. I mean, are they there from 8 to 5? No, but they're there part of the day. So maybe they work 4 hours a day or something.
well, I mean, you think it'd be better to move from the admins to that position physically, so that you have full-time fulfill. Right, I mean, that's the.
Well, you could, if it's a part-time, I mean, then you can just have Karen or Angie trade off who does the morning and who does the afternoon.
Can they work from that office or do they?
Sure.
Can they work at that door? I mean, is there an office?
And they head over there.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes,
yeah, as far as
the old dispatch area.
So Karen or.
Oh, I see.
well, so with
If they're right,
equipment,
if they're right across the hall. In the office.
so with Angie's equipment, she's doing as far as a lot of case downloads and stuff like that. In fact, she has probably the most, I guess, efficient, more as far as party computer. Because it takes a lot of computers and stuff like, or as far as memory and all that to get all that stuff done.
Yeah.
So she has probably 2 or 3 hard drives in her office alone, including monitors, all that kind of stuff. I mean, yes, it's feasible that she can go over there as far as that goes. And then, as far as Karen, yes. But like I said, the concern is what it takes away from their duties, given that their positions were taxing to begin before we even lost. I'm, I'll be honest with you, I mean, their work is suffering because of it. I'm not gonna make any bones about it. I'm not gonna sit here and say that they hasn't. As far as, request, as far as open records, that takes time as far as that goes. And then as far as redaction, and when you're constantly disturbed by a phone or somebody coming in, that's going to take away from it.
So who does the open records on Friday? Because does Angie work 410s?
Yes, this is correct.
So, I mean, if that's a big deal, then she should be working 5 days.
5 days. Well, the idea behind that is so that people could come in before and after, as far as our regular hours, if they needed to file something. That's the whole logic behind that. So in this case, this person would be there Monday to Friday, cross-trained. So if something needs to be done, it can be done.
There you go. Cross-trained.
That's the whole idea, is to have most of this cross-trained, because another thing too, with the current staff, I've had Angie out a lot as far as medical and even.
Yes.
They have had a lot of medical issues, not only themselves, but also family. With Angie, her father is battling cancer. Angie's got heart conditions, and in fact, she's gonna be out this Thursday for injections.
And I can attest to that as well, that Angie has been out a lot this year because of health issues.
Hire a person because somebody else is having issues. So, I mean, I can go with the.
What about AI?
If their offices are right across the hall. And this woman is gonna be, who's gonna train her?
There's one woman that we do have in mind. She is already crossed as far as dispatching, she's local. So
So she won't be asking them to come out of their offices a lot.
no, and in fact,
So if she's part-time, you know, she won't be disturbing them as much, because she's already been trained as far as just what you said, right? So I just can't see.
But I do know we have trouble sometimes filling part-time positions because they don't have.
Yeah.
Everybody wants benefits, you know.
Right.
but I can't say as far as the one that we have in mind, would she go for part-time? I do not. But as far as the one that I do have and would come back, she's dispatched and she has been cross-trained both in Karen and Angie's stuff. She was filling in before we got a dispatch, or dispatch went away. She was actually doing a lot of it.
So if Angie was retiring in a year, then I could see bringing a person in to get trained while she's still here. But if we don't have any end date, then I can't see it.
Well, I think the goal is you've got two people, completely different jobs. You have Karen and Angie. And if they're gone for whatever reasons, who does their job? That would be what this person would essentially be there for.
Is she gonna get trained on 3 jobs?
Well, the administrative part wouldn't, I mean, you're answering doors and answering phones. So I mean, and then she's cross-trained in all the harder aspects of it.
I couldn't say it just, what's this person gonna do? Oh, they're just gonna answer the door and answer the phone. That's
No,
not.
they're gonna help out, because they're not going to be.
So
They're backup. That's what that's what this position would be, is backup.
We have to be very careful.
So could we hire part-time for backup, or is that?
I mean, you could, but I mean, that's to Jody's point. It is hard sometimes finding a part-time because they want the benefits.
Yeah.
I mean, not to say that it's not a possibility. It's just, I mean, we could do it if that's what everybody is a consensus on.
You had mentioned that, and I thought that was a keen idea that, hey, we'll try part-time for a while and see if that's what we need to resolve it.
Right.
I thought that was pretty keen, but then you're right about it being difficult to hire part-timers. But if you offer the right salary, we're gonna get them.
But they have a part-time that they could also use at animal control. Doesn't she come into animal control and answer the phones for animal control? Don't you have a person?
No, as far as part-time, we haven't hired a.
They have a budgeted position, but they have not been able to find.
So what I was saying before is, well, maybe since we're having trouble hiring part-time people, we could convert that to a full-time position and have half between PD and animal control. But that still is a one full-time position.
Well, I'm like Rose, I'd like to be able to walk in and see a human there.
Well, I've experienced
At
it
least
for myself coming in and having to ring that thing, and they're busy back there. And when she comes, he explained to me like, I'm so sorry, you know, we were busy back there. And I didn't like that too much, but I understand they have duties they gotta do.
Well, and you know, as an added point too, and people do go to PD. I mean, a lot of times they have to go to PD and then they have to come back over to utility billing to pay for whatever service they had done at PD. So another thing that this person could do is take that payment so they don't have to go back over to utility billing as well. I mean, this person could do a lot.
They said it's only like 1 or 2 visits. So I mean, it's just that's not enough for a person.
I think though, but maybe there might be 2 visits today, but how time consuming are those visits? I mean, how time consuming are those 2 visits?
Usually when somebody walks in the police department, they got a story too.
Oh, you know, time consuming visit.
Yes,
they do.
At least.
Yeah, they got a little story to tell, and they deserve somebody's attention.
So does Karen does Karen's job, is that customer facing? What Karen does, is that custom, so a person comes in for, needs PD, they need records, which is Angie, or they need a police, right? I mean, what other kind of stuff is there?
Oh, there's all kinds of stuff. So there's sometimes they want to speak to me, but complain against an officer. Sometimes they want general information about what have you. As far as evidence, recovery of evidence that was possibly taken from the case. Of course, records is a big one. Fingerprints is another.
So who does does Angie and Karen do the fingerprints?
No. We bring in an officer.
So say it's time consuming, the person comes in, they.
I mean, it depends on what they're coming in for, if it's time.
The administrative system do the fingerprint.
Yes, we could do that. Yes, I mean,
I would save the officer's time from having to come off the street.
And in fact, that
could issue another parking ticket or speeding ticket.
Yeah.
So as far as the 4 people upstairs, let's talk about that. So you have, as far as the mental health officer, who should be doing checks, and of course, he's getting trained. So he's in the field, but also doing reports when it comes to CPS and APS. Lieutenant Ramos, as far as his position and how important it is as far as getting those cases to the DA's office. It is very time consuming. And in fact, he probably gets in more overtime to make sure that we're still on time as far as that goes. And that was the whole conversation that I had with their office as far as, hey, you're gonna have to restructure. You're gonna have to do something in order to get these cases in. So then you have, of course, Eric, our lieutenant sales. So as far as the maintenance and stuff with the vehicles, it also going out on patrol, and a bunch of other stuff. As far as definitely the maintenance, especially since we've got enterprise, staying on track with that. There's also code enforcement stuff that we've been doing. In fact, we ride around at lunch and also tag vehicles as far as that goes.
Yeah, we keep them pretty busy.
Yes. So as far as me, yes, there's times where the budget is top. But also dealing with the accreditation as far as kind of thought here. As far as doing all the accreditation, making sure all that is going, that is time consuming of itself too. So yes, as far as, and I would put myself as far more in the office than the most. So as far as, yes, the transfer of the phone, yes, I could be as part of it.
Chief, right now, since the municipal court judge is doing warrants and magistrations, will that keep that person, that administrative assistant, busy, or does that have nothing to do with that person?
Well, I thought about as far as another added responsibility is we talked about last week as far as posting cases that are outstanding. And that person could be as far as to make sure that's updated and also to contact these people and say, hey, you got municipal warrants. Come over here and pay them.
Yeah,
that was going to be another
talked about
as far as another part of that job is to have as far as to benefit municipal court as far as trying to get some of the warrants set up. Because we are backlogged when it comes to those.
Because there's a lot of phone calls, research or whatever that can be done right there online with going out and knocking on doors or whatever. You can do a lot of the background work right on the computer to find these people.
I know that the direction it sounds like we're trying to go is to get the fines paid and not so much throwing people.
We don't want nobody in jail. No.
When it comes to law enforcement, because us, that's all we need to do is throw them in jail. As far as when it comes to that. But if we want to try to, recover a lot of the fines, that position would be part of it too. As far as it's kind of, we had that when we actually had Clifton Hilliard actually did it a portion of time. So, and he was very successful as far as contacting these people and getting them to come in. And so that was going to be another part of it. I think he even sent, Jody sent me an email, I think Bay City had a list as far as that goes that they posted to see. So we were hoping that would be part of it. It wasn't, like I said, I know there needs to be a little bit more as far as just sitting there waiting for somebody to come to the door. It needs to be more. So I wouldn't ask as far as somebody, no, well, they're just gonna do that. No, I want more out of that position because that is a Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, that's 40 hours. There could be a whole lot more done as far as being successful.
If somebody called that 4088 number, could they request an officer to come to the house and then they complain like that?
Yes, sir. So 488 will get one of our PD officers to the location.
And you can request an officer to come to your house, you have a complaint.
Yes, sir.
But that 4088, that's just Monday through Friday?
No, ma'am, that is their, that's 24/7.
That would be the number to call instead of 3788.
Yeah.
Close to 3788.
No, oh, so 3788 comes here.
Yeah.
Monday through Friday, 8 to 5.
And then it's.
Then it rolls over after hours.
Yeah.
4088.
It is our non-emergency that we've had building was and that's no.
4088 has been there since.
No, 3788.
Oh, yeah. 4088 though.
That's new.
If you use 4088, you don't have any need for 3788.
Well, you have, as far as familiarity, as far as somebody that's used that number forever.
That's, yeah, because that's what I did yesterday. I know you had already given us the other number, but 3788 was the one I could just. go to.
Oh, yeah, that's all you remembered for a long time.
Yeah, because that was the one that was here.
And we'll always have that number, just, in case there's somebody, but it's definitely tied to.
I would never call that number, nobody, they either transfer you or nobody's there, so I would call this number, when I call this number, nobody answers.
Great.
The 4088.
3788 is at the mercy of if Karen, Angie.
Yeah.
Monday through Friday.
If you need something done quick, don't call that number. Call 4088.
They'll go to the central to discuss. It's not ending. That doesn't answer our.
So I'm hearing that the consensus is yes, I know, like, you want somebody, we don't want a full-time. So the consensus is really just to make it a part-time position. If we're going to do this.
Animal control person over there part-time, and then make that position control PD.
So you want to take the animal control, the part-time animal control attendant.
It's been filled, right?
But then that takes away from animal control.
But it needs to be filled.
That does need to be filled. I will tell you, that really needs to be filled.
Do they just answer phone or they receive people?
The animal control?
What the animal control, so the whole purpose was for, yes, one, answer the phone, but also have another person there.
Yes, because they're out.
Somebody physically there.
Out.
If they bring in puppies or kittens or
Yeah.
whatever. And then also a possible, or second cleaning of the day.
Yeah.
Especially during their summer. So the hope was clean during the morning. And kind of in lunchtime and then.
I would not advise to take the part-time animal control away to focus. I would advise if a part-time, 2 part-times. That's, I mean, that is something we could at least try.
What would be the hours for a part-time animal control?
It would be this, I mean, I would assume it would be the same concept.
Yes.
In 10 to 3 or however he wants to structure that.
Just as long as they don't go over there.
Yeah, they just can't go over 32 in a week.
They're only working 5 hours and 2 weeks overtime, these jobs.
They can't get overtime because they can't go over 32 hours a week.
No, that's on part-time. So I just don't see that this department is that stressed. So.
I think it is. I mean, I think I don't work over there, but I can see the stress in Karen and Angie's faces, and I mean, but
I can tell you,
I'm not over there, but I can see it in their faces that they're stressed. I mean, it's overwhelming. Yeah, they work the extra duties that come from that, I think.
What do you guys think? Y'all think it's part-time, full-time? Nobody? I'm just gonna call this number if I need something. I ain't gonna worry about none of that stuff.
But I do need y'all's opinions on this.
I say nobody, because I feel like we just close the door, put a number up there.
And so I mean, I want that clear that we can do that and you guys.
Yeah.
Well,
Take the heat.
I'm not taking that heat.
Whatever. It's
Yeah.
everybody that's come, everyone that you started off with, this % increase in the budget. Well, we gotta find some opportunity to keep things as they are. And this seems like one of them.
I just feel like we're not here. We're not dealing with the police and Karen and all them. And these guys deal with that on a daily basis. So they would have more insight. We want the budget low. I get that. We do. But they would have more insight of what's going on a daily basis.
You need to advertise that number more clearly.
We got.
Well, I don't think you wanna
we got
cut off the
a lot of
citizens
other
from
stuff
the
to discuss though, so we gotta move forward.
Yeah.
But, so what's the consensus?
I just need a consensus.
Say, well, I say no, I'm the Joseph, say no. So you did a passion play for your employees, so I mean. But I don't understand why you don't move Angie or Karen into that office, and not that office.
You don't complain when you go over there, there's nobody there.
Well, I won't.
Gonna be.
You just call that number like you said.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we, but with it for a year, we'll just take the keep handling the complaints. Just, you know, I know we've been talking about customer service and we're just.
So you get direct people about that.
You know, we talk about customer service, but we don't have any.
Yeah.
Yes,
Because when we pick up the phone.
Yeah, we
where
do,
does it
Rosie.
go straight to?
The city does all right.
the city does okay.
They're not perfect, nobody is.
Nobody is, we're not.
It goes straight to a voicemail.
But and part of that is telephone issues, you know, part of that is that.
When I come up,
Animal control.
police department make a, inquiry, complaint. I called ahead and they transferred me over to the central area. Then, and then eventually a police officer comes. I think the temperature was about 95 degrees. I waited outside, not inside. Waited outside, waiting for, 5, maybe 10 minutes on that officer. I could have got my car, but you think at any minute they're gonna get here. Of course, they got other duties to take care of. I just think it's bad customer service. There ought to be a way that we can talk to somebody when we walk in the office and not have to stand in the heat. But did you have to stand outside, Rose?
Yeah, ring that door thing.
Yeah, but they never let you in, right?
No, they let me in.
Oh, well, they wouldn't let me in. They know me.
We forwarded over to them the meter app stuff.
Well, I just really think it's important, but we can do, cut the budget right there
Not increasing.
and have less customer service.
Yeah, but still a means to get your issue resolved. It's not like.
Yeah, I must, once the officer arrived, the issue was resolved.
Nope.
Is that the water meter you turned off?
No, it was about. It was about a different issue. Somebody next door in the trailer park wanted whack. And my wife and I were worried somebody was getting hurt. Actually, I think it was just one person. Not completely right, and off their meds and drinking. And we couldn't see anything, but we heard a lot of screaming and hollering, and we were concerned. So the next day we wondered, what happened? Because they had contacted that person. I think that person eventually ended up being arrested.
Can you go through some, like?
Okay, so I'm gonna move it along, I guess.
Yeah, so on the budget for PD under contracted services, we went from 5 to 300. Is that?
That's the dispatch.
That's dispatch. So we've been paying 75,000 a year for dispatch?
So last year it was set at 225 because it wasn't the full year.
Full year.
So now we're in the full year.
So that 75,000 for.
300.
What are you talking like every 3 months?
I'm saying it was 225,000 last year, is 300,000 this year. So last year.
Yeah, last year we didn't pay for 3 months, so we deducted 3 months of it. So it's
all dispatch.
all dispatch.
So even though we don't have those 4 people, we're still paying for those 4 people. So that pays back in senses. Okay. So I guess I'm also looking at furniture, equipment, building improvements. I mean, we're talking like $100,000 between radios and building improvement and equipment, I mean, all in 1 year. Is that something we have to do all that in 1 year?
So as far as, we had the floors done, of course, we had the floors done last year's.
Yeah.
Kind of a big issue. The furniture that we had, was last latest, so this was a lot of replacement for the furniture that we had. Of course, we did as far as, CID stuff, but this is also, we sent Burris off to, several schools, so we've got quite a bit of, computer, or hard drives and stuff to extract cell phones. We've got over $100,000 worth of equipment for free. And to put them on basically cardboard boxes and stuff like that, that's not it. So this is kind of a continuation of.
Well, 23,000 for furniture and equipment. What's your furniture? How much is?
The furniture is,
Got it,
the replacement furniture is 1,515.
Yeah, so 19,000 as far as that. And radios it's gonna be a continuous issue as far as that goes.
Yeah, we don't think 19,000 for furniture is kind of ridiculous.
It's for, it's more than just, it's for a whole workspace, desks. It's for furniture for a whole room. The CID lab room, which I'm not sure how big that room is. I'm not sure.
It's for commercial office equipment nowadays.
So a lot of it is storage as far as their equipment.
Yes, and storage.
then, as far as, of course, for all this computer software or all this computer hardware. Two, if we are taking, because we also assist as far as the departments, as far as the extraction, give it out. We have one of the only officers that can do it in this area. So we're in charge of their property too. So we want to make sure that nothing happens. As far as their evidence while it's with us.
CID is the evidence room.
Well, as far as the extraction. So say this is evidence. We have hardware and software that can extract every bit of it. Given that the classes are hard to get into and what we've obtained, it almost rivals some as far as federal in this area. So we have that ability to help others. So the idea is, while this piece of property, as far as evidence, we want to make sure, say, Quail PD has a phone, we want to make sure that if Quail PD picks it up, it's not going to be a joke.
Do we contract these services out?
No, we do not.
You guys do it?
You guys do it for?
We do it to help each other out. Given that other cities are just as strapped as far as that goes, and to. You try.
So on the goals, are you guys still trying to do the training center?
So the training center, the actual building, of course, the Fountain County EMS is the building that we can use. The idea, of course, is to the fire training grounds that's really close to it, over by animal control, clean that up, have a range there as far as that goes, have a multi-purpose, multi-department as far as fire EMS that we can all.
You think it'll freak the dogs out? Shoot them next to them? I'm serious.
Well, anything freaks the dogs out with that. When they have a 4-H, it's going to
Right next to, yeah.
So, but I mean, remember you used to have a goal for several years to try to get a training center here where we actually bring people in and get trained. Are we still, is that part of?
So that would be part of it.
Okay.
Yes.
So what Lieutenant Sal's is doing this year at Victoria College, is that part of that goal? At Victoria College?
Right. So as far as him, that is giving opportunities. Of course, he's going to be teaching traffic law to the academy, but is to sharpen their skills as far as that goes and to get that comfort level as far as that.
So how much revenue does the city, how much do they pay us to do that for?
It's personal as far as contract. It wouldn't be for the city. So you would take off as far as that goes.
So he's taking, so he has to take vacation?
Yes,
Okay.
I don't think you want him going to the academy and teaching classes on the city staff. So yes, so you'd have to, or make up the hours.
That's very good that he's doing.
Any other PD questions? Oh, it's not done yet. So animal. Animal control, page 78. So we have a 4% decrease in overall budget. Supplemental request is a 2,500 increase in non-capitalized assets for the purchase of washer, dryer, and freezer.
I see you guys got a number of pet registrations. Is that kind of going on with yours, Derek? I thought you had some animal registration on your criteria too, right?
Yes, sir.
Is that the same thing exactly or no?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wasn't there are we getting a new burner, or new?
That incinerator is CIP in, I think, a couple of years.
That's the thing with the only thing that really goes out are the components. But that thing is solid.
So, you gonna put a roof on it, or was it?
Was it cost effective?
We've talked about that, I think it's fine as far as the cost of the building and venting it and all that. It's just easier to budget and know a new whole unit other than enclosing it. Because I think the issue too is the heat, and as far as how much heat they put off. And area and room and all that.
And part of it was because people were complaining the way it looked. It looked bad because it's outside and it gets rusted.
You wanna put one of those fences like Ameripex around it, that black mesh thing on there?
Wouldn't it melt it? It's so hot.
Yeah, I don't think that's. I think the newness has kind of worn off as far as the looks of it. I know it's kind of, look, Sorrel, the delivery guy for it. He goes, yeah, I just delivered the barbecue pits, yeah.
I mean, nobody sees them dragging these animals out there to put them in this barbecue pit, dude.
They did.
They did because the Humane Society was out there next to it. Is that what it's called?
What's that?
Humane Society?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Humane Society was out there next to it at one point.
Yeah,
That's why we had all those complaints.
the incinerator came after, way after Humane Society.
Oh, did it?
Well, it's part of this.
Yeah.
Well, since I didn't ask you before, you don't do Christmas lights at Animal Control, what Christmas lights are you guys doing? City Hall this year? It's a PD.
PD?
Yeah, got $450.
Oh.
Something mine.
Well. It's supposed to. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, it was kind of different. The one that I was going to hire back was good with all that. As far as if you noticed last year, he really decorated it all. So that was kind of to give her a little bit more leeway, but I don't think that's gonna happen this year, so.
Yeah, we may have this one.
I may have to just throw it towards the float or something.
So was your blue elf or your, what was it called? Elf, whatever, did that do better this year or in December of this 24 and 20?
As far as the interest in it?
Yeah.
A little bit. There was a few corporate.
Wasn't this the second year you did it?
Yes.
Yeah.
There was a few corporate that wanted to get involved, but we wanted to make sure that it stays local and local businesses.
I didn't see as much this year on Facebook as I had done the year before. That.
Oh, it was every day.
I mean, but that didn't mean that, it just meant that I didn't see it.
Yeah, like I
So I didn't know.
said, we kept the same rules. We advertised or gave out the clues, posted like.
Yeah.
We had a good, 23 days to post twice a day.
That's whose ever idea that was a great idea.
Well, it was part of the one that I was gonna hire back.
Yes, the elf was indifferent.
Yeah, it also. I don't even have that. Doesn't sound like so.
Here.
Okay, next.
Done?
Thank you, Colin.
Okay, so we're moving on to street page 87.
Waynesboro.
Waiting for us today, so.
Waynesboro.
We have a 0.8% decrease overall budget. Supplemental request is 50,000 increase to R&M sidewalk, which is a new line item that we have. And capital improvement request is 50,000 for village sidewalk.
That's not a rehab, that's an actual new. Right?
That's new construction.
Village Road is new, it's not,
The rehab on the thing.
it's wrong, it's new.
So those are 250s, not 650.
Right, because the 50, the increase to R and M sidewalk, that's specifically.
For the repair and maintenance.
Yeah, that we have a budget line item to start repairing sidewalks that currently don't meet ADA.
You started your 17-mile survey?
It's been too hard. But I will be doing, I'll have to do that very soon.
So it's these on the capital.
Micro surfacing, that's all in the goals. Where? You Davis, that's my HB, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chatterton. Who's that?
Same place.
That's one street down.
Okay.
So I've got a lot of good favorable comments on that in our area. FYI. Except for the people that got trapped on the ground.
Yes.
That's kind of an so.
I got over it quick though.
So when are we doing Central Street? Border Street?
I did talk to Randy last week. And he said they just got finished with all their surveying in July. And they're working on the plans. Realistically, we're probably looking at bidding, I would guess, October, November, where we'd start in January.
It's not on here.
Intentionally because I hadn't got any report back from the engineer at the time.
Yeah.
So is it in the budget though?
Yes.
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 It's in the CIP.
Yes.
Okay.
It's been moved forward. It's been moved forward so that
Yeah, for whatever reason, their surveying took a lot longer than I was thinking. They've got it done now.
So Wayne, $100,000 was for streetlights. I mean, so we own streetlights.
That number comes directly from Jetstar.
We have to pay for the electricity.
Oh, that's the electricity. Oh.
Yes. Yeah. That's what
Wait,
we,
what's the, oh, I'm
oh,
sorry.
no, go ahead.
The street sweeping program is like this, what, Virginia, and what, how do you determine what streets you're gonna sweep? It's not everywhere, is it?
citywide.
Oh, it is.
Yes.
Twice a year?
My goal is 4.
Oh,
My goal is 4 times a year, entire city. However,
I see twice.
I am upgrading that. As soon as Geotab gives us a response back, they have an attachment that goes on a street sweeper, so I can monitor where it's at, what it's done, how much it's picked up. Because right now, the debris removal and mileage is all estimated. Mileage, of course, based on whatever the truck says. And then we're estimating a full load every time they dump, which isn't always the case. So, but with this new module from Geotab, I'll be able to keep a monitor of debris picked up because the truck has a scale built into it, so it'll weigh itself.
Who's driving your bot now? Huh? Who's your?
I have several. Yeah, because I bought a non-CDL truck this time, so I'm not limited to people that can run a street sweeper.
Good.
Make it like a Waymo where you just, that Walmart, that pony, it just goes on its own.
So right now, they have to skip around or they start on one side and.
They start on one side, they end at the other, and they repeat.
How long does it take to do that?
It takes about 2 weeks to go citywide.
Take a cycle, go back around.
2 weeks, wow, that's pretty quick for every street.
Was that person also the one that does the spraying and curbs? No, person.
Eddie does or is in charge of the spraying. and the employee that is no longer with us was doing the actual spray. So right now, until huh? Anyhow, until I fill that position and train somebody else to do it, I'm shorthanded in the Parks Department, and then spraying is not getting done.
So speaking of that, so you have temporary position, you've quadrupled the temp positions.
So
that
let
for
me
some?
explain the positions for, so are you talking about the temporary ones
Yeah, the 150%.
for streets or parks?
This is street.
1.15?
And streets, so 511-06.
Second line,
So
other page.
Oh, I'm right.
Yeah.
Okay, let me explain that. So I guess what was happening was, this is kind of an Excel error. The formula from the payroll spreadsheet was computing hours. So since the hourly rate went up to 17.36, I believe, is the minimum. So prior to that, it was set at what the hourly rate should be, but the hours were not accurate. So we were kind of understating what payroll for the temporary workers. So I in turn fixed that. That makes sense?
that makes sense, except that the projected is still at 10,000, so I mean,
Well, I'm projecting just based off of if
so we didn't actually get
we
as.
didn't actually get any temporary workers or something like that.
We'll only have them, we've got 2 temporary workers, 1 parks, 1 streets right now.
Mhm.
Supposed to have 3. And then by the time October 1 comes around, we won't need that.
Yeah.
So some of it'll roll over into
Some of it
next year.
into the next year.
So it's better to have temporary instead of full time?
I'm not gonna get into this discussion.
Hey, do you have any full-time positions available? Or everybody's not looking to retire, move on or nothing?
I have 2 full-time positions available, but I'm looking to roll my temporaries into.
Okay.
Looking for a job.
I'm, met somebody the other day who's looking for one.
Okay.
So you save money by using temporary too, so.
Training.
Instead of full time.
I just knew what I'm told.
That's what we have budgeted.
I don't know about that.
I was gonna say the same thing.
On the seal coat, just FYI, what's the difference between seal coat P and seal coat M?
What's that?
On page,
Seal coat P is patching materials. Seal coat M, I believe, is, yes, it's I think that's what it's called, is microsurfacing. Yeah, actually, I think that's right.
can you use that microseal in like a chip coat? Or is it only for?
I can put that on anything. Yeah.
Is that your go-to material now?
No,
Just for certain streets?
I want to see how it lasts first.
I mean, it is significantly more expensive than just regular seal coat. So for regular seal coated streets, it would still make sense to do that, but.
I'm now this makes sense to me because you had me confused seal coat P and seal coat M. Is yeah, I'm still confused on that. I don't remember that.
There's 2 line items, one seal coat patching materials, one's the seal coat,
The seal coat program.
yes, there it is, the seal coat program, that's what it is. That's what it is, seal coat
Okay.
program, not patching materials.
Yeah, and so seal coat, just maintenance, I get, is that the patching?
That's the patching materials, sorry.
Yeah. All right, so we can't, it's not as cut and dry as that. We can't do that. Our seal coat program is fine.
Yeah.
But materials, because that's not only seal coat. That's also patch material.
Yeah.
Sand. No, rock and oil. We have a machine that patches potholes. And we also have a machine that lays seal coat. So, I mean, we can do.
Okay. Same line item though, just different description?
So it's better to have it as a materials, not designated as a seal coat.
SoCo program, that's not the contracted stuff we do.
Yeah.
Yeah. The other
So
one
we need
is
to rename
in-house.
that. So
We just need to not abbreviate it in here, so that way it's clear as day. It's just cut off.
This one's in-house road repair.
Yes.
So after doing, the one Chatterley or whatever that is, and Davis, will that complete all the hot mix streets in the city then?
Yes,
Okay.
except for the Norton and Old Town that we just did, but they're not ready for any kind of attention like that yet.
was it,
I don't have the cracking and stuff.
There's some crack seal I gotta do over in Old Town, but that's for a total different reason.
I think Oak Grove is hot mix, right?
Yeah, that's actually part of my plan to go
Okay. Yeah.
this year. It'll be an ad alternate because it's only a couple of streets.
What do they tell you is the frequency that you have to replace that one?
They're saying there's like a 7-year longevity on
Is it depends. Okay, well, it
How many
did.
garbage trucks
It
travel
looks
over?
good so far. I mean, it's.
it. I've got nothing but compliments, especially everybody over off Smith Road. They just love it.
Yeah.
Speed right through there, right? Roads.
Yes, that's you're right on through.
Get that sign back here a little bit.
Do you have any other questions on streets?
Let's say.
We move over to parks, which is page 91.
Yes.
There's a 27% increase in the overall budget. Capital improvement request is the 15,000 for the cabana structure at Butterfly Park, 40,000 for fencing at Butterfly Park, 350,000 for covered basketball court at Wilson Park. So that increase is because of the additional CIP that we are doing this year.
I have
Is what?
an addenda to this. If I can get the big bag, the cabana at Butterfly Park will be done this year because it's actually budgeted CIP for this fiscal year.
Yeah, just carry over.
So it's just carried over in case bids come in late. I've already got 2. I just need a 3rd.
Things for that area around canal drainage areas. Keep the kids from falling into the.
So Wayne, that 350 for covered basketball, is that an estimate or do you have?
That's an estimate.
Is it just one court or is it 2 courts?
And actually, I did have BLS give it after the CIP meeting, I asked BLS and actually it sounds like that is a good number. I thought it was gonna be low, but he said, it's probably close, maybe, in the ballpark anyway, so it's okay.
That's.
Now, keeping in mind that to run electrical and have lights.
That would be an added.
Added charge.
Yeah.
Because
It's just the building.
that's just the building. Because we don't
A
have.
slab and a roof.
Yeah, we don't have power.
Covering.
So it's gonna be like.
The only one that gets like more. I turned the opposites in there.
Okay.
Have to put a pole in.
Yeah. No, we just have to run it from the MCC in the concession building.
A loop of some sort of. Just a box.
This box. We're going to come out and put a main breaker in the MCC in the concession building. Put a box on underground there. Be underground.
No space for that.
Yeah, I got it.
Underground.
Have any other questions for parks?
25,000 for lighting and decoration, is that, is gonna be for the playground?
That's for
All Christmas.
all Christmas decoration. So we put on that, we put together the display down there. I'm trying to add to it. And some of that money has also been spent on, we have pole banners for the is it the Bayfront Master Plan?
Yeah.
We bought. From this line item? Yeah, from that line item.
It has the attachment mechanism for the flag banners.
Yeah.
Wait, can we talk about your goals real quick? Like the surveillance cameras, what do you think about putting those?
And all of the outside, all of the restrooms.
Okay. Yeah.
George Adam.
Park restrooms because they keep getting vandalized. They're ripping the doors off of the stalls and then graffiti. What these was, we have cameras there, then Colin has somebody to go look for it.
And then 3 cabanas at the Lighthouse Beach splash pad was a CIP item, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the volleyball court, I know y'all just did something there, but you're gonna.
We just filled it up.
Okay.
But it's gonna be completely restructured, just like the city park.
Okay.
That professional net poles, professional net. All the border for it, everything's needed to make it.
Yeah, people seem to enjoy that.
These shrubs.
Should use that court for that dog.
Virginia. Oh, I thought you were talking about these ones.
No, these over here. Yeah.
Well, we're doing that.
No, we're dealing with
A lot of people use
Yeah.
that, so.
Yeah, we're dealing with that.
Okay.
The shrubs along.
Can't grow plants. I got shrubs.
No, I mean,
Got 'em. They've been there for, I don't know how long we've lived here.
but they,
40 years.
and it's coming out of this year's budget. But he promised he'd have it done before the end of the fiscal year, but we're redoing the flagstone over here because the way it was originally done, it wasn't supposed to, but it did. It ended up holding water along that glass and and then when we did the tenting for the filling and everything, we ended up killing some of those plants along that. Anyway, we're redoing on that and then we'll redo that, then we're pulling up the dead vegetation and putting new back in.
Consider pollinator plants.
I didn't have anything to do with that.
Plants, but I know they're dead when I drive by.
I think we have the architect and use.
So try.
They were not easy to work with.
But yeah, anyway, it's something different, yeah.
Those are the shrubs on concern.
But I think, since we need to consider plants when we do our gardens.
I am
Drought friendly.
fully, yeah.
I'd like to see some kind of planning story for some kind of covered area over there by the veterans place, side with go there and sit in some kind of shaded area. I've got a lot of questions about that. Yeah. At least get something going, we don't, nobody ever talks about it.
Well, one time they were raising money, the vets were trying to raise, at one time the veterans were trying to raise money for that.
Yeah.
So.
But I guess
They won't ever get that much.
The pavers can raise when they did the paver thing, do you know?
Well, the paper, right now, I'm assuming that's a pass through. I don't know. You don't make.
No, we don't make money out of it. How much did they?
For the pavers.
I don't know.
Do you know how much that brought in?
I think the bricks run, $100?
No, how much money did they raise from?
Total.
That.
I'm just curious.
Because they had talked about the American Legion and the VFW guys had talked about it at one point.
Yeah, and then.
They had talked about it.
But I know we manage their budget
Right,
and they have none.
yeah, oh, well, yeah.
Yeah.
This is Gonzalez, who is it? Falcon. Is Greg Falcone still involved?
Yes.
Yes,
He's the one that
Yeah.
installed those.
yeah, we send him, whenever anyone buys any, we send him whoever bought any.
How do you get somebody like Formosa to get involved in, maybe they can contribute some money that, the boss over there, huh?
Some of them.
Yeah, maybe, how do we get something like that?
To ask right now, they got a lot of extra money to give around.
You don't?
Times are tough right now.
I bet.
We don't need the write-offs.
Ask Amy and say there's gonna be
That's true.
ask Amy and say there's gonna be sort of paddleball, what's the?
Pickleball.
Paddleball.
To entice her with a pickleball court, and I bet you Amy works for Formosa.
Well, I don't know them people, but.
So
Want to give them a call, give them.
No, you make it a covered area, but it's a pickleball court, and then the VA can,
It's kind of disrespectful to put it next to a veterans memorial.
Yeah.
Veterans Memorial Pickleball Court.
I guess the way to do that would be set up a fundraiser.
Looking forward to that. I don't know how to say it.
Now we're trying to get as much money out of Formosa for the recycling stuff.
Oh, yeah. How's it?
Good. I think so.
Next month, we're gonna have the grand opening.
The rest of the city?
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, just for the center out at the.
I've only got like $600.
Just started a week. Bay Vista, we're gonna see how those run. And they're looking real good so far. It's gonna be good fun. I'm also excited about it.
The small things, first small letter,
This is first.
household in there actually.
So any more parks questions? Gonna move over to Bower. Yeah. Okay, so Bower is on page 95. There's a 56% increase in the overall budget. We have capital improvement requests of 100,000 for replacement of light poles.
78,523 for the match for the hazard mitigation generator. And then 25,000 in furniture. So that 56% increase is due to the capital.
We don't have that grant yet, but if we
No, but if we do, that is the match that we would have to contribute.
How much would the grant be for?
300 and something on it.
Something like that, yeah.
It's a 75-25 grant. So.
The light poles in with the generator on the ground. So confusing.
Yes.
They're not
The
the
sprinklers
lights,
all
not
effective.
the lights, just.
If two came down that easy, the others.
Yeah.
One was blown down by a windstorm. The other one,
Backed into the concrete.
they leaned against it. They ran into it.
They leaned against, is that what you said? Yeah.
The forklift leaned against it. And then the following weekend, somebody crashed into the place where the light was.
The house.
Oh, man.
To concrete or.
Where were you that day, Justin?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know.
How old is that building already?
80.
Oh, 89.
How's the concrete floor doing in there? Is it about time to get repolished or is it?
It's due for another surfacing.
Doesn't look pretty, but it's.
I mean, it's the challenge there is finding somebody to actually do what we need done, and that's hasn't been that easy.
I had planned to have it repolished again this year, but the guy that did the Bower and my wastewater plant doesn't do it anymore.
That's true. Yeah, he did our church too.
I see you.
So the things I've been looking at, instead of just polishing the concrete, is having an epoxy coating put down on it.
They look nice for a couple of years.
Yeah, epoxy doesn't.
Have to
recoat it very well.
I mean, no, all the people I've talked to, they'll do it, but it's like starting from scratch and redoing the whole thing, which I don't think we're really there yet, but if we wait long enough, we'll be there. We just got to redo it anyway. So I don't know.
Get too many
I haven't found anybody that can just touch it up.
I mean, that's a bulletproof, that epoxy. I mean, I used it at the school and it looks great for a couple of years and then it's just downhill from there.
I see all the defects in it, but people that use it, I seem to like it because it's neutral.
I've actually had a lot of high-end clients complain that they don't want to look down at polished concrete.
We could stand it.
Well, they don't have to look down.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, when you polish it next time, you put a stainless place there. People are doing that in their homes.
But you gotta be careful because the whole color scheme was based upon the color of that concrete. You don't wanna have to redo the whole bower because change the color of the.
But the biggest issue is when they look down and see aggregate.
That's the architectural feature that we're trying to focus. That's just me.
Just do the nice, just put a microcoat in.
80s and 90s.
Any other questions for Bower?
Good.
We can do.
So we're gonna move on to the public utility fund now. What page? Public utility funds.
I need a break.
2 minute break.
Do you want a break? Okay.
Oh, they did?
Case you're hungry again.
Page 3, where it starts.
103.
103.
Me too.
Bad wife.
Yeah.
They give me that COVID shot.
Again.
They give me that big shot. That's supposed to stop something.
No,
Chart this.
when it's COVID, they tax loaded.
That's what.
Which is that what, that's.
Yeah.
It's because.
Can't say.
Then actually the tax if you turn it.
It just sends me a little.
Most houses have.
No, it
During the day,
send me.
somebody's there, the water's not being used.
I mean, if you got the water hose and you let it run, you'll know that.
I see your. When you close that valve.
Yes.
You
Okay.
create
There's
low pressure behind it.
getting his teeth.
It creates a water hammer within that.
Okay, moving to the public.
That's root beer team.
Starts on page 103. Okay, so just some highlights. So 4% allowance for merit increases, which totals 31,571. And then we have the proposed TMRS plan change to 2-to-1 for 22,817. Includes 124,388 funding of one-time non-capital expenses, of which includes the merit increases and the TMRS plan change. And then it includes 975,000 funding of capital. All in all, 100 days or 3.25 months operating reserves, and it's a balanced budget.
Okay. So money in there for the credit card
Yes,
fee, you added that in.
yes, it did. Total public utility fund revenues is 8.8 million. We have a 6.55% increase in revenue over prior year. 13% increase in metered water due to that $6.95 increase.
That's revenue, not volume.
Yes, revenue. Okay, and we have an 18% increase from the GBRA fees. Obviously, these are pass-throughs. And the 33% increase in service reconnection fees. And on the graph there, you see 96% of the revenue from the public utility fund is from service charges.
What's the fine about? What do you fine them?
Late payments, so if you're late, it's a 10% of your bill, I believe. And then return check fees, so that's for people who have auto draft and their money comes back due to NSF, you get charged $30.
And tampering would be in there too, wouldn't
Tampering is involved in service charges.
We haven't had any TCQ fines or anything. Well, have we?
Well, what do you mean?
Wouldn't be in that.
That wouldn't be in this.
Okay, so technology services, which is page 109 for the public utility fund.
Wait, let's go through this. So in the budget, so bonds and forfeitures, 111,000. What is that? On page 104. So
That is the late payments and the return check fee.
$110,000.
So let me, okay. So I think it was back in, not last year, but I believe it was FY 2023. In Encode, we had the system set up incorrectly. I don't know what happened, but it had looked like on your bill, you get charged a late payment if you're past due on the 15th, whatever your due date is. So I guess in Encode, it had it set up where it was actually charging the late fee days after that, 15 days after that. For what reason, I don't know why. So we had fixed it, and that resulted in an increase in revenue because people were actually getting charged accurately for late payments. So
what's the 263,000 other revenue?
other revenue would be interest income. It's on the other revenue is interest income, the GBRA fees on there, that credit card convenience fee, auction sale proceeds, and miscellaneous income.
Okay.
Technology Department, page 109. 11% increase in overall budget. The supplemental request, there's 9,300 increase for that Windows 11 migration for any employees that are public utility fund. And also a portion of the website design is being charged to public utility fund all departments as well.
And it says equipment UB and contracted services UB.
I'm sorry, you say contracted services UB, that's utility billing?
Utility bill.
Yes.
I bet you we see a lot more late payment fees now, the water's going up. Just jumping up.
I don't know the statistics on, I mean, I'm sure there's probably a lot of reasons. Okay. Any other questions on technology?
Well, just on the public utility fund revenue.
What is it? Want to go to utility billing? Just page 111. 44% decrease in overall budget. This decrease is due to the transfer of meter technicians to the utility maintenance department. So prior to this current year, our meter techs were housed in the utility billing. We made a change in the middle of this year to essentially have them under utility maintenance.
So we still have two.
Yes.
That's their full-time job, Wayne, is just checking meters.
Mm-hmm. Turning off, turns on meter issues.
Did they work like a distribution shift where all days were covered, or was it just Monday through Friday?
Just Monday through Friday. Currently I have approved them sparingly if we have systems that need to come online or be reprogrammed to come in on Saturday and work. But they have to give me a report the following Monday to justify them being there. Otherwise, there's no overtime.
It's not been abused, that's not abused, that's.
Yeah.
But you know, like if a realtor is somebody coming in on a weekend that needs the water on, you can't do that.
No. Because all that has to be taken care of through utility billing first. And you can't do anything after hours.
Yeah. Is any other utility billing questions?
Oh, the drop counter, do we have any metrics on that to see like who signed up or how much more people have signed?
My head, I know we still have a whole bunch.
Yeah, I think that we still need definitely a big bulk to sign up. I've informed the girls, anytime anybody comes in saying that they have a high leak or any new services as well, they provide the packet to sign up. So any new services, they're already getting that information with their packet, new service packet.
Yeah.
And then obviously existing customers, if you come in saying you have a leak, then they will say, well, hey, you should sign up for this just so you can get.
Just a strong recommendation.
Yeah, I mean, you can't force people to.
We've done several little media blasts trying to push it and we'll get a little bump after that, but I mean, honestly, yeah, it hasn't been something that everybody's excited about like I thought they would be, but you know, I mean, the service that comes.
Yeah, it notifies me every time I
Yeah.
have a pool leak or something.
So am I doing it wrong? Cause I can't see my Saturday, I can see the next.
If there's a lag, I believe, what is it?
Live.
No, it's not live.
It has to send the meter has to communicate with the town system. And that's right. That's
Now we have 303 drop counter members.
Oh, you looked it up?
Yeah, that's
higher than last time.
That was higher than last time I looked at it.
like 160.
It was like 100, so that's good.
It is
In other words,
real time. It's like, and
what
usually
happened?
like a 12-hour delay. It depends on,
Had a leak for months. They-
because it has to communicate to the tower
5,000.
and then the tower down to the system.
If you're using it
Yeah.
in the bill.
We have put them in the bills.
It's been, I think we've done an insert in the bills. Yes. I mean, we've done lots of things. I even put it on the online portal as like a click on like every single page you can go to.
Had several on Facebook. You know,
Your address.
and we
2.04.
did a big push at the fair and.
Yeah.
And it's free?
Yeah, that's
We got a leak in the pool. My wife.
What about, a citizen portal? Are more people utilizing that?
I don't think anyone that sees, Wayne's the one that sees that.
Citizen portal?
What is that?
Yeah,
Are people utilizing that?
yes. I'm averaging roughly 15 per month.
Yeah, that's kind of low.
So would you prefer us to use that than to call you?
It would be better.
I hear people saying they.
Okay.
Let's check. I always say it never gets fixed.
I would ask, and thank you guys for pointing out to people that they should use the citizen portal because it's really helpful. But when they're doing it, have them pick the department that it,
Oh, they're picking the wrong departments?
well, they're not picking a department, so I still have to physically go in and assign it. But if they pick streets or water or whatever, it'll automatically assign it to that department and they'll get an email right away instead of waiting for me to come into work or open up my computer at home to see
I
it.
may not know.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of
Education.
teaching. But I had one come in, it was Friday.
So what, you have a measure of performance on, I mean, you have to respond to those in so many days? or is it-
Within 24 hours. For streets and parks, they can respond almost immediately. With the utility department, it can take up to 4 days before they can respond because they have to wait for locates.
Kind of customer look up and see, you know, whether it's been done or not or anything.
If
They'll get a
you
notification.
register, you have to register for it and then I'll send you an email.
Yeah, I think-
When you log in, it'll show you.
Cause you have documentation, otherwise if you tell them, put it on a piece of note, it might not work.
And again, that's why it's imperative that when we're filling out these requests on a citizen portal, that we notate that it's a street problem or it's a parks or it's however, that way it's assigned to a person immediately and you'll get the email response that when that person acknowledges it, assigns it, or closes it.
And that doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna get fixed in 4 days or whatever, but at least it's been assigned somebody to get taken care of, yeah.
Who's responsible for like going through the aging or to see, you know, what things haven't been done? Some things that just accidentally got dropped or something.
That's me, I do it daily. Actually, I had it open all day today. I'm waiting to see when they're gonna close out this pothole work order that was put in on Friday that I know they've completed. They just didn't close it out yet.
Who runs the city Facebook that's always putting citizen portal in the comments?
I mean, it's either me or Tanya for the most part.
That's the thing. I mean, people complain, but they aren't taking the right avenue. And you put it right there in the face, like, fill this out.
That I have done. If, you know, if they'll complain about something, I will insert the customer. Yeah.
Right away.
Good.
Except for Port Lavaca listens more.
Yeah.
That's. Well, different end.
Non-departmental, page 122. So you'll see a 14% increase in overall budget. Supplemental requests, you have 17% increase in water purchases from Undyne. 58% increase in raw water from the increase in stored water in Canyon Lake and the Kentucky recovery. Then you have that transfer to the debt fund for the anticipated interest payment for the Texas Water Development Board loan.
So how do we get a 58% increase in raw water?
So the 58% increase in raw water is from the increase
in the canal delivery charges, in which that comes separately. They give me pretty much a letter every year explaining what the difference is. And then the other portion is that stored water, which is that the acreage fee.
Yeah, we're.
Our insurance.
So it's both.
And we maxed that out now. Now we were paying for the 100% of our Canyon Lake.
Yes, your 10-year grace is over a bit. So
Yeah.
the canal fees went up.
Yes.
So they made up 40% of the.
And I'll tell you, last year, I don't think I accounted for the increase last year. So this year, I'm fixing it. I did not account for the increase last year.
I mean, the actual dollars, we went from what, $183 per acre foot to 90 something or 80 something,
It
190.
was like 180 to 193, I believe.
And then let's say there's a certain level of frustration with GBRA or the canal delivery fees on my part, because I kind of went out, looked at some of the canals this past weekend, and Jody can attest to this, there was so much vegetation on top of it that I don't understand how. Actually, I don't know how we could ever clear up our THM issue, even bringing in an outside company to do it.
I mean, I've lived out there since 93, I think, is when we moved out there. And the GBRA Canal borders our property. I have never seen it as filled with vegetation this right now. You can't even tell there's a canal there. It's crazy.
The ones going out to the farms.
They haven't, GBRA hasn't been out to maintain. They usually go out and they'll clear it at least once a year, and they haven't been out there for a very long time.
So that contributes to our THM problem.
We may have to hire a crew to do that then, huh?
All right, I've been meaning to try to call them and just find out what's going on, but I haven't.
Well, TECQ is gonna make us pay out the nose if we don't get that level down.
Paid.
So we need to look at that.
Would GBRA be responsible for the fees for contracting the cleaning of those canals out?
That's why
We don't end up absorbing those costs.
It should be clear.
Okay.
That's.
Our numbers are elevated even higher than for the distribution. So we're gonna get that fine as well. TCQ is not gonna shy away from.
I mean, both of us, yeah.
Somebody's trying to bring TCQ and GBRA together.
Yeah.
But have they been,
They're supposed to keep that now.
Does GBRA still operate that canal? No, that's Dow Chemical, isn't it?
No,
That operates those.
GBRA.
it's GBRA.
have they
GBRA
been,
is not operating the waterways.
They pay Dow to operate.
have they been contacted by them?
Landowners surrounding.
I have no.
Trying to get in and out.
Yeah, the canals going out to Cedar, those canals are full of vegetation too, for all the landowners.
Yeah,
It's bad everywhere.
I've been meaning to call.
Prices going up in the canal delivery, but they're not maintaining.
Yeah.
It's like
Landowners don't like GBRA going in and out of the canal.
Oh, they don't?
They can go through my yard, no?
What's the big deal? I mean, tearing up their property or what?
They cutting locks to get in and stuff without asking the landowner.
the machine that clears vegetation out of the canals is towed behind a boat. It's like a conveyor belt. It just everything.
Spits it all up and concrete problem.
No, it's into a container and then that container is dumped offsite.
Oh my gosh, that must be a lot.
It's a.
Okay.
If you keep up with it, it's not a glorious task.
Yeah, the way it sounds.
I mean, they got their work cut out.
So should we like contact Call Coast or something? I mean, do we need to make?
I will make a call initially to GBRA because I've been intending to do that and haven't done that. And just see what the response. Being in that condition certainly doesn't help.
But
I think.
and. It's not the reason our levels are up that high, but it's.
Contributing.
It doesn't help any.
Okay.
Any other non-departmental questions?
I think we're getting brain dead.
We'll move on.
Taking actions that will lower the within the city of THM.
What? You're
Mixing
gonna
the
water,
water.
I mean, as soon as it gets here, as soon as it comes out of that plant, it's already high.
Yeah.
I've got some other things in the works. I'm just waiting on information to come back from the engineer, and if it is, then I'll have a pilot program going to see just exactly how much we can lower. And what it's gonna cost us.
Give me the cliff notes. What do you think?
What do you think, boiling,
What's the secret or what?
boiling water in the town?
I don't know how it works. The company says they can aerate.
Yeah.
And remove. Said they've done places in Georgia and Louisiana and brought them down to less than 2.
Our buddy who worked at GBRA before he got on with us said the same thing, that they did start an aeration program. Of course, you gotta rechlorinate afterward. But I mean, at least that'll get you to a baseline that you can maintain.
You do that in the storage tank?
Yeah.
We looked at for a while
That
back.
was
Was
a different,
method?
yeah, it was a mixer aerator in the tank. This is actually a system that sits outside, it pulls water off the tank, does its process and then puts it back in the tank.
Oh, okay.
Like a little slipstream off the tank. Okay.
Doing maintenance.
Okay, so maintenance page 115. You'll see a 69% increase in the overall budget. Supplemental requests include $40,000 increase in chemicals for the new pump booster station. 15,000 increase in electricity for the new pump station, 15,000 increase in I&I improvements. And then we have capital improvement requests, 750,000 for 12-inch link between water towers, 75,000 for sewer line replacement along LaSalle and Trinity, 150,000 for slope and cover protection at Chocolate Bayou.
Definitely doing Chocolate Bayou, Trinity Street. It's 750,000 for the 12-inch link between water towers, Wayne. What did we say that was for? Just so we don't lose pressure in the distribution system?
That's to make my system operate as one pressure plane like it's supposed to instead of. Right now, it's acting like it's 2 pressure planes. And I can't push enough water to that side of town to maintain the chlorine residual where I need it to be without having to flush constantly. And additionally, this is going to help us from dropping pressure on this side of town when we start to fill the ground storage tank.
Okay, so you got 2 issues there. One, you've already addressed by just throttling down how quickly the valve opens to the storage tank. But the other one is, so you're having low pressure on Rocalo side of town?
Not low pressure on Rocala side of town. Small turnover.
Oh,
We're stratifying the village tower. Because we don't get, everything is fed usage off of this side of town and not using that. And then the towers don't work in unison. George Tower will come down, Village won't. Or Village Tower will come down and George won't.
and we take them in and out of service and alternate them so that they do get used?
We can, but then we get ourselves in a storage crunch. Because we're required to have 1.36 million gallons of storage. If we take one of those out of service, we don't have that storage.
Yeah, but it's just as easy as opening the valve to have it back in service.
Once you close that tank off, it's not, it doesn't matter, it's not part of your system.
Well, can we throttle down on it so to technically still be in service, but you'll take from the other one first?
If we didn't have AC pipe coming into town.
What? AC pipe?
Asbestos, cement.
Yeah, asbestos cement pipe. And the water plant controls, when they pump to town, if they hit a restriction like that, then we're blowing water lines.
But everything comes to the storage tank and then goes from there.
You know, everything pumps into distribution.
No, you still have one tower in service. It'll get filled and be in service. You'll never deadhead the system.
And when they turn on their large pump, part of the requirement is both of our elevated storage tanks be open. Otherwise, they overpressure. Especially if George is closed, because we've only got 5 interconnects on 35.
So when we put this ground tank back in service though, I thought one of the advantages was we took the front end pressure off, but because we were putting our 2 pumps, high pressure pumps in service. That way we wouldn't have such high pressure coming in.
They still have to send high pressure to us, or we lose pressure in our system when the valve at the tank opens.
But it ain't gonna be 750,000. It's gonna be like a few $1,000,000 to make a line from this.
This is just a single phase.
Oh,
I think this is half of it, right? Because we had budgeted it, I mean, we had actually bid it out, what, 4 years ago? And it was, set came in 750,000. At that time, we didn't have that kind of money.
Yeah. So this first phase, the 750,000 is for construction because it's already engineered. The second phase will be engineering and construction. Because they'll have to complete the plans for the second phase.
and there's gotta be another way we could get the.
There's no way to put
System.
another control valves in there to balance the system out?
If I had this connection, yes. But I don't have a direct connection between the two tanks. Everything's distribution. And as I said, we've only got 5 interconnects. We have which are 6-inch. You can't move water through 6-inch.
And we do have the system modeled, so, you know, Matt Glaze can play with alternatives, but this is the one that's back as a recommendation.
Means anything that goes into the tank or out of the tank has to go through our distribution system.
Can we talk about this one further? Jody, I don't want to derail the meeting, but I mean, just so we're all on the same page, maybe we have one of those George Street meetings that are always fun.
They are fun. So I was just curious on that control valve. Is it percentage trim or is it linear? The one that you have to follow that?
It's linear.
So you might want to consider, I mean, that's.
Yeah, we're looking at a pressure control valve for that. But still, it doesn't solve the issues. Because the other side of that coin, and not to tie us up into this any longer, but when I turn the pumps on at George Street to pump to Village, say I close the George Street elevated, I have, in order to pump to Village, I have to run 2 pumps to overcome 3 6-inch lines, 1 8-inch, and 1 14-inch. I don't have, and the 14-inch line actually bottlenecks. It goes from 10-inch to 14, then back to 8, then down to 6. And then it jumps up to 12 on Village Road. So I need that connection between the 2 towers, 12-inch, so the towers will go up and down in unison.
It's just a hell of a lot of money to spend for.
Tie into that 12. This 750,000.
George Street.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, whatever, next week or so.
No, I mean, we got plenty to do. It'll be a while before we get.
Yeah.
To trim this.
Okay.
For sure, we can have some more discussions on this.
Leave it in place.
Yeah. Any more questions on the utility maintenance?
When did the sewer line replacement on the Southern Trinity is supposed to happen?
I'm trying to think the paperwork, again, it's a grant, so it goes at grant speed. And I'm trying to, I think we are in environmental.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, so that's probably at least 3 to 4 months out.
Maybe next year, maybe?
I would hope we'd be able to bid it out by early first quarter, maybe next year, or
Thinking
February, May. Yeah, that seems realistic.
So, okay, I heard the question about Chocolate Bayou.
Trinity.
We have a water line that runs along Chocolate Bayou that is exposed.
Yeah, that was a question.
All right, so in the vehicle leases, we budgeted 43, we're spending 65, so I guess that was 4 vehicles to 6 vehicles. And we're asking for 80 this year, so is that 8 vehicles? Am I reading that?
Also take into account as well, the price for the lease also will go up if we have specific upfits of any sort. So if you wanna.
Yeah, so we're trying to reduce the amount of money we spend on outside contractors coming in. So I outfitted my wastewater truck with a crane so we can pull our own pumps. I won't be able to pull the big pumps at the big stations, but we'll be able to pull all of our little pumps. So that reduces cost a lot. Additionally, we no longer have any city-owned vehicles.
I think that's your.
The last of those was just hauled off last week.
So you have.
They're
supplementing.
kind of
That was by Weavers.
Yes.
By Weavers.
Our full lease fleet, this is where we're at. But actually,
I used to live.
the way this program was set up, we should start seeing some returns on this when we switch our vehicles out. So we should be paying for ourselves. Yes.
So is that? That getting built into the lease structures?
It gets built into the lease structure for next year.
They're gonna dig big old holes in the ground.
I'm disappointed if there's no new street sweeper or something with the, of dump truck.
They don't do that.
Yeah, they don't do.
Kidding, right?
No, but you do.
They won't dig up their.
You do though.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Unfortunately,
But that,
we can't get those in a fleet.
the snow cone.
I tried.
And is, so.
That's what.
White building is.
Yeah.
Boston Street. What's that white building on Boston Street?
Find out, it's gonna be a traffic problem.
That's what we agreed upon.
That's a snow cone building?
That's a huge building.
It's gonna be, yeah.
Is it white?
Are we gonna have positive traffic control?
Yeah. That's what I keep saying.
Daniel kept saying.
How did that get? Oh.
I'm very careful.
I must have been.
Yeah, you did. We want snow cones.
That was a.
No, that was where the ice.
Well, there was a snow cone place there too.
Down the street.
No, there was one there. I went there a lot.
That was all right.
Yeah, there was one there. It wasn't that bad back
But it wasn't big like that. It was just a little.
Is that like
shack.
an inside? People gonna be able to walk inside?
That's what it's.
Yeah.
That's
Well, it's like a,
You can park in there, is what the guy discussed. He's making like 10 parking spaces or something.
Yeah,
And you can walk to the window.
Have you seen snow cone zone? I mean, there's 20 cars back there.
Yeah, 10 of them will go to this place.
So many snow cone people.
I'm still trying to.
These are the baseball teams.
5 minutes for a snow cone. You just go to the other place.
They do.
Because they don't know option right now.
I don't know, yeah.
We'll try it out, Danny. We'll see how it goes. That's already gonna happen, but.
I don't know, that's alcohol, snow cone.
Yes.
Oh, the Margaret, the daiquiri.
Levi's.
What about that little offering there on Commerce? Did that one all of that?
They don't do,
He actually came in here this morning, he was wanting, to see what permits he needed to pull in with it. Well, I told him he needed to give me a drawing first of the.
Yeah. Well, you got a promise.
Oh, yeah.
Any more utility maintenance questions?
no.
It's on the snow cone.
Wastewater paid 118.
Is this where the new dump truck is?
118. So there is a 3% increase in the overall budget, no supplemental requests for wastewater.
Yeah, Leon.
Yeah, and so.
Sure, work. You wanna flip the slide?
Oh, yeah.
Actually, it made Stroud Beach. Down in the south.
Do you have any wastewater questions?
You don't have any wastewater questions?
And the next one's Leon.
Leona runs.
See what you're doing on that flume there, Wayne? Any movement?
Down to the bus barn, Cedar.
I mean, we're waiting on, I sent, I can't remember his name. I sent him all the information he wanted and.
Yeah.
Actually.
Is it Doug?
Yeah, Doug.
I think it's mainly.
Don't let him drive that. He don't have nothing to do
No,
with it.
the meter.
Yeah, the flow transmitter, right?
I'm just waiting on him for that flow transmitter.
Right in the.
Oh, he's gonna put his meter in. Yeah. But our meter that we have questions
I
about.
haven't gotten anywhere on that because I gotta get the engineer specs and then contractor to look on it and I just haven't had time to get on that yet.
When is Ann Street lift station gonna happen?
It's in progress.
It's in progress.
They should be mobilizing, first part of. Last that date.
Mel Stan knows about him having to move all that stuff.
And he's just waiting till the last minute.
Well,
Trent told him to wait till last minute.
Yeah.
Trent said he would go move everything for him. He doesn't have to move anything.
Cause I mean, we've talked to him, what, 9, 10 months ago, and I told him just keep using, it's all empty except he's using it for hay right now, and he's gonna move it,
Be a renter. You deal with that
maybe.
railroad property.
He won't be happy.
So Brittany, the electricity, I just noticed the other, we spent 232, but we're only budgeting 190,000.
What was that?
For wastewater,
Yeah, 536. That,
so like I said, I get those numbers any electricity numbers, I get them directly from JEXA. So that's essentially what JEXA is estimating that we are going to pay. I don't know if maybe something happened in the year with electricity, maybe a pump of some sort, not sure. Any other questions for wastewater?
so the vehicle takes sludge building and a person service. Is there money built into here? I didn't really see that much. Surgery. Capital. Your number one goal? What do we?
I don't think they're gonna knock me off stuff. I'd get that in there as a goal. Because kids need a new roof over them. But unrealistic, we don't have any money to spend on, 300,000 for a new.
That's just a metal.
Yeah. But it needs all the purlins need to be replaced, the structure itself needs to be redone. And realistically, I don't have the funds to do it, but it's there because otherwise it disappears and nobody remembers it.
So beach, page 126 is where it starts. For the beach highlight, we have 4% allowance for merit increase, which totals 1,471. Proposed TMRS plan change to 2-to-1 for 1,011. And for 450,000 funding for capital. Overall, 265 days or 9 months operating reserves, and it's a balanced budget. Here's a little visual graph, just so you can see what revenue, mostly intergovernmental, which is grants, and service charges. The total beach fund revenues is 459,500, 72% increase in revenue over prior year. I have 60,000 budgeted for the anticipated gate fees. A 46% decrease in RV rental revenue. And then we have grant revenue for 237,000 from KEPRA.
If we get it. If we get it.
Yes.
And those funds,
Pretty much.
that grant's aimed at redoing the beach, right?
That grant would be for the engineering and permitting. Well, that wouldn't be construction yet. Being the next step.
So you think we'll gain $60,000 from installing the gates?
I'm anticipating that we would get the same amount of revenue that we did prior when we were charging the gate fees before. We had.
Did at least.
Yeah.
So. I mean, we didn't change the amounts, so I'm going to assume that we are. We'll see. I mean, we might get more. I don't know.
Yeah, because I think the park, it's more useful, right? I mean, I think more people are going, because back then it was mainly an RV park. We were getting 100,000.
I mean, you have added amenities on there.
Yeah. Splash a lot more stuff.
So it might be more.
It could be.
And the fishing pier too.
I mean, yeah, a lot of people go.
But I don't know how you get 190 though. I mean, we got 92,000 and 60 is 150, so.
Walking in free, driving is where they.
Sorry, say that one more time.
Well, so you're estimating 92,000 this year, right, in revenue? And I'm adding 60 to that, so it'd be 150,000.
Well, because I'm decreasing the RV rentals. I'm decreasing RV rentals.
I know, so I mean, that's what I'm saying, your revenue's high.
Oh,
It's in, sure.
Well, I'm not decreasing my revenues to what I projected happen this year.
Because I'm projecting the RV to be 88,000. But I don't want to bring us that low because, I mean, we have seen it.
It did increase last month.
I mean,
So it might just go back to the way it was. I don't know.
I think you should use your best good number. If it's lower, it's lower.
I mean, that's true. I mean,
And then we're surprised as opposed to.
yeah. I mean, I could just budget 88,000.
Well,
Get Loretta back in here.
Why not?
Loretta Bryan.
She used to be a citizen that we gotta explain it to, like anyone else. Oh, so it only takes 190,000 for this park to be self-sufficient? To sustain itself? What's that break-even number?
But this we're getting, I mean, you're got revenues coming from general fund too, transfer in, right?
No,
No,
no.
The expenditures.
Are we making money or are we losing on this, on the beach?
225.
I can't predict the future with these gate fees. I mean, I would think that once we put this gate, honestly, we would be making hard.
So it sustains itself.
Yeah.
That's the baseline.
if you're only looking at,
So.
I mean, this year was not a good year.
One had a great year so far.
yeah,
So, that's a good question to ask though, Justin, but it's hard to tell because we have such a large capital expenditure issue.
That too.
right.
We
Getting hit.
like our contractors in town too, just like all the RV plants, so.
We used to not get a high percentage of them, but it's decreased what we have and all the other RV parks.
Yeah, I get that too, but I mean, that would be great to have the park full of whoever. But really, it should be a tourism spot.
Yeah.
Everybody I meet, like 3 out of 4 are from San Antonio and the other person will be from Houston. So, and I think a lot of us use this park pretty often and it's kind of a shame to see there's maybe 25% of the uphill park, the RV spaces were filled and nobody was at the cabanas. I know it's Monday morning, but still, I mean.
Well, and then don't forget too, that one of Tanya's goals is to start marketing for that RV campground. So that might bring in more people.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So the camp host doesn't have any responsibility for that?
Uh,
I don't think for marketing per se.
no, not marketing. The camp host's responsibilities is to pretty much maintain the park. Right?
Yeah, it's.
I believe.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
But it's being towed to the dealership.
Yeah, I see her driving her little car.
Yeah. It's
Maybe we should sell snow cones over there.
one of the.
That ain't a bad idea.
Good idea, yeah.
It really is.
I actually asked Anastasia what we could do about it. This truck that we've got down there, 150 miles on it, it's spent more time in the shop than it has on the road.
50,000?
150.
50.
Yeah, they're brand new vehicles.
I knew.
On a lease vehicle?
Yeah, it's a lease.
It's a lease vehicle.
Oh, so you're saying is they just get some, supposed to be replacing it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Tanya has a big grand plan about how we're gonna get this.
We've been talking about that yet, coming up with,
That's good.
working on, billboards.
Yeah.
That our default billboard would include information about the campground when we don't have other events going on for them, which would be a few times a year. But then, yeah, trying to come up with more of a advertising campaign for specifically targeting campgrounds.
We get pretty
Good reviews from out of town people. On
Yeah.
Facilities.
Yeah, so word of mouth, you think of these, right? So the issue before parking was nobody, people were just living in the park.
Right.
After, a year, they were supposed to, 6 months, they were supposed to get out, but they wouldn't leave and we didn't really make them leave, so you couldn't get any new people to come in. And then after Harvey, of course, that cleared the park out. And ever since, we've been trying to do the short term, but it's never full.
We had a long repair time, bunch of the spaces knocked out, didn't we?
Yeah, we had all of the hillsides were out without electricity.
Here.
And the contractor we chose to do it drug his feet and sat on it until finally we got another contractor to finish the job so we could put it back in service.
It's the first year. That's what it-
Yes.
The first year we've really tried to run this
Mhm.
as a business. We need to keep up.
Okay,
So then for the operations, page 129. So you'll see 126% increase in overall budget. That's the capital. Capital improvement requests include 30,000 for raised crosswalk and sidewalk, 25,000 for new cabanas at Splash Pad, 395,000 for the shoreline protection Kepra project. If
we get it.
Yeah.
we'll get Loretta screaming. We're spending $500,000 on this park.
Hit our business with.
Yeah, I don't agree with that, because if the park does well, they'll catch all the overflow.
Yeah.
So it's a win-win for everyone.
And we have a nice sidewalk for.
Yeah, exactly.
When she made that argument, their parks, I looked at them, they were about anywhere from 85 to 99% full. Matter of fact, the Lone Star, they didn't even have one spot open. So I don't know what the complaint was about. I guess maybe rates or something. I don't know.
That's what it was.
But still,
Yeah, the lake park, the one over by the, that one is not full.
that's not hers though.
That's, which one was that?
Right.
$20
Dollar
we used to.
Lakeside.
Lakeside. Our-
Yeah.
That one
We
will
keep ours just under theirs, because.
Yeah, I think that was an issue thing. It was a new.
Maybe, but- Their Brown's parking lots were, I checked the name, but they were full.
Argument to make.
Any more beach questions?
Debt service.
A lot of money on that.
So is debt actually on page
150.
Okay, not much really to say. Here I have a list of all of our outstanding debt.
So.
We have the two ports and harbors debt, the 2008, the 2018. And then we have the 2022 and 2024 certificates of obligation. These are the debt payments for this fiscal year. And then on the sides, I kind of have a breakdown of how the payments are funded. And then there at the bottom, I have the 2026 Texas Water Development Board loan unfunded. Like I said, we have no idea what's going to happen with that. So, but we want to be prepared.
And that's basically if we go forward,
That is if
that would be our first payment in August.
that would be if you go forward with the full 39 million. That would be the interest only payment in August.
And I do not have the updated cost estimate. I did ask AECOM early last week where that was at, and he said that they were going back to their estimator because they had some questions, internal questions about some of his methodology that was used. So I don't know if that's good or bad and what he came up with, because he wouldn't tell me. So I'm hoping to get that number this week.
So
So Jody, the 500,000 funded with streets fund, 445 funded with property taxes. What is this, the street fund gets its revenue?
Remember, when we did those bonds, we said that 500,000 of that was gonna be funneled from general fund, not from INO. INS, yes.
ANS.
That's what that is.
Yes. Any other debt questions?
Do you have any of the bonds getting near their end date?
The only one that is remotely close is, I believe, that 2008. That is up 28.
Yeah,
that's for the ports. It's improvements to city ports. That's what it was. So yes.
It must have been.
The 2018 was for the purchase.
In 2018, that was when we purchased the product.
Yes. Yes. So the only one close would be the 2008.
And when will that
2028 is the last payment. So. So, so what's coming next after today is September 8th is a regular council meeting, and we will do the public hearings on the budget and the tax rate and then approve CIP. And it'll be the first reading on the budget and the tax. Then we'll have a special meeting on September 22nd to do the second reading on the budget and the tax.
Got a meeting next Monday.
That doesn't have anything to do with budget.
Yeah, this is just for budget.
You have a meeting next Monday at 5:30, yes. With a joint meeting with planning board at Nautical Landings meeting room. 5:30.
That's with the consultant.
Mhm.
Any questions that anyone's thought of since the start of today?
Yes.
A long day.
Fifth, we have a meeting. Started on the fifth, right? Yes. Nautical, yeah.
Sitting.
Okay.
You didn't notice me sitting.
Well, thanks for answering the questions.
Fine, and then I will, next year, I will take note and I will try and get this to you guys by August 4th, to be honest. Yeah, that'll be my goal. It may not, it's not going to be accurate tax rate wise, but the bulk of it will be there.
And then even if there's a few changes after.
I can always give you those pages.
Yeah.
But I mean, is there a reason the department heads don't present their own budgets anymore?
We're just trying something new this year, just to see if maybe, I mean, to be honest, I didn't do any of that information. All that information that I'm saying came from them.
Yeah.
So I'm just giving you a summary and then
Faster if you tell us.
That's kind of,
maybe, yeah, I mean, I'm just summarizing it up.
here to answer any questions or go through the list, but just to kind of give initial information previous one time. Yeah, we thought we'd probably go faster.
We had the department heads. It was.
That's it.
Not yet.
Wayne, how do you keep the birds out of the bird tower? BB gun?
No.
It's called.
It's the alcohol tower. It's their tower.
There's our house. That's what it is.
I'm the wrong guy to ask that question.
Because of your suggestion?
I have a motto. As a hunter,
Yeah.
if it flies, it dies.
I made on seagull, man.
Get the pigeons out of the George Adams.
That's what I was gonna say, that's my George Adams Pavilion is real dirty. Droppings everywhere.
So nasty. Like on the Bucky's gas pumps, they have those little.
We're gonna get that cleaned up.
That's what they gotta do at that water tower.
No, that's like pigeons claim it as their own.
Scary.
By the swim.
All those droppings over there, George Adams Park. And we'll get that cleaned
Sound
up.
like fertilizer.
That kind of.
Oh, yeah, who needs to still do cyber, does anybody want to stay to do cybersecurity now?
Yeah.
Like I said, everybody can do it on their own and take the test.
15 minutes.
30.
I think
it's already on the test if we do it at home.
Like I do our safety test and most of them.
Okay.
Yeah, the answer's right next
there. Have you done it, Rosie? Well,
that have done it.
you.
Yeah, she's.
No, if you already watched the video, just do the test, it will be Rachel.
Yeah, and they done that.
Well,
Yeah,
then,
yeah, I've done that.
Let's do it.
who needs the paper?
Okay, yeah.
Gonna go to work now. Yeah.
Wait, do we need to adjourn the workshop?
It's still part of the work.
This is part of the workshop?
Yes, you're right.
Already did yours?
Yeah.
I'm not getting thanks.
That's how she made sure you guys.
Smack.
Agenda item number 2.
You need.
Okay, I will.
Rose already did hers?
Yeah, I did. Yes.
Circle beats. All of the above.
No, Wednesday is.
Wishing and wishing.
I must be on that for me. Because I wrote it down in my calendar. I don't think.
I mean, you're welcome.
I was gonna answer.
There's some new fishing terms.
Oh, you know, AI is a new term in the video, right? We didn't have that last time.
It must be something.
Is that about next Monday?
No.
Okay.
Not all.
Mayor, we have a citizen here that wants from the public. Yes, she's asking if it's okay. I'm asking you. Minutes, I didn't get to sign on paper. I don't know how,
We're gonna watch the video first.
well, I think all them, as everybody else said, you already watched the video, y'all just need to finish the test, yes or wrong?
Yes.
Well, I haven't watched the video.
I got,
She has not.
no, well.
I mean, it's up to you.
Yeah.
No, she has a comment.
Answer the key, so I can check my answer.
Get her to fill out paper.
Pick the bottom of that. man.
What you gonna do?
No.
Okay, so we're having another meeting.
It would be Monday.
So we're gonna go through the answers. Rose, Lorraine.
At 5:30.
Yes. On the answer.
Get with you on that.
As soon as we finish it.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I haven't got
To board.
Up all the way up.
And if, in fact, I mean, tomorrow wants to come for that too.
Oh, hey, you.
Or do you want to just let it?
If you're all wrong. Okay.
Okay.
I wanna hear about
Better.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, the port commission meets tomorrow and then we meet again Wednesday.
She's already here. Y'all tell me. The message here.
Yeah, that all you own?
Okay, thank you.
Back then it was.
She's right there.
Oh, she said.
Okay.
Can we adjourn?
You can. We're gonna do this. Y'all need to finish that. Okay.
You can.
That was in, it's going up to,
All right.
We have our.
We're gonna decide.
So I don't wanna finish our test and then we'll listen. I don't wanna make her wait for the video.
Huh?
I don't wanna make her wait for the video.
Because the question, in there, they're saying, they've already got it. Do ours so we can improve our way.
Godly.
See, I was like, Mr.
Let me see it.
Hey, Wayne, take care.
Here, I'll pass it through.
Okay, thanks.
I'm okay with Sasha video, right? So she wait. Yes. Yes. Yeah, right now. Hey, let her speak before we watch the video.
She said, they say that it's a.
Yeah. There's no issue.
No, she said she would come back, but it's okay if you're to another meeting. But I get her to sign it.
Sasha want to make a comment to council. We're missing one council person, not she left.
Yes, she did. She took it off.
Yeah. Doing this and that.
This is just an open, yeah,
Just our discretion. It's
Okay.
not the proper time. That's all right. And just sooner speak now than.
Just make them.
Who's gonna grade our test?
Not, you bet.
Is somebody we can trust?
Rachel, HR, if you can trust her. That would be an issue if you couldn't.
Okay, you have to put in the workshop.
Sir.
I was only paying.
What?
Please have a workshop comment.
Better not have said that.
You said something, yeah, they went over
Yeah,
there.
sure.
I just didn't want you grading my test.
Oh, still on a workshop meeting. We haven't.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, in that case, I changed mine.
Starters, y'all all have this different answers. No, just kidding.
What hell we got here? We all sat here.
Well, we went over them. Maybe we should have done that. But I think it looks.
Yeah, I think it was the AI. Okay, so what are we waiting on?
What is it? We know that. Oh.
Well, thank you for being efficient and getting this done and out of the way. Yes.
We're not trying to get in trouble here with the.
How many scores do you have to make? I didn't.
I think it's.
It's drilled on that all the time.
Virus.
Thank you.
Invest in the snow cone.
There
There you go. I don't know how to make. Anybody know how to make them?
What?
Okay. They told me how to shave the eyes on it.
Yeah.
I think vodka and.
That's the snow cone stand up there.
Before we adjourn, we're gonna move back to our comments from public section. Because we have, section 7, we have a member of the public that wants to make a comment before council, and we're going to allow it at this time. Tasha?
Yeah.
Tasha, Nevada's.
Guys, how are we doing? Name's Sasha. I plan on opening Navarre Seafood. It's a restaurant right off in front of Smith Harbor. I'm sure y'all are all aware of that. Well, the reason I'm here, and I'm just gonna touch lightly on it. I was here a few months back, I wanna say half a year ago, wanting to go ahead and get permission by the Port Commission to park my husband's shrimp boat behind in that harbor. Meeting immediately went to closed sessions, and then I was told, not at this time. Then I had asked Ms. Weaver if we could go ahead and bring it to the city council. Being that the harbor, and from what I understand, actually is the city's. So I said, well, let me ask the city. Maybe they'll have something they can help me out with, right? It's really important that I stress to y'all, we really need that boat back there. My husband unloads his shrimp. It's for the restaurant, and he's gonna unload for the seafood market. And eventually we're going to have a seafood bait stand, a bait stand at the bottom lower deck. So it's really important that, I know right now there's gonna be some construction going down there, and I know y'all don't want traffic in there. I just wanna bring this to y'all's attention also. When y'all dredge that harbor out, that was wonderful, but there's not too much movement in that harbor, okay? And what happens is that current comes in, and then it brings in a lot of the dirt, a lot of the mud, and then when it goes out, it came this way into the harbor. So that mud and the stuff that comes with it, and I'm not a geologist, but we live there, we see it, we've seen how it's gotten back to where it was before we even dredged it out. And that was a pretty penny that, y'all paid for it to get done. And then another thing I wanted to bring to y'all's attention, because I know I only got 3 minutes, so I'm trying to get it in there.
there are pre-existing underground lines that went from our property out to the Smith Harbor. And I was told to go ahead and look to see if they're there in the city files to see if I can prove that it was there. I mean, you can see that it's there, but I've looked and I've looked and I have not been able to find absolutely nothing. And I'm thinking that these lines have been there for so long when there was a bait shop there that it was just done, and I don't know. But we are asking if we could use the location where those pre-existing lines are at and be able to get water, because from one side, I want to say there's 10 feet that actually is not our property. I know there's an easement there, but it's still, we are not allowed to have nothing built on top. But no, but it never said anything underneath. And so that's just something I wanted to bring to y'all's attention so y'all can sit and think about it. I know y'all don't want no boats there, but please, I mean, we're gonna be opening up hopefully at the end of this year. I know y'all are still gonna be having construction, but it's just something I want y'all to think about, because we can make a lease where it can fit y'all's whatever y'all want, if they're gonna be building or we're in y'all's way, we'll move where we're at right now temporarily, let the lease, I guess, stop, and then it'll start back up when we're able to move back in, however y'all wanna word it, but if we gotta build it the way y'all want it built, if we've gotta put our costs out, my husband's willing to do that as well. It's really important that we have our boat out there and park it. I know y'all, I wasn't here, I had meetings in Bay City today, but I know that y'all were gonna talk about where y'all were gonna move Poor Boy's Bait Shop, and I wish I was here for that, but I just want y'all to think about it, reconsider. I know there's new members on the board on both for city council and Port Commission, and so if I gotta wait, I mean, I'm gonna keep asking until my hair turns gray and we're retired. So we really need someone to say what we can do instead of what we can't do. And we keep getting, we can't. And Miller's has his, and I know, I'm not trying to compare, I know he's had his forever. Poor Boys has their area, but we need something for our business, because without it, it's just not, it's gonna make it 10 times harder. And if we gotta go ahead and make our pumps where we recycle it, that's just the whole nother line that it would just be so much easier if we were just to pull from the water. And I've even got things like in Seadrift and in Pelagius, y'all wanna see how they let the bait shops there pull from the harbors. It's really just real simple. So I think, of course, but it looks pretty simple. I just getting y'all's approval and telling us where we can go from that. And I know it's not an overnight thing, but I just want to bring it to y'all's attention. So thank y'all for y'all's time.
We can discuss it with you, but ask for you to address it with Jody Weaver, the city manager.
Yes.
Maybe line up to go before our port commission.
Okay, all right, thank
It's a new board.
Can I ask a question or not?
Yeah.
No.
Not if it's about. I want to clear up a fact. Ask her a factual.
Factual question?
You're hearing about something.
No.
We can't discuss it. We can't get into
I was just
discussion.
gonna ask where you parked at now. Is that okay?
No,
It's parked at Fisherman's Harbor. As a private it's
You know where that's at?
harbor, yeah.
Fisher Harbor.
Fisher, sorry, yeah.
It's right next.
I'm still learning, I'm not from here, so.
Right next to where?
It's next to
Next.
Smith Harbor.
Oh, okay.
Harbor over.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so that's where we're at.
All right.
All right, thank y'all.
Any more?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So
Make a motion we adjourn, or do we?
need a motion to adjourn.
Second.
A motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nobody's opposed? Motion passes.
Okay.